This is the second part of my video on Classic WoW. Go watch the first part if you haven't already. The benefit of being forced to split this up into two parts is that I get to address a few comments before we kick off part 7. The response was surprisingly positive. I thought the Warcraft community would be pretty bad, but they actually received the video better than the average Bethesda fan did. I was wrong about Medivh. He does show up in Warcraft 1. Most Warcraft 1 commenters were pretty understanding since he doesn't play as major a role in that mission as the later games implies he should be able to. But this is in that category I mentioned at the start of the video of things that are buried and easy to miss. I was reading the sources on a lore page and didn't have time to actually play Warcraft 1 for this video. I do my best, but again, like I said, the reason this video took so long was because I was spending minutes to verify a single sentence on something most people agree is not super relevant to the point being made anyways. It's better that I'm wrong about that than something more foundational, like misunderstanding why he opened the portal. So I guess the point I should have made is that the retcons started as early as Warcraft 2. I got a handful of essays written by Worgen players expressing extreme dissatisfaction with a certain narrative Blizzard pushed about how Gilneas was reclaimed. People are pretty upset that the Scarlet Crusade was utilized as antagonists since they shouldn't even still exist, let alone be used as foes for the Gilneans. They weren't mad at me, just funny that it happened multiple times. A few people are mad at me for endorsing paying Blizzard to play modern WoW over playing on a modern private server. I never did that. I never even endorsed playing the game at all. I merely mentioned that it is possible, which is true, and preemptively answered the question of which anniversary realm they should play on, which I did because it means they already decided they were going to play it officially, and I was tired of people asking me. I guess I have to say it outright, the reason I did not record this video on a private server is because doing so would have added unnecessary legal risk for the video being taken down, and that the only upside, that it is more authentic, isn't even necessarily true. Said private servers may not be in US jurisdiction and may be in places that don't respect US copyright law, but YouTube is. Blizzard has historically gone after people for using private server footage, and I know that YouTubers fighting the man in lawsuits is all the rage right now, but I'm not planning on being one of those people on this matter. I am more than aware that there is a private server doing the vanilla plus thing, but it would be a pointless risk to actually say the name of the server in my video that I spent 11 months working on. The entire reason I didn't have a patron guild or make my characters' names known until after I finished recording was precisely because I didn't want to encourage people to play this game. I figured anyone familiar with private servers would be cognizant of why I only said the names of dead servers. Speaking of, there was another crowd that didn't like the video, but I knew before I even started the project that they would not, because they don't like anything. I don't take the PvP crowd particularly seriously, mainly because I saw instances of them arguing that opt-out PvP flags are bad for the game, and then they would block people who wanted to debate them on that matter. I'm sorry, but if you think people shouldn't be able to opt out of PvP in the game, then you shouldn't be able to opt out of PvP on a forum either. To appease these people, I would have to say the following. Ganking is good. I am glad I was ganked because it made hitting 60 feel sweeter. I proceeded to spend the next week ganking lobies because that is just MMO culture. Except even saying that wouldn't work because even then, they'd still find petty reasons to dislike the video, like the fact that I don't have my 5-minute cooldown abilities keybound. I guess I should mention the fact that part of WoW's development for the Korean audience was making the game possible to play with just the mouse, because at the time it was apparently common for Korean MMOs to be played one-handed, while the other was used to... No, get your mind out of the gutter, they used the other hand to smoke, because they played MMOs at internet cafes. I don't know, that's the story John Stats tells from their Korean consultants. Anyways, I'm playing Rogue. I have like 6 abilities. That's as many as Diablo 3, and I used to play Diablo 3 with just the mouse because you could. Now, of course, this would mean I wouldn't really get good at PvP, but that doesn't really matter because there are only like 20 people in White Main Cluster that even do PvP. Everyone else that quote does PvP unquote actually just farms a V weekend, and that isn't PvP. I didn't even like dueling. Again, like I said in the part they didn't watch, I like the risk of PvP almost happening. It's not something I actually seek out or enjoy. I won half of the at-level engagements I had, but that also means I also lost the other half. Now, if you can't watch the video because I click the blind button instead of having it keybound to Control-Shift-Alt-F4, or that I dare use the S key, then I'm glad you're experiencing a tank shortage right now because nobody wants to put up with your pickiness. We're playing Classic, not pushing Mythic keys. It's a step above smacking rocks together. There's a 1.5 second global cooldown and 200 millisecond batching. I could mail Blizzard my inputs and the response time would still be fast enough to get registered. The reason most people are bad is because they play the game while drunk or stoned, not because they click their cooldown abilities. Anyways, like I said, that crowd would never be pleased, so I didn't bother. I knew I'd be doing something wrong, so I kinda banked on the footage being triggering to them. Another set of comments I got related to the video being incomprehensible. I tried to strike a balance where people who know what I am talking about don't feel like they're being talked down to, but still explaining enough that someone who doesn't know isn't missing too much information. I build my videos to work on multiple layers, so you might revisit it after reading some lore pages or watching a different video and understand more context. Like the Asmongold clip, the joke works on 3 different levels depending on how much context you have to its origin, and that is on purpose. It is funnier to me that some people won't know the context, and that's why I don't explain it ever. Speaking of not explaining context, someone please inform Never Knows Best that he is required to attend my podcast. Anyways, I'm glad people are enjoying the video so far. I still plan to release a post-mortem after all this is done to talk about the project. I needed to put something here because it was a bit awkward just having the video dumped straight into Part 7, and I guess people don't know that Skyrim Act 2 came out 9 hours after Act 1. Anyways, I had the opportunity to say something, so I took it. At this point, we're finally going to be progressing past level 30. You may even get to see me ride a mount. A lot of the first half of sections of this video focus on the starter areas because there's a lot more content focused on that level range compared to what we're stepping into. While there is still a Horde Alliance faction division in questing, going forward we're going to start running into quests that both factions can complete. Leveling between 30 and 50 is basically us going on a freelance adventure with some minor connection to the player factions before picking back up towards the endgame. It can aid with making this feel like an adventure, at least it will the first time. Your second time you'll realize you've already done a lot of these quests and areas. This is part of the reason why Modern Classic, and that's a combo of words, Modern Classic struggles with boosting services and players choosing to grind out Scarlet Monastery instead of doing these areas again. It's because the veterans of this game don't want to repeat the content. I wouldn't say it's because it's bad though, but rather that a lot of in-game players simply want to run level 60 alt characters but don't really have the time or commitment to throw down on leveling said characters. Especially because most classes are almost done unlocking their utility abilities around level 30 anyways. Past a point, you'll just be buying upgrades for all your existing abilities, so a lot of the excitement of leveling between 10 and 30 will get lost. Now of course, the fault here is that some of these later zones did not receive as much priority as the starter areas. Some of them weren't even finished at launch. Like Ashenvale, they had to be updated through Vanilla's patch cycle. Blizzard probably figured it was fine that the mid-game didn't have a whole lot of content as long as they could finish it before the players got there. Of course, they underestimated how degenerate WoW players could be, even at launch, and those players ended up running out of content and needing to grind mobs to hit 60. Some things never change. Either way, you're going to start seeing the number of characters I play diminish past this point to mainly just my rogue, starting with the first area I did upon hitting level 30. Stranglethorn Vale is an infamous zone. Well, more so if you're Alliance. Despite being just south of Stormwind's territory, this is the front line of player-contested areas. Stormwind has never managed to take the jungle, although they have tried. The Gurabashi War was the last major conflict Stormwind had fought prior to the First War. Trolls and humans have a poor history. Stormwind represented the last human kingdom to start settling in the lands of a troll empire, and this led to skirmishes in what is now Duskwood. Stormwind had just recently fought the Gnoll War, which occurred due to their settling of Gnoll territory in Elwyn, and yeah, it's a consistent pattern of behavior. The Gurabashi were not the Gnolls, though. Gnolls are primitive and savage. They were intelligent enough to hold land, but they aren't empire builders. On the flip side, the Gurabashi inhabited a much deadlier jungle. chances are pretty good the Gurubashi had been raiding gnolls for centuries before humanity showed up. Humans, though, let's just say they're biologically programmed to conquer and establish order. No, like seriously, that's in the lore. The funny thing, though, is that Stormwind only won the war against the Gurubashi because of Medivh. Turns out that while they were cocky from beating the gnolls, trolls were a whole other can of worms. Stormwind almost fell because of a massive troll army that invaded Elwyn due to a trio of Prince Lane Wren, Sir Anduin Lothar, and the Guardian Medivh assassinating the Gurubashi warlord. Now, you may be wondering, if Medivh was the Guardian of Tirisfal, and the Guardian is supposed to abstain from participating in human politics, how did he end up in this war? And to answer that question, as a child, he grew up in Stormwind's royal court making friends with Lane and Anduin. Lane was the prince, father of Varian and grandfather of Anduin Wren. Anduin Lothar was a knight who ended up being one of the strongest warriors Stormwind's ever produced. Seriously, this guy was a unit. Medivh's mother, Agwyn, had basically decided that she wanted her son to be the Guardian, instead of allowing Dalaran to choose the next. Then she banged a member of the Order sent to hunt her down named Iran and made the resulting child the next Guardian. But he had to wait until adulthood to access his powers and decide how he wanted to do it. Then, presumably, Iran chose to take Medivh to Stormwind, which was as far from Dalaran as possible. So yeah, the answer is Agwyn was selfish, possibly because her womb had been possessed by Sargeras. No, really. But if Sargeras was possessing Medivh, and Medivh's goal was to plot the destruction of humanity to make the Legion invasion easier, why did he destroy the Gurubashi? My best guess would have to be that ending the war with heavy losses on both sides would aid the Horde's eventual invasion, I guess. However, the real answer is that a lot of this was just dumb post-hoc lore that kind of makes sense as long as you don't question why Sargeras didn't take his army-melting, mind-controlled mage and, I don't know, have him melt Stormwind's army after blowing up the Gurubashi. I don't mean that from an in-person explanation, I'll assume there could be one. I mean from a writing perspective. Personally, I think the Guardian of Tirisfal is a stupid and unnecessary concept. Medivh just had to be a guy who got possessed and opened the Dark Portal. Plenty of ways to write him that don't require him to be a demigod. Have him break the siege on Stormwind because he went on a rampage in the Troll Homelands, and we don't get any more details about what he did, because a level 60 mage could do some serious damage given enough time. So, yeah, I went into that tangent enjoying the world building and came out a little disappointed. The Gurubashi are still cool. You can tell they're a former empire on the decline. A lot of the infrastructure's run down, and we don't really see the trolls rebuilding. It's almost like a sizable portion of their population got wiped out. That's the part I enjoy, that the game world represents the lore. You get to come up with your own interpretation about what's going on here while exploring. All of the pieces point to the correct explanation without needing a character to lore dump the tragic history every time we walk into a new area. And to really sell the conflict, the Horde had actually themselves tried to invade Stranglethorn during the First War. The goal was to take territory the Horde could settle in. Despite having recently lost against the humans, the Trolls were still a formidable force. The Orcs failed to take territory and alienated themselves from a potential ally, proving once again that the Orcs cannot win a war if it's written by modern Blizzard. Stranglethorn isn't just known for its troll population though, it is a jungle, and a dense one at that. It's the same style of forest as Elwyn and Duskwood, but with more tigers and raptors. Stranglethorn is endearing the same way an angry cat is. You can't help but admire how stupidly dangerous it is. Almost every square inch is occupied by hostile forces carving out their own space in the jungle. It makes sense given Stranglethorn was at least conceptualized during early development after Duskwood. In fact, its large size is owed to the world space needing to be scaled up back when the continent could be crossed in just 10 minutes. A small camp of Stormwind soldiers are located at a rebel camp. They're rebels because their commander, Colonel Curzon, took his entire force and went into the jungle. Colonel Conrad Curzon and his band are a reference to Apocalypse Now and Heart of Darkness. They were supposed to be making headways into Stranglethorn, but the jungle, or its inhabitants, drove them mad. There's an interesting quest involving one Private Thorson who, every half hour or so, will wander down from the rebel camp to go get ambushed, and will usually die in the process. But if you can save him, he'll offer a quest that starts a quest chain, but again, only if you help him during this infrequent event. It's unique in that there are not other quests that start this way as far as I can remember. If I had to guess, this quest was made and tested, and then the testers struggled to consistently acquire it, so they left it in as a neat detail but not something to be repeated in other areas. Just south of their compound is the city of Zul'Gurub. It is, to its name, the home of the Gurubashi Empire. It was also made into a 20-man raid in patch 1.7, although players were able to explore an uninhabited version prior by jumping into the area from Duskwood. We'll talk about it later, as not a lot of the local questing really has anything to do directly with ZG. Actually, that's a funny but sad point. Sometimes new raid and dungeon content would just be slapped into the world without much change to the questing content. Zul'Gurub isn't really built up to in any sense, so it's kind of easy to forget unless you get into endgame raiding, since it's one of the more farmed raids of vanilla. ZG being slapped into the world also has a negative impact on something we'll talk about in a bit when we get to Booty Bay. South of Zul'Gurub is an ogre mound. Where the orcs failed to take land, the ogres always just make do. Supposedly, one of the ogre magi are responsible for messing with Curzon's mind. I suspect the aim of this is to manipulate the different factions in the Vale into fighting each other rather than fighting the ogres. But the extent to this is just another ogre cave full of elites. Ogre caves really are the just add water to elite quests in vanilla. In the middle of nowhere of the Vale is Lake Nasfariti, which has a shoreline held by the Venture Company. Beyond deforesting this part of the jungle, they seem to be interested in weird crystals throughout the zone. But the Steamweedle cartel doesn't take kindly to them, so they are the targets of some quests started down in Booty Bay. Booty Bay is the southern tip of the continent, with a ship that sails straight to Ratchet in the Barrens. However, this is not the Horde's only connection to Stranglethorn. They actually have a base camp in the northern section, with a Zeppelin connection straight to Orgrimmar, and the Undercity. This causes Stranglethorn to have a very heavy Horde bias, as it is literally just minutes away from their capitals, while Alliance have to either run from Duskwood or Booty Bay. The end result? A metric ton of ganking. Stranglethorn wasn't just the source of a ton of clips of me getting ganked though, it's also some of the only equal level PvP I experienced. I'm not really sure why Stranglethorn pushes people to kill, at least not until I hit level 60 myself. See, level 60s pass through frequently enough to go to Zul'Gurub due to its 3-day lockout. Honestly though, a lot of those guys seem to just ride past because they had things to do. The gankers seemed usually dedicated to that activity instead, as players would give heads up that a rogue was camping leveling spots. However, I found that every run of ZG I did had at least 1 or 2 raiders get bored while waiting and head out into the zone to go gank. It, on paper, sounds great that you have incentives for players to get out into the world instead of just hanging out in the capital. However, practically speaking, it sucks massive dick. Stranglethorn Vale is the only sub 50 zone to feature an in-game raid, and it's on the side where the level 30s are hanging out. Honestly speaking, some of my favorite areas were the ones where level 60s had no major excuse to be there. This limited ganking to almost nothing and left legitimate world PvP aspects that I've talked about before. Booty Bay was a consistent nightmare. It at least makes sense that I, a level 30 rogue, would struggle against a raid gear level 60 pyroblasting my ass, but I would watch geared Alliance 60s completely fumble the ball on killing these guys too. In one instance, I actually managed to get a gouge out on a 60 mage, only for my Alliance ally to somehow fall just a few percentage points short of securing the kill. Booty Bay and the other neutral goblin hubs are designed to have the guards try to intervene in the fight if PvP happens. So in theory, would-be griefers have to contend with the reputation lost at some generally important travel hubs. Booty Bay was the exception though, and that's because almost the entire thing rests on a model with extremely janky pathfinding. Griefers know all the spots they can stand to shoot at players without guard intervention, including the spot that's within range of the Alliance flight point. This is against the rules, by the way. Standing in locations where guards can't reach you is called safe spotting. But it doesn't matter because Blizzard's once industry standard customer support department was increasingly gutted over the years. There used to be many humans involved in the process of rules enforcement and account support, to the point that it was generally accepted that Blizzard did not make mistakes when someone was banned. Years of quarterly profit-seeking behavior led to these forces being downsized and automated. But the killing blow had nothing to do with Activision, Blizzard, or Bobby Kotick. It was Microsoft during the acquisition who deemed these positions redundant, which this was part of what Microsoft said they wouldn't do during the FTC trial, so, that's cool. Plus, what enforcement staff they do have are perpetually swamped with combating the industrial-scale gold-selling market. Someone jumping on a 20-year-old roof to kill people in Booty Bay is too low priority for the 5 people still working on Classic at Blizzard. It's not like they can fix it either, #no changes. It has to stay just as broken as it was in 2006. It was just generally something I accepted as being part and parcel of Booty Bay. It was one of those things where I would die and not even be phased because it was just the toll for having to spend 15 levels on and off in Stranglethorn Vale. And speaking of PvP spots, I've always heard that Nessingwary's camp was camped by rogues, yet I didn't see it happen. Not denying it, of course, just interesting. I suspect griefers honestly got lazy and found there was a higher return in Booty Bay where a world buff can drop rather than the old classic leveling spots. Nessingwary's camp is the hub of quests related to hunting, since him at Nessingwary is a reference to Ernest Hemingway. Despite just being flavor for more kill quests, Nessingwary proved popular enough to end up going on hunting expeditions across several expansions. This was eventually interpreted as him trying to steal credit on all the players' kills, which I think is a modern affliction of the writing. Nessingwary and his camp is just a literary reference to help flavor kill quests. If you actually read his book, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn, you'll discover a fairly accurate narrative account of him and his party actually being the real deal. Particularly, the story ends with an account of a white tiger that we're later asked to hunt for ourselves. The general premise of the questline is that we have to prove ourselves in multiple masteries of hunting panthers, tigers, and raptors. We aren't even bringing back proof until we hunt the elite mob at the end of each wing of the quests. So while Hemet is getting some trophies, he does actually seem to be invested in making sure we're capable enough to hunt the big game. He's not just sending anyone who asks out to go get killed by the white tiger. However, the hunting quests are something you'll be doing over the course of a long time. Not because the quests are long or require you to do something time-consuming. In fact, as far as kill quests go, these are extremely good. Kill 10 of a thing that are plentiful with multiple spawn points that are dedicated explicitly to just that mob. No mob Darwinism, no collecting items with low drop rates, just kill and be done. Rather, it's the fact that you can start these at the low 30s and still be doing them into the 40s because of the level spread on the quests. So what that looks like is coming back to the Vale every couple levels to knock out another wave of Nessingwary quests. The final ones are to kill elites, and it's at this point you should start to figure out how your class can solo elite quests. Every class can to varying degrees of success. Most of the time, if a class is bad at killing an elite mob at the same level, you'll have to learn to put those quests off until later or group up. Rogues usually excel at killing elite mobs in 1v1 combat. I actually found the more difficult quests involved normal mobs in groups, like this tablet quest, because rogues are not good at fighting groups. So far, we've just been in the northern part of the Vale, which is kind of the main questing area. The southern part is full of quest areas, but I definitely say things slow down there. Stranglethorn was one of those zones large enough that the Cataclysm decided to cut it in half. And don't even get me started on this crater. From here on, we have more trolls as well as more factions seeking to take territory here, namely pirates and the Naga. I guess this being the Cape, it makes sense why these factions are setting their roots here. The Bloodsail Buccaneers are enemies of the Blackwater Raiders, who run Booty Bay. The South Seas are an area that had a lot of early lore attention, but ultimately failed to really go anywhere substantial. Since most expansions deal with global threats, a fun pirate adventure just always seemed to stay out of the cards.
There was a lot of pirate fans on the team. Like when Pirates of the Caribbean came out, it was Blizzard just loves pirates. I think it's a Southern California thing that's like just, a little bit closer to home than Middle America. And it's just a cool meme that a lot of people loved. And our first expansion was going to be something called the South Seas. That was because they were, and I think it was because when I did Booty Bay, everybody was so stoked to just have this little area and saw how cool it was. It was one of the first things that got textured in game. And Booty Bay was a proving ground for a lot of our frame rate issues. A lot of people thought that we wouldn't be able to do that. as much geometry because the shooters at the time had absolutely no play spaces near that. And here we're doing an MMO where we don't even have a track of how many players are going to be in that area. So, so we were so enthusiastic about the way Booty Bay and Stranglethorn was looking that I think the thinking was that the first expansion was going to be our most favorite kind of vibe, which was the South Seas type of pirate-ish type of thing. But no, we went to Outland by the end of the project. It just shifted. Let's go to Outland instead. Let's let's do something else.
It is really cool flavor that in this world of militant factions, there can still exist the occasional friendly outpost of criminals, living in almost complete ignorance of the world-ending threats that Azeroth routinely faces. And one of their most common enemies, the Naga, have a historically long lineage tied to one of the biggest threats to Azeroth. But the pirates just see them as weird serpent people they have to fight off occasionally. The Naga, like the South Seas, have also historically suffered from being aquatic-themed. One of the actual innovations of the Cataclysm was to try to make an aquatic-themed area work. They had played around with the idea a couple of times, but WoW's engine just is not good at handling combat in 3 dimensions. So the relative failure of Vashj'ir meant that further underwater content was delayed in Cataclysm and beyond. It's funny because one of the experimental attempts at underwater content is here in Stranglethorn, the Vile Reef. It is subzoned so obscure that you pretty much only ever hear about it whenever some hardcore player dies here. The reef features the ruins of a troll city now inhabited by Murlocs, who are all flagged elite for some reason. It being underwater would be bad enough, as it's actually deep enough that mobs pulled will leash back to their original spot before you even make it back up to the surface. But for some reason, the Murlocs are flagged as elite. Maybe the logic is that they're superior to the Murlocs we usually fight because they're in their natural domain. I don't know, and the devs seem to agree as they were unflagged in TBC. I don't think much thought was put into the difficulty of actually convincing a group of people to do underwater quests together. There's only a few quests that even send you here, most of which start in other areas. Shout out to the elite giant I had to kill by repeatedly gouging it and resetting its leash until I had dragged it all the way to the Booty Bay guards. Or the giant gorilla, a warrior that grouped with me, had to keep taunting while running around a tree and I had to chip away at the health of. It was weirdly fun though. This was not a combo that would conventionally do this type of content, but we had to make use of all of our tools to get the job done. As we wrap up, we end up down in Booty Bay. This area sends us on quests to all kinds of other zones, so players never have an excuse of not knowing where they can go when an area runs out of quests. I really enjoy the notion that we're helping a bunch of random pirates out with errands they accrued while sailing around the world. Stranglethorn Vale carries a long legacy as a definitive vanilla zone, but where we're going next is quite different. In Cosmodon lies an area called the Badlands. The lore is that the Horde, during their occupation of Cosmodon, hunted the lands to such a degree that various Badlands started appearing. This just seemed to translate into there being a single area that is literally the Badlands. The new Horde still have connections to this zone. Since Thrall is leading a reformation and trying to clean up the image of the Horde, he sent an expedition that established an outpost here that the Horde can use to investigate orc clans such as the Dragon Maw and Blackrock. And they named this outpost of good faith Kargath, after a guy who was a part of the Shadow Council and fought to the death for that old Horde. Yeah, Kargath as a character was all over the place. The Horde see him as a hero who fell from grace, but a lot of the newer lore paints him as just a pure villain. Part of this was that the Warcraft adventure game was cancelled, and he was going to feature as one of the clan leaders who had been interred after the Second War. The part of his clan that are still on Azeroth, the Shattered Hand, joined Thrall's Horde and served an important role as the faction's intelligence service. Either way, Kargath Bladefist was just one of many unfortunate victims of orc lore whitewashing. It is cool that since the outpost of Kargath is dedicated to a more clandestine Horde operation, that it's named in Kargath's honor due to his clan's affiliation with modern Horde rogues. The Horde are trying to put down Dalrand Blackhand, son of Blackhand, who had been war chief during the First War. The conflict is over who should be considered the rightful war chief of the Horde, as Thrall had taken over from Ogrim Doomhammer, who himself had slain Blackhand after the First War. The hope is that if Rind can be killed, the remaining Blackrock orcs will join Thrall's horde. They also want to put an end to the Black Dragonflight's alliance with the Blackrock clan. Kargath as an outpost is trying to secure a means for the horde to strike at Blackrock Mountain, as the only other options would be to go through the Red Ridge Mountains or Loch Madan, both of which are held by the Alliance. They are also interested in what exactly the dwarves are so fascinated with here in the Badlands, although that's drawn the attention of a third faction, the Dark Iron Dwarves. These dwarves aren't friendly with either orcish faction and have currently locked down several of the excavation sites in this region, uncovering something big here. The Black Dragonflight also has a larger presence, as drakes seem to raise their brood here. They are, apparently, spying on the Dark Iron Dwarves and presumably the Horde as well. There's also some ogres and trogs. Really, it's a big party. Sadly, the area is miserable. It's one of my least favorite zones. It feels like the result if you tried to combine Durotar and the Barrens into a single area. It's a mix of the color and awful textures they chose to represent it. But the questing experience is really what's rough, in part because it's a late 30s questing area that's built as though players already have mounts. So you run around a lot between different enemy hubs to clear out mobs. But the bad part is that if any single one of these hubs has another player already questing there, don't even bother. A single person in this zone is already too much competition. It really is crazy going from Stranglethorn, where there can be tons of players and almost no mob competition, to the Badlands. Even worse are the quests that focus on these rock elementals. Multiple low drop rate quests against earth elementals, who were especially annoying to fight on my rogue because of poison and bleed immunity, who are also targets for level 60 players. Yes, because lower level elementals will drop crafting materials that are needed by endgame players. On the one hand, that means getting one of these items on a low level character can make you a lot of money. On the other hand, I had multiple days I could not even quest here because all of the earth elemental spawn points were being camped by max level players. Some of them, even if they were horde, would be nice and leave a couple alive, but some horde also made it a mission to gank any lobies trying to quest here. So yeah, I'm not really a fan of the Badlands. Almost every quest felt like it was designed to extend how long you would have to stare at this ugly zone. Near the entrance to Uldaman lies an excavation site overtaken by Dark Iron Dwarves. This one is the largest we've seen yet, perhaps a signifier of importance. Also, the giant meeting stone sitting outside indicates that there's a dungeon here. I always thought it was weird that Uldaman is sitting prime square in the main entrance to the Badlands, as though there was a concern players might miss the dungeon otherwise. I mean, I guess having seen the Badlands, yeah, I would be concerned too that players wouldn't explore it, especially since this is supposed to be the most important dungeon in the entire game. I mean, you would normally expect that to be later in the game, but this one was technically important. The manual outright states the Trog invasion is suspected to have been tied to the Uldaman excavation, and the Dark Iron Dwarves have taken an immense interest in whatever was found here. I'll just skip the pretense, it's where the dwarves and gnomes came from. Chris Metzen wanted the cinematic movie to establish the cosmogony of the setting, which is a real word. It means a theory that deals with the origin of the universe. Everyone else on the team opposed his idea, wanting the cinematic movie to feature the world and characters that they had been working on. Uldaman is a dungeon akin to Gnomeregan, although I find it a lot less interesting. It's likely meant to be completed in multiple runs, due to an 11 level difference between the first mob to the final boss, and the presence of a back entrance. But it has the same problem where quests are not aggressive enough at pushing players to engage with this dungeon in that way. So you'll have players below level 42 who think that they'll be useful in fighting the final boss. A big difference is that the dungeon is far more traditionally fantasy, but I also find the archaeology theme to just be boring. I never liked the Trogs as a concept. Sure, they're just a primitive race, but I want you to understand why I hold them in contempt. They were in Uldaman, yeah? For thousands of years, because their creators accidentally made them ugly and then felt bad that they were defective and needed to just be killed. But not all of them were in Uldaman, so they were somehow created in Northrend, then transported in bulk to Uldaman. The thing is, You see one and wonder why they needed to make more to know that it was already a failed batch. If they just hadn't made a breeding pair, that's all I'm saying. Anyways, the gnomes and dwarves were also stored in Oldemon, albeit for different reasons. Somehow, they were able to leave Oldemon to go settle Cosmodon, and there's zero societal memory of that happening. Then when they came back to Oldemon, they somehow accidentally woke all the Trogs up. They didn't wake up when the dwarves first arrived at Oldemon, or when they left for the first time, but when they came back. Oh, but there were also already Trogs out loose for thousands of years elsewhere on the planet, but only in the deep places. The dwarves upset the Trogs and were chased out of Oldemon, and when they went back to Ironforge, they thought they'd lost them. Only the Trogs were still pursuing them, just underground. Yes, they're stupid and primitive, but also really fast at digging, and for some reason really vindictive, but also easily distractible because they felt vibrations in the earth coming from Nomergon, and went there instead of Ironforge. The gnomes, dwarves, and trogs are all afflicted with something called the Curse of Flesh, which caused them to lose their original stone and metal bodies. But each race still retains a lot of its original instincts. Trogs were a prior attempt at what the dwarves would be, a role designed to create mountains and deep places on the earth, hence their capability for digging, but still. I would have upgraded the Trogs' technological capabilities so that the dwarves aren't struggling to contend with a group of people using stone tools and wearing loincloths. Also, for some reason, the Dark Irons aren't being bothered by the Trogs. I'm sure that's a coincidence, though. This whole plot point died. Nobody liked the savage race that could play Minecraft as justification for why they could show up any and everywhere. Thankfully, too, as it meant these Trogs went nowhere beyond showing up when Dragonflight added a new wing to Oldemon to explore. Oldemon is a Titan facility, making it fairly unique for vanilla. The ruins proper are built in the style of ancient Greco-Roman architecture, probably just to match the archaeology theme of the dungeon. But I think it's cool. I don't care if it's overdone in other games. It's unique in World of Warcraft compared to every other area. We've talked about 8 dungeons up until now, and none of them have been repetitive. Can't say the same thing about the Skyrim or Starfield videos. Unlike Nomergon, Oldemon actually holds an important value, the Artisan Enchanting Trainer. But it's also a mid-40s dungeon when things dry up, so it kinda evens out in terms of player interest. The main reason to do it, or why it doesn't get done as often in Era, is a quest at the end of the dungeon. The main ruin areas aren't bad in terms of exploration. However, it's the connecting tunnels and the lack of interior dungeon maps in vanilla that makes Oldemon confusing to navigate. I think the idea is that it was an entire above-ground area that was buried over the millennia. However, Oldemon wasn't a prolific wipe fest. I think in part because Nomergon filtered more of those types of players out of the dungeon pool, but also that the pulls are easier to handle and less prone to sudden accidental pulling, which in turn means that wipes are less common or likely to end a group. But all the same, I wouldn't exactly call Oldemon an amazing dungeon. There are 2 main bosses of note. Ironia is a Titan Keeper, and Arcadus is a Titan Watcher. The Titans are really into the caste system or something, because there were the Titans who made the Watchers, who made the Titan Forged, among the first being the Keepers. It really is funny that a group of Tomb Raiders managed to defeat both Aranya and Arcadus. If we were power scaling these guys, then they should be on par with several of the endgame raid bosses. Arcadus in particular was created to fight the Elemental Lords, and now here he is losing to 5 dudes in their leveling greens. I'm also pretty sure this dungeon wasn't affected by the Cataclysm beyond giving the Horde a faction interest here, since I can't find a guide on doing the Cataclysm version of the dungeon. Arcadus is a pretty tricky fight, assuming one key factor, that you actually fight him in his boss room. As his fight progresses, he activates additional mobs located around his arena, so we don't fight him in there. But won't he leash and go back to his spawn point if we go too far? Well, when Dana Jan, who, fun fact, directed the Order 1886, modeled Oldemon, he probably didn't figure that the room above Arcadus' chamber was close enough to leash him to without also pulling the activated mobs in the room below. I mean, it was considered an exploit in Molten Core, and players did get banned for it back in the day, but now that's just the standard strat for fighting him because he's really hard to defeat otherwise. So I guess he got defeated because he was stupid. We breached the vault he was protecting to find the discs of Norganon, which is the name of one of the Titans. There's even a handy artificial intelligence here to explain the connection between the earthen, trogs, and dwarves, although its explanation varies a bit. See, the earthen are a variation of a common pattern that Titans use for a subterranean race used in their process for ordering planets. For some reason, the Titans decided to modify the blueprint by making the earthen out of stone materials that are native to Azeroth, but eventually the earthen started to break down, some breaking down into trogs when they lost their cognitive power, and the other breaking down into dwarves when they lost their stone compounds. The Titans view dwarves as being acceptable despite being made of fleshy biomass, which by implication means that the Titans have potentially and probably made dwarves on other planets. So, just gonna have to take that. I love that from a modern lore perspective, almost everything in this 1400 word long text dump ended up either being slightly wrong or not canon, even though the character itself is designed to be giving as objective and top-down a view of the lore as he could be. There is no unreliable narrator here. This thing is a Titan AI with near full access to specifically this knowledge. It can't be wrong or have misinterpreted information, but thankfully it was written in a text dump that most players will hurriedly spam click through so they can move on with their quest and get their free 14-slot bag. Meaning that we can just change the canon and most players will probably never even question it beyond pointing it out as a lore oddity. Personally, I'd take this as an important learning moment to not create characters able to speak with such authority or objective information. Oh, yeah, they did it again. Deadwind Pass sits to the east of Duskwood. It's not really a zone per se, more so just the place where Karazhan rests. Karazhan was intended to be something, really anything in vanilla. It was one of the first raids to be worked on. Likely because as in-game content, it is the closest to the Stormwind area the devs had worked on early into development. As such, Kara had gone through several revisions. Some of its problems were owed to its first version being made in dungeon editing software that Blizzard was forced to abandon, or the developers having difficulty making a fun interior that matched the demands of the exterior. Even the question of private instances affected Karazhan's fate. Alpha Karazhan had made it to a significant stage of completion before being cut. The upper portion had to be replaced with a much smaller tower while the lower portion remained in the game, locked away. It was this lower portion that made many people interested in exploring the cut and secret content of World of Warcraft, especially because it was spooky and had this flooded room full of corpses chained up under the water. They eventually just had to delay the raid to TBC, leaving Karazhan and Deadwind Pass as a whole somewhat abandoned. It's a shame, but it's also more of a transitional area anyways. The Swamp of Sorrows is our final stop in this leg of the journey. The theme for this part of the video seems to have been, oh yeah, we should probably put some Horde content in the southern half of the Eastern Kingdoms. As such, Horde have to make the run through Stranglethorn, Duskwood, and Deadwind to finally reach Stonard. It is offset by the Alliance needing to go into the Blasted Lands for their flight point, so it really is just the ass end of the continent for everyone. Swamp of Sorrows is the northern half of what was the Black Morass before the Dark Portal was opened. Nowadays, though, this region is just sad, hence the name. Stonard was one of the main Orcish settlements during the invasion and has been resettled by Thrall's Horde due to its prime location outside of Stormwind's influence. Of course, the Horde choosing to be somewhere often draws the ire of the Alliance, but both factions find that the area is host to something far more sinister. That's right, there's a bunch of swamp monsters with a low drop rate quest attached to them. I don't know who, I don't know why, but someone seemed to like making the quests tied to these things be miserable. I spent a couple hours killing these things for some dude's essay on dimensional travel. You really feel that 7% drop chance. But no, the real danger everyone is interested in is the Temple of Atal Hakar, aka the Sunken Temple. It's a troll temple that has been submerged in the middle of a lake and is surrounded by members of the Green Dragonflight. I guess that's a decent enough explanation for why the old Horde never explored this place. You know, it's nice to play a game that actually preempts these kinds of nitpicks. However, Sunken Temple is much higher level than the zone it's located in, so we'll have to talk about that later. On the one hand, that means that the dungeon isn't really built up to. On the other, it really aids the mystique. It makes you wonder when, sometimes if in other cases, you'll get an answer to these areas you keep finding. There's also a strange group out here called the Lost Ones. We haven't run into beings like this before, although at the surface they seem to be just another savage race that are potentially native to the Black Morass. However, they did show up in Warcraft 3 and were revealed to have been native to Draenor, the Orcish homeworld. So the reason we haven't seen them before is because they're aliens. Then the retcons happened. This is an old controversy, dating all the way back to the launch of TBC. It kind of shows how spoiled the WoW community used to be in terms of community interaction, that this was considered to have been a big deal back in the day. You certainly don't see Blizzard employees discussing the breakdown in writing that resulted in the retcons like you did with Chris Metzen back in 2006. It's just fascinating that Blizzard made an entire enemy type for use exclusively in a small subsection of the entire map, and they tied some annoying quests to them. One of the funny stories I've heard from the hardcore players has to do with patrolling Horde NPCs in the swamp. These NPCs would aggro to Alliance players, flagging them for PvP. The story usually ends with that player being instantly obliterated by some member of the Horde waiting in the swamp. I liked this area though, it's chill. The mob density is lower here, making it easier to run around without getting harassed by mobs. It also didn't really have all that much for me to talk about, so don't ever say that it's just Kalimdor that feels empty. Hunters are a ranged class with a focus on high versatility and using pets. Hunters are a class with a bit of a reputation for a few reasons. They're the easiest class to level in the entire game, hence why they ended up favored by speedrunners. They take a low amount of skill to play effectively, but they can wipe groups easily and dramatically if played improperly. Oh, and their stat alignment and gear options means that they benefit from all stats, so they also tend to roll on everything, especially if they don't know things like whether or not spell power affects all of their abilities, but they tend to guess that it does. This gives hunters a bad reputation, however. Just because the skill floor of the hunter is buried, doesn't mean they don't have a high skill ceiling. Obviously, avoiding the common pitfalls of bad hunters helps, but actually embracing your role as a mixed melee ranged class increases your potential dramatically. But that isn't the way players wanted to run their hunters. Players seem to view the hunter more as a class that had a ranged focus and a vestigial melee spec that Blizzard simply forgot to cut. The reality was that the hunter was Aragorn.
When we were making hunters, the sort of ideal was Aragorn. You know, the guy that he was great with weapons of all kinds. He was friendly with animals, you know, like there was an affinity there with his horse and stuff like that.
And as Aragorn, hunters were supposed to have a variety of applications. But players didn't see Aragorn as a hunter, they saw Legolas. The intention was that if hunters spec'd into survival, they would spend around half their time in melee and half at range, with additional emphasis on traps. Meanwhile, Beastmaster was a pet-focused spec. However, the capabilities of the pet were not supposed to outshine the capabilities of the hunter, limiting its potential.
Yeah, I mean, over a long enough period, no, the hunter would sort of never be the weaker element, but we did want burst moments, you know, obviously with Big Red Pet, that was what we called it internally. That for that moment, the pet should be extremely scary and performing at a very high percentage of the hunter, and then we would shift that percentage based on the talents you chose, marksmanship specifically versus beast mastery. But we definitely didn't want the hunter to like be able to sort of go to sleep or take a snooze and have the pet do all the work. And that actually became one of the problems with beast mastery, is especially like in dungeons, because the pathing on pets was bad enough that the stigma was, you know, send your pet away for this dungeon run so we don't get killed, where it was a liability. And so it was another thing where stigma created the scenario where hunters were sort of forced into marksmanship because, you know, in scenarios where the pet was being asked to be dismissed, you were going to lose a very high percentage of your DPS. So we couldn't lean too heavily early on pet mechanics until we got the pathing problem sorted out.
Finally, you had the marksman spec, which became meta in part because almost all hunters benefited from having aimed shot anyways. Marksman hunters being the premier spec furthered the class fantasy to the point where calling them rangers probably would have been more accurate. But why is playing a hunter so easy? Well, they're a ranged class with a pet like the warlock. Unlike the warlock, who is already a commendable solo class, hunters bring even more utility to the table. I didn't think it was possible, but the full hunter toolkit is insanely versatile. Freezing Trap allows hunters to premeditate their crowd controls at a safe distance, while Feign Death allows hunters to escape combat, reset any fight they're in, or just give their pet aggro. That's why skilled hunters are desirable, but also a gamble for group content. Because they've had it easy up until you've met them, there's no guarantee they'll actually understand the group dynamic or what is expected of them. It was especially disastrous since Lord of the Rings had released so recently to World of Warcraft that many kids absolutely did want to run as their favorite character. That being, the easy class was a death sentence. Still, I really enjoyed my time playing Hunter and played an extra 15 levels of it as I took my Night Elf to the wetlands instead of my Mage. There is an interesting quirk of the game that pops its head up randomly, but is worth discussing here since it's the most obvious example to me. So, hunters have aspects, which are kind of like warrior stances. You have one that increases your dodge chance, one that you stay in because it increases your ranged attack power, and one that increases your movement speed passively by 30%. This is the hunter's level 20 movement ability. It's not bad. You do get dazed for 4 seconds if you get hit while this aspect is active, but it's one of the few instant movement abilities that still applies while you're indoors and is constant. However, in the Beast Mastery spec, there's a 2-point upgrade that increases this movement speed by 3, then 6%. So 36% total, which, for reference, is almost as fast as Ghost Wolf in travel form. So, of course I take those talents, but why does the tooltip still say that I'm moving 30% faster? WoW's spell effect tooltips are interesting. They are partially procedural in that the numbers on the tooltip are automatically adjusted depending on talents and gear, rather than manually input like they are in Skyrim. So they have a tendency to be fairly accurate in terms of what they do, which is important. But for some reason, this does not apply to the active spell effects section. I think the main problem is needing a smooth system for players to help them understand their class and still be easier for designers to tweak behind the scenes. Meanwhile, on Kalimdor. Stepping into Kalimdor's mid-game is a lot less varied than the Eastern Kingdoms. Instead of a jungle, a mesa, and a swamp, we get a desert, another desert, and swamp you spend 5 minutes in, and this is on top of the Horde already starting out in arid areas. If you are a Night Elf player, then at least it's a break from the constant forests, but sadly, there's an entire faction who can spend 40 plus levels experiencing every variation of desert imaginable. I want to say that exploration is at the root of each of these zones, since this is supposed to be frontier territory. Sadly, that just isn't the case. I can't really tie these areas together neatly beyond they're all on Kalimdor. We honestly knew very little about these places until this game came out anyways. Dustwallow Marsh is where Theramore is. Not much else to say, really. It's one of the zones that had to be revamped in the Burning Crusade, because there were a few plotlines that would end here and did not have resolutions. The Horde have more quests, but they're somewhat difficult to find without having questing add-ons. What stands out to me about this zone personally, though, is the terrible geography. It's like Swamp of Sorrows, but the hills between the water are twice as tall, and mob density is 3 or 4 times as thick. And it's a lot harder to look at. Seriously, trying to run through this zone at level is insane. It might have one of the highest mob densities outside of caves or knoll camps. The geography and visuals certainly don't help with the experience of getting jumped by every gator in this swamp. This zone mostly just exists because it is where the Alliance settled during Warcraft 3 and remains, until a future gamer moment, the Alliance's main hold on Kalimdor outside of the Kaldor Eye. It's strong enough to have even been considered a kingdom despite its leader being Lady Jaina Proudmoore. Ah, Jaina. The Alliance's Sylvanas. She's not the Queen of Theramore on paper, but it's canonical that everyone in the city basically considers her to be such due to her taking as many people as would listen out of Lordaeron, sparing them from the imminent apocalypse. Jaina has had quite the character arc over the course of Warcraft's existence. She came along in Warcraft 3 as an apprentice of Dalaran and love interest for Prince Arthas. But she didn't unconditionally support his every action and, unlike everyone else, saw the rise of the Scourge as cause to leave Lordaeron, which was easy because she was from Kul Tiras. Then, after arriving in Kalimdor, she would eventually try to make peace with the Horde, as per Medivh's advice, led the Alliance forces during the Third War against the Burning Legion's invasion of Kalimdor, and has remained a steadfast agent of peace since then. That's a big part of the reason why King Varian Wrynn was set to come here to meet with Thrall. Jaina would continue in this role as effectively the Alliance's main diplomat to the Horde, probably in part because Theramore would be the first to fall if a war ever broke out. In Wrath of the Lich King, she participated in an extremely buggy sequence to battle over Undercity, the first one anyways, but still prevented it from breaking into an actual war. Things changed when an orc named Garrosh Hellscream was made war chief during, say it with me now, the Cataclysm. Suddenly, the Alliance and Horde were back at war because Thrall decided he couldn't think of anyone actually wise enough to lead in his stead, despite Eitrig, Saurfang, and Cairn all being in the room. This was to help manufacture a conflict between the Horde and Alliance, which I guess could only happen if warriors were put in charge of each of the factions. Looking at you, Varian. Point is, Theramore ended up becoming a frontline for the war on Azeroth, and it's almost entirely Thrall's fault. The theory is that Thrall idolized Garrosh's father, Grom, to such a degree that he was willing to completely overlook Garrosh's faults as a leader. Seems pretty out of character, especially since the concept of cataclysm is that a global cataclysm has wrecked the planet. Surely a simple resource scarcity could motivate conflict instead of a bizarre plotline that happened between expansions in a book. Given that was where the writing was now at, it's unsurprising character arcs such as Jaina and Sylvanas' upcoming storylines would come to pass. For example, the bombing of Theramore. It's kind of emblematic of where exactly the WoW storytelling was going after Cataclysm. I'm not going to play the "were the war criminals justified in using war crimes against other war criminals in retaliation for their war crimes" game. The entire chain is stupid, starting with Garrosh being made war chief. No, it's emblematic because the bombing is a super dramatic event to kick off an expansion that starts with the destruction of an iconic Alliance city almost entirely off-screen. What the players got was a bizarre cutscene of the bombing just happening, followed by an instance scenario of it having happened, but playing out differently than a novelization, which is apparently canon over the game in this particular instance. The only saving grace here is that they decided to only have players see the bombed out Theramore if they complete the scenario of it getting bombed. Granted, they were going to eventually just update it for everyone to help reflect the changing setting. It's canonical that Theramore should be gone, and it only makes the world more confusing for players if there's a random piece of Pandaria content they need to do in order to stay fully current. But I imagine it was considered necessary to keep Theramore alive in order to keep that leveling content around, which is meaningless in retail, and especially now that there's level scaling. Theramore just isn't a relevant location to retail players beyond roleplay, so it could be bombed because it's just lore flavor anyways. But this super important event to Jaina's character arc is, again, almost entirely off-screen. From the perspective of players, especially years after the fact who can easily miss plot points from prior expansions, it just seems like Jaina flips this switch in her head from being rigidly anti-war to, wandering the streets of Dalaran to murder Blood Elves. Now, I called her the Alliance's Sylvanas, but she's really not that bad. She at least wasn't driven as far off the rails. Yet. There's some neat details about this area, though. For example, the Horde settlement is actually an ogre mound, proving the rule that they can exist where they should not be able to, but breaking the rule that they must necessarily be hostile to players. However, where we're going next, we're putting an end to a race that has been nothing but hostile. I've been a bit conflicted on what the proper terminology is for the area that contains both Razorfin Kraul and Razorfin Downs. They are part of the same general area, but as far as I can tell, there isn't an actual formal name for it. These are generally considered separate dungeons with slightly different level ranges between them. They do carry a continuity between them though, as the final boss of the crawl references what's going down in the Downs, so... It seems like one dungeon area that would have had two wings with a road awkwardly spliced right in the middle of the two. You'd think it would be super easy for the Quillbore to control the Horde's access to the Thousand Needles if they just fortified the road. I don't buy that this is a world scaling problem. I do not believe that these two places are actually dozens if not hundreds of miles apart from each other. I just think the road was placed in a really unfortunate spot. Another interesting thing is that the secret of the Downs is withheld from the player until they either clear the crawl or hit the upper 30s and find a party to go run the dungeon. So I guess, let's just get to it. Both dungeons are one of the areas made by John Statz. They had been made sometime between the Wailing Caverns and Blackrock Mountain, and I think it shows as these dungeons flow a lot more naturally as play spaces compared to the Wailing Caverns. They are wild and flowing spaces as the Quillbore are a primitive race who are forced to adapt to the geography of this space rather than shaping it to their wills. However, it also accents a major cultural marker of the Quillbore, these large vines you see. They are supposed to be tied to the wild god Agamagan and his corpse. Agamagan was a wild god in the form of a boar. Wild gods tend to spawn both animals and animal people in their forms, so both boars and Quillbore originate from him. Interestingly, we see the Quillbore favor boars as pets, a type of relationship we don't see elsewhere in the game. I had noticed the boars, but not the part about other wild gods' descendant races not keeping their animalistic cousins as pets, which I learned from a video by Shupsy. He also noted the variety of cave paintings in the dungeon that mostly just showcase various cultural facts we already know about the Quillbore, such as them having to also contend with the centaur threat. What's interesting to me is that the vines in the ceiling almost were not included in the game. John Statz had to get the cap on item limits lifted to feature the thick foliage, which he was doing on behalf of Chris Metzen's vision of the dungeon. These thick vines are important for indicating our proximity to Agamagan's corpse, and the important spiritual relationship the Quillbore have with these spaces. Unfortunately, they are still pig people, and they still sound like this when they die. The dwarves almost rode boar mounts as well, which would have done unbelievable amounts of damage to the Quillbore's already fragile reputation.
The dwarves ride rams. At one point, they rode boars, and it just didn't quite look right. It was interesting, definitely, but we ultimately came up with the rams.
So, most of the interesting world building is lost on players. For example, there is the Death's Head tribe. At first it just seems like a generic cult shoving in shadow magic randomly, until we see the giant boar skull and realize, oh, they are practicing a form of shadow magic and necromancy because they're trying to bring their dead god back. Razorfin Crawl looks like a semi-confusing dungeon on the surface, but it really isn't. It's basically an infinity symbol where you progress through the dungeon and then across wooden bridges before eventually jumping down past the final boss to do an escort quest. Dungeon escort quests are especially annoying because you have to make sure everyone is absolutely ready to go before you start it, and won't accidentally decline the pop-up to start the quest. Also, light forbid someone forgets to loot their quest item off the previous boss because they put a one-way drop-off, presumably to prevent people from rushing the final boss through this much easier gauntlet of random boars. The escort itself is fine. Most dungeon escort quests are fairly easy, but generally put pressure on mana classes to keep their mana up, as Willix here is not listening to the healer begging the party to let them drink. The final boss was the leader of the local Quillbore, and she says something rather interesting.
Our new allies will avenge us!
Makes one curious who the Quillbore are allying with, so we'll have to head into the Downs to find out. Razorfin Downs has a larger pre-dungeon area, complete with rares and quests to complete out here. However, we eventually pass through a large boar's skull and enter into the dungeon proper to find out that things are much darker here. Literally, but also, the dungeon's full of the undead, the Scourge specifically. After betraying the Legion, the Scourge on Kalimdor had to go somewhere, and this is one of those areas. allying with the Quillbore against the Horde. It's an interesting bit of writing that the Quillbore are willing to ally with an army of the undead if it means they'll try resurrecting their dead god. It also means that the Quillbore have drawn attention from forces beyond the Horde. One of these operatives has a short escort inside the dungeon before having to do a defense sequence. I think Razorfin Downs does a good job of distinguishing itself from the Crawl by changing the mood of the dungeon and showing us a cultural shift through the enemy variety. If you progress far enough along the top section, you will eventually discover
we will spread across this barren land. Soon, the Scourge will rule the world.
So yeah, we just got a AoE all the skeletons. They only have like 400 health, so it's like 2 Arcane Blasts should kill them. So yeah, just run in there. And...
Do we have to kill them though? Look
yeah,
at them.
That guy has stuff I want.
But they're so cute.
They're having fun, you know.
Slay them, my brethren, for the Scourge.
See, the Scourge aren't all bad guys, or at least you will get to party from time to time. The final stretch of the Downs is this coiled design as you work your way around a central pillar up to the Lich running the entire operation. Sadly, these are 2 of the dungeons the Cataclysm didn't recognize vanilla players clearing, but interesting, it's also a set of dungeons that Warlords of Draenor would update, which is pretty rare. Time for some more Tauren time. Just past the Razorfin, we'll find an elevator powered by magic or something. If it was run by any race other than the Tauren, I could maybe buy it. Granted, I think the magic elevators are just a gameplay concession. Thousand Needles does have a few ramps to get up to the top of the needles, and all of them are miserable to use. Opening an entire zone with running down a quarter-mile long ramp probably wouldn't be the best introduction, unless you're a mage with slow fall. It's also kind of funny that the Tauren are able to maintain this super vital elevator system mere feet from the Quillbore capital. I get that the world is truncated, but there's like a single actual guard protecting this entire thing. The actual zone itself is built around a canyon filled with towering mesas. The whole thing is actually under the sea level, which you can see later in the area with the salt flat and a few ships, but presumably some geographic changes to the area cut the ocean off from this zone, at least until, yeah, the Cataclysm. They flooded this entire zone, which is a shame because this zone, well, particularly the Shimmering Flats, stood out to me a lot back in the day for how fun this game could be. Really, you're exploring a mesa area and then suddenly come across a geographically distinct area that isn't even its own zone, it's just a subzone. It feels almost hidden, despite the fact that almost every player past level 40 has to pass through here at least once. The gnomes and goblins use the area's flatness to host drag races with their engineered machines. It's a stupid but hilarious part of the setting that other characters will even acknowledge is happening and that they find strange, but nobody can be bothered to actually stop them because these are the guys making everyone's war machines. The actual needles part of the zone though, WoW geography back in Classic was heavily dependent on purely using terrain tools and no rock models, and this zone exhibits that best. The problem is that it looks really bad when it comes to sheer elevation differences because everything just comes off too smoothly. Later expansions came up with much better techniques to handle these kinds of surfaces, so this area really aged the worst. As well, the content isn't particularly impressive. Quests that send you up to the top of the needles are usually painful, especially at this level. The area is annoying to navigate due to the visibility restrictions, and because the zone is so narrow, that there's basically just one path through the entire zone that isn't teeming with enemies. This is supposed to be partly where the Tauren were residing during the Centaur War. They would live up on the mesas and then, I don't know, the Centaurs were too stupid to find a way up themselves. I don't know, seems kinda weak. But we also see more from the Grim Totems. They're up to their usual stuff, kidnapping Tauren girls and making alliances with the Quillbore. I don't really get the logic here though. Like, did Magatha Grimtotem really think that the Quillbore had the connections to be a major player on Kalimdor? They were barely major players in the Barrens. If she isn't hostile to allying with non-Tauren, why didn't she just have her clan join the Horde? It's almost like they just wanted to manufacture a hostile Tauren group, but didn't think to make the Grimtotems allies to the Alliance? I think the only quests in the game where the Alliance actually fights the Grimtotem are in Feralis, and that was on behalf of some druids. Of course, the Grimtotem were written to want to control Kalimdor exclusively. I mean, you guys barely kept up with the Centaur, who are a meme threat. The Centaur control the lower portion of Thousand Needles. You kind of have to pay attention to notice these are a Galak tribe rather than the Kolkar tribe we were seeing back in the Barrens. I'd say it's a neat distinction since it would otherwise be geographically impossible for them to be the same tribe, but there were Galak, Centaur, and Mulgore as well. Thousand Needles is also one of the most obviously rough at the seams zones. You don't really even have to try to see the terrain texture edges on the minimap. This was the type of stuff that was too cumbersome to fix and necessitated the world be completely overhauled for Cataclysm so players could fly in the old world. It is kind of fun using Farsight to explore these mountains though. You can even use the ground marker to gauge the ocean level compared to the shimmering flats. It's cool, just not in a way the world artists likely appreciate. To the south of the Stone Talon Mountains lies an area known only as Desolace. This is one of the wild, unsettled frontiers of Kalimdor, known only of the playable races by the Tauren. It's the homeland of the Centaur. Not that it is actually particularly dangerous. The Alliance set up shop at Nigel's Point in the north, while the Horde have a troll village down in the south at Shadowprey Village. Near to the center of the map, a small Tauren outpost overlooks the Kodo graveyard, the place where Kodo go when they're prepared to die. I like Desolace, but it tends to make a lot, and I mean a lot, of worst zone lists, often considered to be the worst in the entire game. It has the same mount problem as Badlands, but to a worse degree since it's an early 30s rather than late 30s zone. It definitely feels better once you have a mount, but by then, you can't level here. Many find it to be ugly, although personally, I don't. I think this is unironically a texture thing. The textures in Desolace are just easier to look at than in the Badlands or Durotar. I'm not a big texture person, so I'll do my best to explain it. The color choices certainly help. Even if Desolace is very gray, I'd say the Badlands are in day mode, whereas Desolace is in night mode. So it's easier to actually look at the ground texture. The higher up terrain texture you see at the top of rocks in the Badlands are also really shiny. I think there was a new technology in rendering textures in the early 2000s that made them a little too excited to use these shiny textures. Desolace has much more modest textures. The skybox in the Badlands is harsh and contrasting, whereas the skybox in Desolace is dark and moody, just like the zone. I also noticed, just looking at Desolace, that the world artists did a really good job at laying down the ground textures to help keep the zone looking varied. I think Desolace honestly succeeds at creating an atmosphere that several of the other arid areas in this game simply struggle with. And we haven't even gotten into the actual level design. There's just so much to feast on here. I loved this area when I was much younger and leveled as an Alliance Warlock here. It felt super dangerous to be out here, so far away from Alliance territory, but also correct that I'm here in pursuit of dark powers. You have the Kodo graveyard, a reference to the concept of an elephant graveyard, a place where elephants would allegedly go to die of old age. It's either a reference to the Lion King or Magic the Gathering, or both. Now before you scoff at the latter, Arabian Nights had actually featured an elephant graveyard card 6 months before the Lion King came out. And Magic was actually so important to Blizzard during development that someone at Blizzard North, the Diablo team, actually developed a prototype for a collectible card game that was intended to be played in WoW. There's also Manarok Coven not far away, which I checked with someone who knows these things, and the term Manarok was apparently era appropriate. Valley of Bones and Valley of Spears may also be references to the cards Wall of Bones and Wall of Spears. So I'm guessing Mark Downey or some other dev was a Magic nerd when naming this zone. The prototype card game was only ever played on paper, not in-game. The The thought was that they thought it would be cool if players could collect cards in the game world. A couple Blizzard employees who were high-level Magic players, Bo Bell and Frank Gilson, even said that their prototype was already better than 2/3 of the commercial card game market. So it's actually not impossible, but it's pretty improbable when you just compare the graveyards visually. Still, I bring this up because there was also the commercial WoW trading card game that came out during vanilla. If there is a connection between the internal trading card game that was prototyped and the one that was released, I certainly did not see anything about it. I imagine there isn't, since Blizzard simply licensed out a trading card game instead of making it themselves. Although they would do that eventually with Hearthstone, pulling their license from the TCG, since at that point the two products would just be competitors. Still, I've had this shoebox full of old WoW trading cards for almost a decade and a half that I got secondhand and have literally never played with, so now they get to serve some purpose in my life. Who knows, maybe I have the Black Lotus of Warcraft trading cards. Desolace also has a few ruins of ancient elven cities. We are told this place really shouldn't be of interest to any Night Elves except heretics looking to study arcane magic, because there is a danger they'll fall into darkness. Although he says that, I think the fact that he started hanging out with cultists was a bigger factor than him trying to learn how to cast arcane missiles. But to be fair, I would fall to darkness too if I was trying to make Arcane Mage work in Classic. Heyo! No, legit, the script told me to say, hey-oh. However, these renegade Night Elves aren't the only ones investigating these ruins. Naga have shown up on Renejar Isle. We are sent by the, Argent Dawn to investigate. Yeah, there's a weird bit of era lore that was never really acknowledged outside the RPG, and even that was just a remix of information already in the game. He disappeared in the Cataclysm, and it's not surprising. So, the Argent Dawn are a faction primarily known for fighting the undead in Lordaeron. But you'd be forgiven for not knowing their actual mission statement is to help protect the planet from those attempting to destroy it, including the Burning Legion, which is why in Classic, Argent Dawn members show up a couple times across Kalimdor. However, Wrath pretty heavily tied these guys to fighting the undead, so I guess the Kata devs just didn't want to write in dialogue explaining why they had members investigating stuff like the Naga, Twilight Hammer, and Burning Blade. Granted, it was just 2 fetch quests that didn't seem to hint at future developments, but if we check the RPG storyline, after acquiring the Scepter of Light, he would want us to take him to Dire Maul, which wasn't in the game at launch, so that might explain partly why he was forgotten, and that he was literally overlooked by the developers. And yeah, the Burning Blade are here. It's actually one of the main reasons the Horde are sent to Desolace. Well, that and the Centaur attack on the crossroads we saw. The Burning Blade is mostly here because, the place is kinda evil, and nobody will care if they cast Warlock magic here, right? The Scarlet Crusade also has a member out here, although he's hanging out at Nigel's Point with the Alliance. There's actually a funny plot point that him and another member in Stormwind who sends us here are completely unaware of what's going on at the Scarlet Monastery. When seen up close, they really are not that different from the myriad of other groups we're doing quests for. A lot of this seems to come from early aspirations for the faction system, and it's a shame that Desolace would end up being unique for these reasons that weren't developed further in the future. I quite like that we're meeting so many strange but motivated individuals out here though. I think it gives the zone a lot of flavor. The Centaur though, that's where the meat of Desolace is, mechanically speaking anyways. It kinda sucks. There are 2 tribes of Centaur in Desolace, both with reputations you can raise by killing their opposing faction. It's here we can finally learn anything about the Centaur. The Horde and Alliance are dispatching players to ally with these tribes because they're concerned about what might happen if one of them were to win this war and leave Desolace. Personally, sounds like a Horde problem to me. The 2 tribes we can ally with are ones we haven't seen before. The Magram are the stronger but more primitive tribe, and the Gelkis are a more civilized and magically inclined tribe. Personally, I and a lot of other people tend to skip these because if you don't pick sides, both stay neutral and there's plenty of experience to be gained elsewhere. If you do pick a side, you will either need to come here with a target dummy, or buy one, or travel across the planet to get some Dranathist crystal the Gelkis want. Seriously, I don't know how you guys learned about this, but sending me to the Swamp of Sorrow should immediately disqualify you from being the preferred choice. especially since the Horde capital city is literally just over the hill. But finally, we'll uncover the secrets of the Sorry, champ. Gotta wait for patch 1.2 to drop to finally go to Maradon. Light, the Centaur have to be the worst. They're this contrived faction of powerful primitives that we get next to no explanation on why that is. This ends up leaving Desolace as kind of the lower black hole of Kalimdor. But yes, after Maradon is added, the Cenarian Circle will give a quest to kill an elemental known as Princess Theradras, and how the first son of Cenarius banged this elemental to create the Centaur. Finally, fuck. The Gelkis did talk about how they relied on Theradras's protection, which the Magrum viewed as weakness. So this doesn't come from nowhere, but we didn't get much of an explanation of who this Theradras was or how she related to the Centaur. Basically, Desolace wasn't always. It was rendered arid by Theradras. It was written later to be because a Tauran shaman awoke her thinking she was their Earth Mother. Personally, I don't see how that happens or why it was even necessary narratively. We can kind of figure that Desolace probably wasn't always miserable given that there are ruins and the Kodo graveyard here. Theradras apparently sucked out all the life force in the area to empower herself, and it was in response to that Zaytar was sent here to find out what happened. Zaytar was the first son of Cenarius, who himself was the son of Malorn, a wild god in the form of a stag. Cenarius' mother was a loon, so I guess this kind of thing just runs in the family. A loon is an actual goddess at a high level. Malorn is a god on Azeroth, Cenarius is a demigod for the Night Elves, and Zaytar is just a keeper. We don't know who Cenarius was having sex with to foster all these kids, but he kept really busy over the years, judging by the number of kids he seems to have running around. It could also be metaphorical in that the Night Elves who had a close relationship with Cenarius became keepers and Dryads, but Malfurion was super close and never grew a second pair of legs, so who knows. Theradras, meanwhile, was the only daughter of the Elemental Lord of Earth. The Elemental Lords are also native Azerothian semi-deities, but they were relegated to the Elemental Planes by the Titans. That is a whole other discussion though. I'm not sure why Zaytar was into this Venus of Willendorf, or the reverse. All we know is that they had 5 kids, who were the original 5 Khans. But Zaytar didn't exactly approve of his kids and their more primitive textures, so they murdered him. It probably is fairly distressing to realize that every generation of children seems to be noticeably inferior to the last, given the gap between Zaytar and Cenarius. But that's it. I don't think there's an explanation of how the Centaur bred from beyond the first 5 Khans, considering they were all sons, or how they ended up being so prominent. I think the lore was both so weird and required so many steps to explain who had sex with who, that Blizzard just kind of gave up on it. When Dragonflight wanted to reuse the Centaur, they just came up with an entirely new group with a similar background because, well, to be honest, I don't know. I didn't play Dragonflight. So yeah, sorry if it's disappointing that we spent half of Kalimdor seeing these guys, and this was basically the extent of it. The Centaur are evil because they're mixed race or something. Really smart moral messaging there, Blizzard. I guess it's just rough wanting to be taken seriously as the antagonists for the cow people. The Warlock. This was my old main when Classic really was vanilla. I was honestly too young to even understand how to play it effectively, but I liked the flavor of it. The goal with the Warlock, flat out, was for the class to be unique.
The Warlock was very unique in the sense that we called him sort of internally the freak class, where he was just different than what all the other classes and different than what other games had offered to this point. So we wanted to make something that was pretty unique, and Warlocks, both in name and in, lore from the Warcraft universe, were very different. And so we got to pull off something that was very different, and I think it served that role really well.
But I mean, it's got mana and it casts spells. How unique could it be? You have the shadow magic of priests, the fire capabilities of a mage, the pet of a hunter, but you have plenty of weird things that makes it unique in its own right. There was a point where they seriously considered the Warlock to potentially be a melee caster class.
So the idea that he would be melee instead of, using a wand was really intriguing to me. That's why we set up things like he could use melee weapons, and we had the Firestone, of course, which I'm sure people want to talk about. But that tied in with the thematic approach of he takes risks. You know, he plays with fire. He summons these forces from nefarious places to do his bidding, and he wasn't always in complete control. So that's kind of what led to some of those decisions.
The logic is that normally, casters use wands from range, and warlocks could do that too, but there's just enough there for warlocks to consider doing auto attacks with a sword instead if they wanted to. You know, just think about it. It was never a thing. Even with the Firestone, it just wasn't a concept that worked. Similar thing with the Warlock tank. Warlocks, by design, have tons of health. They even have high threat-generating abilities, so in theory, they could tank. Later versions of the game even toyed with this concept, but it was only Season of Discovery that was brave enough to embrace Warlock tanks as actual mainstays. But why do Warlocks have lots of health? It's because they can trade their health for more mana. This makes them extremely flexible, in addition to all their other abilities. They can also generate soul shards if enemies die while casting Drained Soul, and then those soul shards can be used to do things like preemptively give players the ability to self-resurrect, create healing items, summon players from anywhere in the world, and summon demons. The demons provide great situational utility, and if you don't want them anymore, some warlocks can sacrifice them for a variety of beneficial effects. Even the way they do damage is unique. Sure, they do have spells that are just cast and shoot, but they also have a variety of damage over time abilities and debuffs they can apply. The only problem is that WoW has something called the debuff limit. For server performance reasons, vanilla mobs could only have 8 and later 16 debuffs active at a time. TBC would up the limit to 40, and Wrath eventually removed it. But in vanilla, there were well over 30 potential debuffs that classes could apply. So part of raid leading was just managing these debuffs. There is a priority system. Say an enemy has the Immolate debuff from a warlock and you hit 16, a druid could cast Fairy Fire and knock off the Immolate. The debuff limit is the result of a technical limitation, not something the designers wanted.
Yeah, we talked at length many times about priority systems and basically the ways to work around the debuff limit, because it was not something designers wanted in the game, but it was just a technical limit we had to deal with. So we talked through a lot of systems, but those systems were so finicky in terms of trying to guess what players wanted. And with the game changing so often in terms of patches, where we buff or debuff certain spells or effects, I should say buff or nerf, that was just an ongoing process of always trying to guess what order, what the priority list would be. So it became this monumental task on top of all the other things we had to do in order to get it working. So yeah, it's just a poor side effect to the fact that we had to deal with a technical limit that we didn't really want, but was there regardless.
As a result, people will occasionally make the argument that the limit should be removed, and it has been experimentally in Season of Mastery and Hardcore. From what I can tell, if the debuff limit gets removed, Shadow Priests are more likely to get rostered. It doesn't make any other meme specs more viable, because the problem with meme specs isn't that their debuffs are being limited. But it is a bit of a problem to have a class built around using several debuffs get told that they're responsible for putting one curse on a boss, and that is their role. It's like finding out that pets can be a liability for raiding and you need to dismiss them. Oh wait, yeah, warlocks have pets too. It's funny that the blanket terminology is pet, considering warlock summons are not pets. Hunter pets were intentionally designed to evoke the feeling of being a pet owner, so you have to feed them, you have to try to avoid letting them die, and you get to name them. Warlock summons are just that, summons. Of course, the reason they're called pets is that warlocks can also summon players using the same terminology, so it would be confusing to use a separate name in gameplay. They have a pre-existing name randomly chosen per character. You don't need to take care of them or worry about their safety because they are bound to your service. Worst case scenario, you might lose a soul shard if they die. The Imp, wisely, has no soul shard cost, not just to help implement them at very low levels, but also to keep it available as a backup summon should the Warlock run out of shards. Again, like the Hunter, Warlocks are incentivized to fill one of their bag slots with a special bag, but instead of ammo, it is for storing soul shards. all of the summons fill niches. The Imp is a caster, the Voidwalker is a tank, the Succubus is a melee DPS, the Fellhunter is good against casters and stealth. There are applications for all of these demons across solo play, group content, and PvP. The first skill curve of Warlock is knowing when to use which demons. The second is knowing how to use them. A lot of Warlocks will complain about the Voidwalker as it struggles to hold threat against a typical Warlock's damage, but that's largely a skill issue. The Voidwalker just has to hold threat long enough that when the enemy switches targets to you, it'll start running towards you but die from dots on the way. Meanwhile, as soon as the Voidwalker loses threat, you have to send them to tag the next mob. That means giving the Voidwalker time to generate aggro while you take down the prior mob or use your recovery items. And that's the next skill curve of Warlocks, resource management. All of those things rogues and warriors have to learn, Warlocks benefit from all of them to push harder. The problem is that most Warlocks aren't pushed to learn these things because it's more intuitive to try to play the Warlock like it is a demon-flavored mage. The demons also have abilities that themselves have to be leveled up, imps provide a decent stamina buff, and the Succubus can do crowd control against humanoids. The Warlock was already incredibly versatile without giving them additional utility effects through their pets. There are also the Infernals and Doomguard. I don't count these as part of the main roster because their summoning mechanics are different. The main cinematic for WoW showed the Warlock as summoning an Infernal, so the fact that they're more of a flavor ability than a main spell is disappointing. The Doomguard has also been put through the ringer over the years. Infernals are summoned for 1 minute with a 10-minute cooldown at a hefty cost. Doomguard are summoned by either landing a killing blow with the Curse of Doom with a low chance, or completing a Ritual of Doom through which one of the 5 summoners will randomly be killed, and the Doomguard then has to be enslaved. Great flavor, guys, but not useful. The designers kept tinkering with these demons to try to give them applications, which, credit, I honestly expected them to be cut from the game at this point. There's also the Fell and Dread Steeds. The Fell Steed is a free-ish mount minus travel costs to complete the rather short quest to acquire it. This means that Warlocks don't have to drop a lot of gold at level 40 to get their mount training or buy a mount. However, this price will be paid with interest. For starters, at launch, there wasn't a Dreadsteed quest. It had to be added in patch 1.4, with part of it being set inside of Dire Maul. So while you would get 20 levels of having a free mount, you would also end up having to buy riding training and an epic mount at level 60 anyways. The Dreadsteed questline is a globe-trotting and expensive adventure, but on the plus side, you get a fiery demon horse as a symbol of prestige. The questline was alluded to when you're taught to summon the Fellsteed, but I guess it was too ambitious to make the launch cut. It is expensive, not just because you have to collect resources from all of the gathering and a couple of the crafting professions, but because the questline straight up charges you 400 gold to complete. If you didn't already drop 1,000 on your epic, then you are going to be completing this global adventure on your 60% speed mount. Fun. It really was fun though. The Warlock class quests left such a strong positive impression on me back in the day. They had flavor, they gave useful or at least neat abilities, and were actually enjoyable to complete in their own rights. However, what the community largely remembers from Warlocks is player summoning. This was actually one of the couple reasons I decided to not play a Warlock in Classic. Warlocks can summon players to anywhere in the overworld continental regions, provided they have 2 helpers to do the ritual. I was wise enough to know that gamers had changed a lot and that the laziest people on Earth were going to expect first-class services if I was playing a Warlock. Pro, I could do literally any piece of content. Cons, there's a reason the Warlock is the second least played class only above Druids, and it's obvious as soon as a Warlock joined any party. Everyone wants to get summoned, but few players want to help be a summoner. And you have to remember that each summon in a raid is 1 soulstone, meaning 1 mob killed. It's funny that people tried to say this wouldn't happen because Warlocks had a lot of play on private servers. All in all, I love the Warlock. One thing to mention is that Alliance Warlocks are less common on PvP servers due to some Horde racials providing resistance to fear. Given part of the class balance involves fear, and fear was the constant subject of tweaking, and by tweaking I mean nerfs, this wasn't exactly great. The Arathi Highlands were the birthplace of the first human empire of Erethdor. Before that point, humanity was made up of scattered tribes all across Lordaeron, living in the shadows of the trolls. That's when Thoradin and the Arathi tribe showed up. They convinced everyone to join their empire, then made an alliance with the High Elves who were constantly fighting the trolls and together beat down the forest trolls until they were no longer the dominant power. Then they met the dwarves, used words from each race's language to name the continent Lordaeron, and started expanding greatly for centuries until it fell apart due to a civil war related to the free usage of magic. This splintered humanity into 7 kingdoms. Mind you, this was still over 1,000 years before the Dark Portal was even open. I find that gap in time periods to be a bit too long, which is a frequent problem Warcraft has. In a couple centuries, we had humanity go from tribes to empire building and supreme sorcery, but then nothing really changed for 1,200 years. I mean, the dwarves had their War of the Three Hammers, but I guess humanity saw the Red Ridge Mountains explode and didn't think anything of it. Arathi then sits as the old homeland of the Kingdom of Stromgarde, named after the capital of Strom that was the former capital of Erethdor. Stromgarde did pretty well in the Second and Third Wars, but apparently many of its soldiers went with Jaina to Kalimdor. Then its king was assassinated and ogres attacked the city. Today, it is a ruin, being battled over by 3 forces who control different districts. It's a novel idea, although WoW scale tends to do no favors in making Stromgarde feel like anything other than a bulky military fort. Arathi is somehow doing so badly that the Forsaken have actually moved into this area, starting up a sub-faction literally called the Defilers, and are warring with Arathi over control of the area. I love that they barely control and are still scouting out Silverpine, but can get it up fully when it comes to actual humans they get to kill. I honestly love that Arathi is an unironic warfront. It feels so stupid. The Horde are camped at Hammerfall, which, if that sounds familiar, is where Ogrim Doomhammer falled in battle. I don't know if it's a coincidence. I mean, it's a generic enough name, but the longer I can go without making this an Elder Scrolls video, the better. The Darkspear trolls are actually interested in the region because they want an ancient sword that Thoradin had wielded so they can go to war with Zul'Gurub, the jungle trolls, and retake their long-lost homelands. Sounds good, but this 8-part questline is a waste of time as they forgot about this when Zul'Gurub came out, and the Cataclysm would write that basically, the guy responsible for taking the sword to Stranglethorn didn't even make it out of the Highlands before he was killed by humans and the sword was reclaimed. This was for a new plotline where Prince Galen, now resurrected by Sylvanas, could track down the sword in his own questline in order to give the Forsaken more legitimacy to the region, but that plotline would also go unresolved until Legion, when they killed Galen, used the sword to open his dad's tomb, resurrected him as a Death Knight, and then, I don't know, fucking vendored the sword. Yeah. The humans, meanwhile, are just interested in recovering some items left behind by the Archmage of Stromgarde. This questline was more straightforward, although a bit of a nightmare towards the end due to the scripting. What is supposed to happen is you activate the defenses and use the chaos to grab the items. But it really doesn't seem to work very well and was tough to actually complete. Well, it was tough for my non-stealth capable party mate to complete. The Alliance really don't seem to be that interested in helping the people of the Arathi Highlands, at least to the extent that they've helped the people of South Shore. Perhaps that's because the fall of Stromgarde was after the Third War, so there hasn't been as much time to invest in a proper reinforcement campaign. That hasn't changed the fact that the Alliance is willing to send people to the Arathi Basin to fight there, but we'll talk about Battlegrounds in a bit. The last point of note for the Highlands is that it is a place of significance for the Elementals. Turns out, they're binding a princess deep in the earth, and the players complete a quest chain to release her, although it's revealed that she's a giant earth elemental who is trying to manipulate the player, and we're instead tasked with stopping her. I don't have much to say about that quest other than it's kind of the quintessential questline of Vanilla's Midgame, featuring more world exploration and collection before ending in a final battle, requiring a group to be a much higher level to complete. Arathi features a great wall, named after Thoradin, which served as a bulwark against the forest trolls. It's greatly damaged these days, but serves as the border between Hillsbrad and Arathi. It is through this ancient wall we must journey to our next outcast kingdom. We've already talked a bit about the Kingdom of Alterac in other sections. It, as a zone, tends to lend itself to being a part of other areas instead of its own distinct kingdom. Part of this is likely owed to it being the original host of what would become Dire Maul, as many early maps show the endgame dungeon being situated here.
We knew this at the, going into WoW, that maybe, let's see, Tolbarad was actually originally one of the first dungeons we worked on. We just pushed it off. We didn't need it. It was on an island, I think, at the time. I still don't know. Tolbarad is still on an island, but we just pushed that to something else. And we'd rearrange places, like the location of cities and the location of areas of interest just changed when we realized, okay, as we work with something, we realize, oh, there's nothing cool in this zone. We got to put something cool in this zone. What fits, you know? Now, lore, that's when a lore steps in and says, that doesn't really belong there. There's no reason why the orcs would go that far to get there, so let's move this to, you know, closer to... And that's kind of like the methodology. So there was nothing concrete as saying, oh, this is going to be a raid.
Dire Maul as a bastion now overtaken by ogres makes more sense to exist in the Eastern Kingdoms after the Third War than it does in the heart of Kalimdor. Instead, all that remains are the ruins of Alterac. This is another area heavily controlled by ogres, with the Syndicate contesting their claim and using the nearby town of Strawnbrad as their main base of operations. The Kingdom of Alterac was destroyed after its ruler betrayed the Alliance during the Second War. Lord Aidan Perinold made a deal with War Chief Ogrim Doomhammer that they would allow the Horde to pass through their territory in exchange for sparing Alterac from the war. Given the Second War ended in a massive Alliance victory, this ended up being a bad deal. Perinold would create the Syndicate, and Alterac would, after a council, decide to give the kingdom to a mysterious noble that appeared from nowhere that nobody had heard of, but apparently had their holdings destroyed by black dragons. This noble, Davil Prestor, even managed to almost secure a political marriage with King Menethil of Lordaeron. But yeah, a lot of that got put on hold mysteriously before the Third War, and, well, the Third War wasn't exactly a time period where humanity was flourishing. So the entire region ended up being used by various renegade factions operating around Lordaeron. Orc clans after the war, if they evaded capture or escaped internment, were living here. But after Thrall took the Horde to Kalimdor, it was mainly the Frostwolf and Blackrock clans left, although the latter would be wiped out by the Scourge. Alterac is such an irrelevant armpit of the world that I don't know if there was ever acknowledgement of the Scourge missing the Frostwolf clan, but yeah. The Frostwolf clan, after the Second War, settled down in a valley in Alterac and put down roots. They obviously can't go back to Drandor, and since they had already found a new home at this point, they didn't want to go with Thrall to Kalimdor. But unlike the Blackrock clan, they are part of the Horde. Wait, so why did the Horde need the Forsaken if they already had allies here? This is the premise behind Alterac Valley, which is contested by, oddly enough, the Dwarves of Ironforge? They don't seem to hold any ancestral connection to the region. They're basically just trying to expand here because they have an imperial mandate. While it is pretty dickish that the Dwarves insist on controlling this particular valley, the Frostwolf clan haven't been here as long as, say, the Kingdom of Erethdor was in the Highlands, so it's not quite the same situation as with the Defilers. We, on the Alliance side, do find out that the Syndicate are working with an organization known as the Argus Wake, which is another organization working under the Shadow Council according to Thrall, as far back as, believe it or not, Ragefire Chasm. It's pretty cool that each faction knows information, but because they're at war with each other, won't share it with the other. It also makes the continental politics interesting. The Shadow Council are adherents of the Burning Legion, so that explains the Syndicate's hostility to both the Horde and Alliance, but also means that they're opposed to the Scourge. But we don't see that, and that plot is not going to go anywhere. The Syndicate were ultimately trying to finish the goal of the Third War to destabilize the few remaining human kingdoms, which I suppose we have to mention Dalaran since it's technically here as well. Like I said, yeah, it's the armpit. Dalaran is currently under a giant bubble surrounded by Kirin Tor mages. They don't really get used a whole lot in Classic. They're friendly to the Alliance and are targets to a Forsaken quest, but are otherwise a part of the world that had to be worked on until Wrath, when the city was literally teleported up to Northrend and the Kirin Tor went neutral.
I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
Sorry, champ, despite your best efforts, Dalaran is going to be vital to killing your faction. Sitting in the upper parts of the Tirisfal Glades lies a place of importance to the Scarlet Crusade, the Scarlet Monastery. I emphasize its northernness. Seriously, it is super far away from the Alliance, which, given its immense popularity as a leveling dungeon, is slightly inconvenient. It was funny having to plan treks up here on my Alliance character, but being within minutes of the Horde capitals and literally waiting on the public transit to bring private sessions here. Scarlet Monastery is a popular leveling dungeon, if not one of the most popular dungeons pre-Blackrock Depths, when we get to the endgame where all the max level players are. The basic conceit is rather straightforward. Instead of having one giant dungeon that has to be cleared over the course of an hour, let's have 4 different wings that can each be done in like 20 minutes, but these wings will only have 2 bosses on average. This was actually an experiment that the tail-end creative lead, Rob Pardo, pushed for.
Scarlet Monastery was the first time we started trying winged dungeons, and that was a dungeon that, just because of the way it was built, allowed us to try that new technique. And then that's when we discovered, how to build the dungeons of the future.
What he is referring to is the fact that Scarlet Monastery was actually one single dungeon during WoW's development, which contained all of the major boss areas in one instance. However, the design ethos was semi-modular with squared structures, meaning that it would have been trivial to cut this dungeon up into their own separate wings, although new sections would have to be added as well since it lacks the graveyard, the exterior of the cathedral, and many hallways. I would honestly be very interested to know how Scarlet Monastery would flow as a continuous dungeon, rather than segmented wings. This design would certainly make farming Herod a lot easier. The other factor of the dungeon's popularity is that the level range on these dungeons go from the late 20s to the early 40s, but since it's in distinct wings, that means it's easier for anyone in that entire range to find a group. Sadly, however, the most relevant factor is that Scarlet Monastery is one of the easiest dungeons to farm at a point in the game where many players are getting bored with questing. I hate to say it like it is, but that's how people play this game. When Phase 3 of Season of Discovery dropped, Scarlet Monastery was packed during the first night. Then when a new leveling meta was established that killed dungeon viability, it was abandoned literally the next day. This is the double-edged sword of an MMO. People will say that the problem is players optimizing their own fun out of the game, but here's a question. Would you rather take a risk of losing your free time to babysit a bunch of man-children who can barely play their class, or run loops of repeatable quests for a few hours to go from levels 40 to 50? Exactly. Dungeons have to be the best source of XP in the game, otherwise people do not want to do them. It's a shame because dungeons really are a fun part of the game, but that fun is held hostage by basically random chance that you will have to play with someone who made it to level 35 not knowing how to use their abilities in a group. Scarlet Monastery is just a dungeon that removes some of that risk. That is why it's preferred over its leveled contemporaries. A group falling apart in Nomergon was devastating. A group falling apart in SM Library is not. The lowest level wing is the Graveyard. This is just a torture room followed by, well, a graveyard. So, this is a faction of highly militant anti-undead light worshippers, right? So why is their graveyard full of the undead? The graveyard wasn't in the original layout, so it probably had to be created late in development. Given that a lot of the assets are reused from other graveyards, such as the stock crypt area that Forsaken players will recognize from their starting area, and a second time in Tirisfal Glades, and the town in Silverpine. Anyways, they already had all these undead assets, and it would be something new, something that would fit a graveyard motif. They had to do something, since just the torture room wasn't enough content, and I guess maybe they were going to explain where all the corpses of people who died getting tortured by the Crusade were going. Either way, Graveyard only has 2 bosses, an interrogator and a generic skeleton mage. Vicious, probably pronounced vicious, is the typical overenthusiastic torturer stereotype. His most dangerous attribute is that he will apply a dot to people other than the tank. Also, you can get his poker as a weapon, but very rarely. You need serious luck if you want to dual wield them. And his other drop, despite being a level 32 boss, a white fist weapon. I don't know why white items are still dropping this late in the game. SM is a majority humanoid dungeon, so that means our favorite mechanic, pulling things back 40 yards so you don't accidentally chain pull. Before we get to the second boss, there are 3 potential rares that can spawn up in the graveyard. This was when I got serious about farming rares, as rogues can pretty easily sneak in to kill these mobs, who have some of the only decent rogue items in the entirety of SM. In fact, Graveyard is probably the least done portion of SM, partially because the best loot in Graveyard has to be farmed off of rares, which means repeat runs. It's really not that hard to farm Graveyard, people just don't do it though. Bloodmage Thalnos also only drops caster items, which means not a huge incentive for non-casters to want to participate in groups to clear them. There's also no quests. Library's the next wing, just a couple levels higher. The Houndmaster's gimmick is just that he has 3 hyenas. Yeah, Classic WoW doesn't actually have any basic dog models. It just has wolves, direwolves, hyenas, and demon hounds. We'll see a few times that the Scarlet Monastery makes use of dogs to hunt the undead, so it's interesting that the producers didn't greenlight making a proper dog model. However, the real challenge of Library is the trash. The endless trash. Oh my light. Library is just so long. I mean, straight up, one of the problems is that I've had to run Scarlet Monastery one too many times in my life. That said, there is somewhere around 25 trash pulls between the Houndmaster and the final boss of Library. Oh, and it's 25 pulls of all humanoids who will fear in the same couple hallway areas. See, this is the huge downside of cutting a single dungeon where each area was unique into 4 different dungeons, where you have to add in filler, because otherwise players could just farm these final bosses repeatedly. Arcanist Doan is a mage, so his ability set represents that. He can bubble, do AoE damage to melee, he can crowd control, silence in an area around him, and has a mechanic where he causes a small explosion around him that does high damage, but is highly telegraphed and he's rooted during. So players have to, and this is hard, I know, move away from the boss. I mean, to give credit to classic players, anyone struggling with this basic mechanic did just endure 25 near-identical pulls in near-identical hallways. It's normal to not immediately snap back awake at the boss. Oh, and guess what? He also drops only caster gear. Well, that as well as the Hypnotic Blade. I'm only bringing this up because it's a really funny example of WoW's itemization. This thing is like, obviously a caster weapon, right? That's not even a trick question. Intellect, spirit, spell power. You should have said yes even if you haven't played the game. But that's a lot of damage. Yeah, rogues were infamous for rolling need on this dagger because it's actually pretty good for dagger rogues. Of course, the stories always seem to have the rogues giving every reason other than the most obvious one. It does a lot of damage. But of course, the question is, why does a caster dagger need to do high damage? There was a weird moment of melee warlocks almost being a thing. However, the reality was that if a class has a choice between ranged and melee DPS, ranged is superior. For casters, weapons are just stat sticks, and the best way to keep non-casters from rolling on caster items is to make them do lower damage. Objection! Why was I, a rogue, only ever invited through Whispers to run Scarlet Monastery and not any other dungeon? I realized it was because there are barely any actual rogue items here. Bringing a rogue to a dungeon that has no items for them is basically bringing a free DPS without any loot competition. It's basically taking advantage of rogues too stupid to check the loot table. Joke's on them, I was too stupid to get all the quests done in the first run. Because there's actually a pretty major rogue upgrade for running SM from a quest, the Sword of Serenity, or the Sword of Omen, for Alliance and Horde respectively. These are pretty major upgrades for sword rogues, but they require killing the Houndmaster as well as the final bosses of Armory and Cathedral. To get into Armory though, assuming you can't lockpick, we need a key from a chest behind Doan. There's also several quests built around stealing books from the library, so for you purists out there that hate questing add-ons, I hope you enjoy mousing over every book in this library until you find it. Now that we have the key, we can access the ladder dungeons. Or since SM is fairly popular, you could just wait until someone uses the lever on the other side of the door to open it for you. Armory is way too fucking long. The one dungeon approach had Herod's boss room and that was it. They added all of this shit for one guy. And honestly, it's actually fairly similar to the assets used in part of Stratholme, so I doubt they even made it for this dungeon. As well, guess what Herod drops? Nail pieces and a two-handed axe. I mean, even if we extrapolated Doan and Herod into being in the combined instance, having multiple mono loot bosses just sucks for motivating players. Like, Armory was the instance where the tank got snippy about starting fights before he pulled and told the party not to help me. Sorry, I wanted to make the instance we're doing for your gear upgrades faster. Because I already completed the quest to kill Herod and was doing Armory as a favor to the healer. I auto-attacked the rest of the dungeon and still outperformed the other DPS. I get that for tanks, DPS pulling early can be annoying, but what he didn't know was that I knew the healer and their limits, and also have this handy ability called Evasion that lets rogues dodge tank for 15 seconds. Rogues and warriors don't need to mana up before fights, meaning if they're already full health, they can just roll into the next fight while the casters drink their milk, and if the enemies can't hit me, there's no risk. I've been a healer. It's completely fine to keep the fights rolling as long as I can drink for the first 5 seconds of every encounter. It would be disrespectful to 3 out of the 5 party members' time to not make use of my evasion cooldown. But no, we have to very boringly pull 3 enemies at a time so this douchebag who stacked a party full of non-mail wearers can try to complete a level 40 gear set. Good ending though, he didn't. The annoying encounters of Scarlet Monastery probably peak in the armory as well. Generally, the Scarlets are divided up into a variety of classes. There are many healers, of course, so I made it my life to keep these guys from casting, but the real annoying ones are the guardsmen who can disarm you. Enemies who disarm are a pain for warriors and rogues who, understandably, do need weapons to do damage. Of course, I don't know why I can't do a kidney shot without a weapon, considering the icon is a fist, but at least they remembered that you don't need a weapon to kick people. There is a blacksmithing item called a weapon chain that can be put on your offhand weapon to prevent disarms, but it's expensive and tends to be oriented more towards PvP than the odd dungeon that uses this effect. It's just funny that attaching a weapon chain to your offhand sword affects the ability for your main hand weapon to be disarmed. Herod is in the middle of this circular staircase room. Players were supposed to enter this room through the bottom and exit by going up the stairs, which makes the design interesting. Herod's mechanic is that he will yell, "Blades of light," and then start spinning and everyone has to back off, which I would imagine to be more intimidating if players need to run past him to get into the open safe area on the stairs. During his whirlwind, he's immune to magic and does high damage to anyone within melee range. It's a pretty simple fight otherwise. The funniest part though is that after you beat him, 20 trainees enter the room to mob the party. They're not a threat, but it doesn't quite make sense that they came in from the direction that we just cleared out, until you realize this was originally the way to go to the cathedral and not the entrance. That just leaves the final, highest level wing of cathedral. Desiring to farm experience is a function of levels, which get longer as you play, so the highest level one is popular amongst the most players. After some clearing in the courtyard, we enter into the cathedral, which is probably the greatest challenge of patient clearing yet. This is because attacking the boss will pull every single trash mob that's inside the building. The bosses are a paladin, Commander Renault Mograine, and the High Inquisitor Whitemane. Her first name's Sally, I know you asked. I have her number, but I'll be calling her first. Whitemane is the subject of, many paintings. Yeah, it's pretty crazy what some thigh skin and exposed armpits can do to WoW players. She comes out and resurrects Mograine. Her final position in the dungeon indicates her high position of authority, so yeah, kind of the ideal GF, someone who is ride or die, pocket heals you, and can resurrect in combat. It's insane. Her design has been the subject of some interesting artistic alterations by Blizzard. Early World of Warcraft had some fairly sexualized designs. I mean, my god, have you seen Garrosh? But yeah, WoW was based on 80s and 90s era D&D and comics, so the men have broad shoulders and huge muscles, and the women have exposed breasts, midriffs, and thighs. This has led to some huge variance in the designs of characters over the years. Not the men, of course. Plenty of man meat to go around still, but the ladies, their exposed bits have come and gone randomly. You can look at the official art of several prominent female characters and see some serious modesty. Like, bro, some of these official drawings covered her armpits. They literally covered her head to chin. Now, of course, she needs to cover up in order to practically defend herself. An underlayer isn't going to help her in combat. Maybe against a stiff breeze. Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of space in my masturbatorium for ladies wearing armor, but exposed bits is just as much part of WoW's art style as the giant shoulder pads. Heroes of the Storm understood that. They spared no expense in accurately portraying the Blizzard art style. But we can't talk Blizzard and sexuality without at least mentioning the stolen breast milk. I like the exposed skin motifs of the Scarlet Crusade. It places emphasis on their existence as a pro-humanity faction. It's also not surprising a lot of people would follow Whitemane, or that she's a powerful light wielder given her radical devotion. People just hate to see a sexually liberated girl boss. After defeating Mograine, Whitemane emerges and puts everyone to sleep, before resurrecting Mograine. So you have to fight him again, and now with a healer. This is just peak aesthetic for vanilla WoW. It's just a simple, low-stakes scenario. These people are regional threats, at most, but they are giving it their all here. The loot's not bad either. There's a decent mix of healing, caster, and melee items to acquire. It's pretty much just the leather classes that get left out of the pool. So we round the corner to activate a sconce lever, which reveals a secret room with a corpse inside it. Well, it's High Inquisitor Fairbanks. Given that it doesn't exactly make sense to have 2 High Inquisitors, it's probably a fair bet that Whitemane killed Fairbanks to take his position. He drops some leather bracers with attack power on them, so at least my rogue gets something from doing all this. Almost all groups kill Fairbanks since the secret room is widely known about, and you need to clear that part of the dungeon anyways. Fairbanks is actually a pretty major character to a sadly cut plotline we'll talk about later. Still, there is a reason for endgame players to revisit the dungeon, which is interesting. Just promise you're not going to get too excited. And that's the Scarlet Monastery. Are you ready to run it again? Cataclysm didn't recognize the players clearing this instance, but weirdly, this dungeon was revisited again in Mists of Pandaria. This time they combined the graveyard and cathedral wings and the armory and library into just 2 instances. It's funny that Scarlet Monastery's claim to fame and success as being one of Vanilla's best dungeons, because of its winged design, was nerfed. I was not able to find any reference to anyone from Blizzard actually talking about why Scarlet Monastery had to be updated, beyond a lone blue post basically saying that they want to revamp the fan favorites first, before going on to the less popular dungeons. So I guess there might have been some initiative to start revamping the vanilla dungeons, but interest in that seems to have petered out after Warlords of Draenor. Sequestered in the eastern mountains of Lordaeron are the Hinterlands. The Hinterlands are a bastion for the surviving forest trolls in this part of the world. From the north, they had to deal with the High Elves who had settled Quel'Thalas long ago. From the south were the humans of the Empire of Erethdor, and after the War of the Three Hammers, a new group settled into the Hinterlands itself, the Wild Hammer Dwarves. This loss of territory made the forest trolls bitter, and they would eventually ally with the Horde during the Second War. This alliance failed, and even after the Horde reformed, only one tribe of the forest trolls still saw the Horde as allies. This makes the Hinterlands a pretty interesting region. The Wildhammer clan are only loosely friends with the Alliance. They started neutral, and fun fact, for most of the patches of Vanilla, players could flag themselves as at war with them and kill them, although there was nothing to gain from doing so. The Horde, meanwhile, are relegated to live with a single coastal tribe of forest trolls, the Reventusk. Well, at least they were after patch 1.5, and they had their own reputation until patch 111. Yeah, the Hinterlands was always weird. I'm not sure what the plan was with the Reventusk and Wildhammer clans. Maybe they were supposed to be neutral and players would pick their own side in the conflict, and then as the game was developed, the Wildhammer were coded as alliance allies, necessitating the Reventusk switch sides. There is some speculation that there was going to be a Hinterlands battleground, but that has never manifested. It's a shame because the Hinterlands is quite the beautiful zone to have been left behind. You can see the Hinterlands was concepted in development as an area known as Airy Peaks, which is similar to the modern name of the Wildhammer settlement. So I can't imagine there wasn't some intention behind having these factions in the game. Fun fact, you know the image that's on the login screen on the other side of the dark portal? That image is titled Airy Peak 01. This login screen throws people off on what the perspective is supposed to be, so if it's not clear, it's the dark portal, but looking from the Draenor side into Azeroth. It's funny that people think that there was even a mistake here, because this is exactly how the portal is shown in the Frozen Throne expansion in Warcraft 3. You can see the snakehead is at the top of the portal on the Draenor side. Why it points into the Hinterlands and not the Blasted Lands is obviously creative liberty though, since the portal is obviously indicating that you're currently outside of Azeroth, but you're logging into it. The terrain of the Hinterlands doesn't quite capture the art, but what is here is still interesting. Another one of the portals to the Emerald Dream, if you're cursed enough to be leveling in Season of Discovery. However, the main attraction is the troll city of Jintha Alor. It is effectively a dungeon, but out in the open world. I was able to find groups to complete it, but there's one key problem. Yeah, so Private Sessions and I just had the enemies kill us to hop up each level. Instances prevent this by forcing players to respawn by the entrance, but they would have needed special code for this one open world dungeon that would, I don't know, respawn players when they reach the border of the city. It is actually fun to go through, albeit lacking in rewards. There are a couple quests, but the main attraction is to do a short unmarked quest to complete the Mallet of Zul'Farrak, which is then used to summon a boss in an instance on the other side of the planet. The logic is that all of these troll cities actually do have extant connections with one another. For example, we're sent here to steal an ancient egg, which, spoilers, was on behalf of a worshipper of a blood god and used to spawn said blood god in Zul'Gurub, becoming the raid boss. Troll cities are very cool, and if I ever get to cover Wrath of the Lich King, we'll see an entire zone that is one. Or was. There's also Sharpbeak, a griffin from the Wildhammer clan being held captive. We're sent to rescue him since his parents are relatively important griffins for the dwarves. I'm not really sure why there is a consistent interest in tackling Jintha allure, beyond maybe players just wanting to possess the mallet for their own ZF groups. It is needed to get a trinket that boosts mount speed by 3%, but I would have figured it would be standard at this point for guilds to just offer to help players do this in bulk with 60s who already have the mallet. The mallet quest is cool though, and hints at a marketable trait you can pick up when doing dungeons past level 50, which is providing access to certain events or areas. You can pick up hints as to how the mallet can be acquired from tablets that drop in the dungeon, and have to adventure to the hinterlands to follow those instructions. It was, honestly, one of the only reasons to even come to the hinterlands prior to updates adding more quests here. Patch 1.8 would actually place raid bosses at 4 portals across the world, one of them being here. The other 3 are in Duskwood, Ashenvale, and Feralis. These portals are supposed to connect to the Emerald Dream, likely serving as portals to the dedicated Emerald Dream zone. Unfortunately, as I've stated, the Emerald Dream of Vanilla never came to be. The Legion expansion would add parts of the Dream, and the Druid class Order Hall allowed Druids to use these portals to quickly travel to the other areas. Of course, globe-trotting was already super easy by the time Legion came around, but it was at least neat flavor. The problem Blizzard probably faced was how exactly they were supposed to balance global travel with something like the Dream. The actual alpha version of the Emerald Dream Zone was quite large, so I think it would have been an interesting level 60 perk to enter the portal in Ashenvale, cross the large Dream area, and exit the portal in Duskwood. Season of Discovery likely showcased the exact problem with the Emerald Dream portals though. These did not link into the zone, but rather to an alternate phase of reality. However, on PvP servers, entire raiding parties of factions would camp the portals to farm honor. Travel camping's already bad enough of a problem without giving players a reason to literally gatekeep these portals. If you look at their placement, you see that 2 of the portals are about equivalent in proximity from faction capitals, while the other 2 are much further away. I imagine this was a contingency to give players a remote access point to the content within the Dream if the other portals were being camped. But instead, we got the Dragons of Nightmare. Plop a few world bosses down and we'll see if one day we'll do it. I bring up the Emerald Dream a lot because it really was one of my pre-2019 fixations with the alternate reality world I wanted to live in. I am hoping that maybe Blizzard or some private server can recreate that original vision. Battlegrounds. We haven't really talked PvP much in this video beyond a discussion of world PvP and ganking. It is a part of vanilla World of Warcraft, but I would consider it vestigial more than anything else. It might seem shocking to WoW PvP fans. I mean, it's called Warcraft, so surely, well actually, when Blizzard started making their own MMO, they were fairly uncertain what role PvP was even going to play. One of the motivations to do an MMO was that several Blizzard employees during the development of StarCraft had started playing Ultima Online and EverQuest. Rob Pardo, one of the game's leads, had actually been an EverQuest guild leader on a PvE server during the development of Warcraft 3. It was the same guild that Jeff Kaplan had been in, who actually took over as their guildmaster and eventually joined Blizzard. Simply put, much of WoW's inspiration wasn't to be a PvP MMO despite its name. It was to be a raiding MMO first and foremost. The topic of PvP was also the center of much debate. Until Anarchy Online proved otherwise, the very idea of PvP was frowned upon by most of the design staff. That was in 2001. In 2002, they started talking feature cuts. Among them were player housing, mounts, underwater combat, and PvP. Like instanced dungeons, PvP was a highly debated topic, and designers who got caught up in discussions looked as though they'd rather be somewhere else. In June of 2003, they were still debating PvP. Some of the designers purportedly wanted 0 PvP servers to avoid griefing and poisoning of the player population, end quote. In October of that same year, achievements, player housing, and PvP were put up as features that could be cut if they wanted to release in February of 2004. They didn't, so at least one of those things lived. In January of 2004, just 11 months before launch, player housing was delayed to be post-launch content, but a large-scale PvP battleground was in the works, and that was Alterac Valley. By complete coincidence, this also happened to be the point at which Alan Adham left the project. In April of 2004, they set a new release date with the note that PvP still might not launch with the game itself. It would, although the honor system itself wouldn't release until patch 1.4, 5 months after launch. The first two battlegrounds, Alterac Valley and Warsong Gulch, were added 2 months later, and Arathi Basin was added 3 months later. So what exactly did PvP look like before this point? South Shore, Tarren Mill. These two towns in the Hillsbrad foothills were infamous for being the game's first unofficial battleground. John Statz described it in his book as a PvP zone during the public beta because of the short distance between graveyards. This was an instance of world PvP tending to spiral into full-blown raiding parties taking turns clearing the towns. The guards were buffed to make it a bit harder for small parties to clear out the towns, but otherwise, players were free to engage in these skirmishes if they wanted to, even on PvE servers. It was just an emergent story where Horde and Alliance could feud dynamically. That was until patch 1.4, the Honor update. Prior to Honor, players were doing PvP simply for fun. The problem was that there wasn't a downside to killing important quest NPCs, even on PvE servers. And Daddy Blizzard wanted to fix that. 1.4 added the honor system, a way to rank players and award honor based on the ranks of the players you killed. Then, depending on your rank, you could buy various rewards. Patch 1.5, however, would add the dishonorable kill alongside battlegrounds. It was like a switch flipped. Prior to DHKs, world PvP was accelerating in order to farm honor. Tarren Mill didn't just become a battleground of emergent gameplay, it straight up turned into an actual farming spot where players were AoE spamming to try to maximize their gains for loot. Dishonorable kills would reduce your honor whenever you killed an NPC, with the civilian flag, which you could see in their tooltip. With them enabled, players were now being set back in their honor grinds whenever someone would accidentally, or sometimes purposefully, kill civilians while in the same party. Even if people weren't grouping up, it was still possible to put these civilians into the crossfire so that the opposing force is suddenly guilty of war crimes for using an area of effect spell. But simultaneously, Battlegrounds gave a new method to do PvP and farm honor without any risk of a DHK. Personally, if I had a time machine, I'd space out the release of Battlegrounds first and dishonorable kills in a later patch, to see if it's the Battlegrounds or the dishonorable kills that ended the battle for Hillsbrad, which they did backwards. They implemented the honor system with dishonorable kills, but without the Battlegrounds. So what happened? Instead of Tarren Mill versus South Shore, we got corpse camping in the Searing Gorge. Turns out in addition to everything else, progressive private server players had optimized honor farm strats. During this patch or phase of content, mid-50s to level 60 players like to do one of the several dungeons in Blackrock Mountain. So roving raiding parties would farm and start farming people in Searing Gorge, Burning Steps, and inside Blackrock Mountain. It turns out that despite splitting the honor up amongst the players in a raid, that it's still the meta to form these kinds of groups because it switches a 50-50 win-loss chance into a 100% win chance. And players aren't going to form counter raids to clear Blackrock Mountain. Why should they? They would risk just feeding more honor to the raiding parties, making it worse. So players were just corpse walking to get to the instances. Does this sound like the bones of a system of an intentional and well thought out PvP? No, it never really was. I would argue that Battlegrounds were a necessary addition simply because turning leveling players into mobs for max level players to farm is antithetical to making an MMO that's supposed to appeal to the normies. PvP was something Blizzard was still working on up until the Burning Crusade came out, whereas the pre-baked instanced content was eventually left in a finished state. Blizzard can leave that content on effective autopilot, but PvP was something that the Blizzard devs of old had to spend well over a decade trying to make fit into the formula. Battlegrounds are a part of that puzzle. Anything that gets max level players out of the world and into instance content, be they dungeons, raids, or battlegrounds, improves the game drastically. Turns out, having players in the world isn't great. There is War Mode from Battle for Azeroth. This basically combines PvP and PvE realm ideas. All PvP is done through an optional flag, but that flag can only be enabled in the major cities, and those flags would provide bonuses. I played retail during Shadowlands for a cancelled video and didn't even realize War Mode was a thing, so that's kind of a bad sign. I think providing a bonus for opting into PvP is secondary to giving players a way to temporarily opt out of PvP. I have played an uncomfortable number of hours of GTA Online, and passive mode is a decent tool for preventing a lot of good faith griefing. Does nothing against the rampant cheaters spamming explosives on you and spamming the chat with racial slurs. Battlegrounds really aren't my favorite content though. I didn't play that many for this video, mostly because of my experience of playing them back in the day. Warsong Gulch is a 10v10 capture the flag game mode. Arathi Basin is a 15v15 with control points. Alterac Valley is a 40v40 brawl? I don't know. There's points on a map and the team wins if they kill the enemy general. Each of the battlegrounds also has faction reputations to grind while you play. They also originally required you to physically go to a portal in the world to queue, but patch 1.6 added battle masters in the city to allow queuing from the capitals. I'm sure a big part of the problem was the physical distance players had to travel to reach the battleground start points. Horde players have Warsong Gulch basically outside their capital, while Alliance players have to travel all the way to Ashenvale. Horde players have Alterac Valley right outside of Undercity, while players had to travel up from Ironforge to South Shore. Warsong Gulch plays about as well as Capture the Flag in an MMO sounds like it would play. You have people using exploits to hide the flag, you have people using expensive consumables to win single fights, and of course, you have an honor system that prioritizes maximizing your kills over winning. But hashtag no changes, so what happened? Basically, players figured out the meta. It wasn't difficult to get 10 people together to queue for Warsong Gulch, and of course, this is a matchmaking system. Before matchmaking became the dominant way PvP games were set up. These days, multiplayer games generally try to avoid putting a full pre-made party and a full pickup group against each other, unless they're evil and purposely trying to cause the players in the pug to lose to maintain a 50-50 win-loss balance. Another thing modern competitive multiplayer games do is try to disincentivize quitting, especially if there's a meta progression system. In WoW Classic, because it's the same multiplayer as from 2005, players just look up to see if they're against a pre-made group, and if they are, they throw the match. This is what I'm talking about when I say that PvP requires maintenance in a way that PvE does not. Arathi Basin I personally never liked playing. I tend to not enjoy objective-based games that people play like Team Deathmatch. However, there is an upside in that games of Arathi Basin have an actual end point. Warsong Gulch matches don't ever have to end. In fact, there were matches back in the day that lasted for more than 12 hours. Alterac Valley is chaotic and messy. It is a heavily objective-driven game mode, but inversely to Arathi Basin, objectives make the battleground slower. Players have figured out that simply rushing to the boss as fast as possible and killing them nets the most honor. Ergo, 2 raid groups running past each other and racing to finish the match. AV has all kinds of side objectives where you gather up resources to strengthen elements on your side so that you can eventually snowball to win the match, but then you're just anchoring your team. What's honestly funny is that AV was a circular race to the bottom of the toilet. Both factions play it badly in unique ways that soft-locked each other from ever not playing badly. Horde have map advantage, which pushes Alliance to rush. PvP players didn't like the additions of PvE elements to the battleground, and PvE players don't like having to grind PvP, so they hyper-optimize everything until it isn't fun. This is how it was back in the day, and that means that is how it will forever be because hashtag no changes. Order Alliance? Well, it honestly depends on if you're on a PvP server, and which faction already holds faction dominance. That's the funny thing about playing on a PvE server, you just see the opposite faction and, I don't know, wave. They're this non-interactive part of the world to preserve some weirdly misguided sense of community. WoW is bizarre in that it provides an all-or-nothing dichotomy. But that social experiment is over. It turns out that hashtag no changes approach to designs from 2004 doesn't always work. It wasn't supposed to be no changes forever. It's just convenient that this slogan became so popular, as it also aligns with the laziest way to maintain a multiplayer game. It is really funny to read posts from 2019 to see how they aged, knowing that I played on private servers and yet would have been shouted down for pointing out that battlegrounds without changes were a bad idea. Of course, I don't trust the team that made the Ashen Veil PvP event in Season of Discovery to fix them. PvP just wasn't a fundamental aspect of World of Warcraft, so it's completely unsurprising that it's a niche aspect of an already niche mode. I think PvP and the faction split really only worked in the mid to late 2000s when players had more hope about future changes that would make any perceived flaws with the game better. We don't have that hope. There's no promise of future changes. There's only the game as is. Mages are one of the archetypal classes of vanilla World of Warcraft. I would honestly say that if I were to associate a single class with this game, it wouldn't be the warrior, it would be a mage. That makes me playing an arcane healing mage in Season of Discovery a bit complicated because it really doesn't play like the standard vanilla mage, in the slightest. I do have plenty of mage experience over the years though, having rolled it on private servers and even back in 2019. The mage is actually a really boring class. They have the third smallest pool of abilities, and if you only count their teleport and portal spells as being one, then they have as many abilities as rogues and warriors. But most of their abilities tend to be a lot less interesting, especially as a ranged DPS. It's part of why for this video, I didn't go past 20 on my Alliance Mage. I was presented a choice of either playing the Mage or a Hunter, and Hunter was way more fun. Of course, we shouldn't knock the Mage. Their toolkit is still versatile and can still do fun things. Just that the main way they do damage is dull and repetitive. So why are they third, sometimes the second most played class? Selling portal service, selling water, selling boosts? No? Okay, I'm going to solo farm more efficiently than every other class in the game by a wide margin. If WoW had any form of free-for-all PvP, Alliance Mages would be my #1 target just for getting preferential treatment in any kind of group setting. That shit would be on site, full corpse camp. Endgame vanilla WoW is a money game, and having one of the 9 classes just straight up be 3 times or more better than everyone else at generating revenue is a problem. I wouldn't mind if it was the insane area of effect capabilities versus the portals and water were separate classes, or maybe mages have to spec deep into arcane to get their portals and water. Mages were certainly recognized for their AoE capabilities back in the day, but it wasn't particularly common knowledge just how powerful mages could be with it. Mages can solo farm starting around level 20 and use AoE and kiting to level extremely efficiently. This also works in dungeons for boosting purposes, both to raise yourself in a spell cleave group and to raise others to make money. As far as I can tell, common knowledge about this didn't start proliferating until late 2006, after patch 1.12.2. 1.11 was the mage rework, and it contained a few changes that made this playstyle easier. The first is a talent right up front that gives a 6% reduced chance for enemies to resist your frost spells. The second is at level 17, you can have 10% reduced movement speed for chilled enemies, and the duration of chills is increased by 3 seconds. These two aspects are critical. The basic rotation is to gather up enemies into a ball and then frost nova them. If any of the enemies resist the frost nova, then you could be in trouble. Reducing the enemy's ability to resist your frost spells, even just 6%, is big. At level 20, you add a chill effect to your blizzard spell, reducing their movement speed by 65%. The added 10% increases it to 75%, and the added 3 seconds makes it last longer. So you frost nova, blink out, then start casting blizzard until all the enemies die. It is a lot harder than it sounds, but once you figure it out, it's easy levels. The difference between vanilla and classic is obviously that players went into classic with far more knowledge of how the classes worked, but classic also started out the gate with the 1-12 balancing. So mages were, ironically, frozen in their forums from November of 2006, right when players had started to figure out the AoE meta. Private servers obviously contributed to this. The pathing code wasn't quite right, but it was still close enough for the world first 60 to be an AoE frost mage. However, a big piece of evidence for this being a classic problem is that when Kevin Jordan was interviewed on the subject of mages, they never really talked about any of these things being causes for concern for him as a class designer. His biggest complaint was,
there are 2 spells I wish would die in a fire, and I hope they improve the game, the classic WoW, by removing entirely. The 2 spells, Amplify Magic and Dampen Magic on the mage. Absolutely horrendous. They had almost no use in terms of regular gameplay. So they weren't even on the bar for a lot of people because they were that positive negative design space where it's like you get a thing, but you also lose a thing. And then every once in a great while, they were broken effective in a certain scenario. So every once in a while, I'd get burned because it was like, yep, they're using Amplify Magic against this one boss and they're making it trivial. And I'm like, oh, God.
So how does the mage play otherwise? Well, like I said, they're kind of a boring class. Unless you specifically like the lone wolf aspects, they are probably one of the better classes to play if you're planning on leveling with a friend or two, but are maybe concerned they might quit after 30 levels. This is because if you play priest, you don't want to be abandoned partway through. But a mage will do fine. You can't heal, unless you're playing an SOD, but you do provide a great support role. I imagine that Frost AoE was supposed to work ideally when you had a party member to help manage all the mobs, hence why the talent rework included a talent to reduce the threat caused by your frost spells. A hybrid tank healer pulls the mobs and does their best to hold aggro, while the mage uses AoE spells to burst down the group. The main problem isn't the AoE potential, it's fine if you want to have a class that synergizes well for that role. Personally, I would have the proportional damage drop off for every enemy being affected by AoE spells after, say, 3, so mages in an AoE situation can still excel at doing damage, but their damage potential doesn't infinitely scale upwards with pull sizes. I say this because throwing in the occasional AoE spell to a dungeon rotation was really fun when I was playing mage. However, it should reasonably carry a risk of peeling mobs off of the tank. That shouldn't be something we as players are able to plan contingencies for. Threat and aggro should be consequences for daring to spit in the dungeon designer's face. It also means that the other specs are just as weak as any other class because they don't provide as much AoE utility as Frost does. Granted, Fire is a good single target leveling spec. Arcane is the odd one out. Arcane's weakness is in part the failure of arcane missiles as an ability.
That was essentially a concession we made because of the problematic nature of the internal tech. Like if we'd been able to get the version we wanted, which was, every second fire out a missile and pay for the mana cost for that one missile, then we wouldn't have done that. But because you had to pay for the entire thing up front and it was so finicky and people could potentially just run away, we were like, well, let's let this slide so that people can more frequently get value out of their arcane missiles cast. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's really wonky and and it also seems like the natural thing to do to get away from an arcane mage.
Mages were also intended to be versatile, independent of any potential spell resistances, hence why they have access to 3 of the 6 magical damage types, and 3 of the 5 effects able to be resisted. Jordan even went so far as to say that fire mages were supposed to be viable in Molten Core, which is a raid where 2 of the bosses are immune to fire damage. So if you want hyper-optimal performance, you gotta respec. Or you just cast your unupgraded frost bolts and still outperform the meme specs. And that's really it. Baseline mage is strong, hence the high player count. I suspect they have similar issues to rogue with overpopulation, hence why I often see groups openly declaring that they're full on mages. And I definitely know that since the class is popular, it's attracting the type of player that brings the average down. Like, not knowing that you can use Fire Ward to prevent fire damage. Mages also had a couple abilities that almost got cut but didn't in vanilla and then immediately received when the Burning Crusade pre-patch released. These being the Water Elemental and Invisibility. It was mainly because rogues were already doing the invisibility thing and warlocks were already doing the summon thing. And I 100% agree. It doesn't make sense to have a class that's good at all of this and then give them even more abilities. Fuck it, let's give the mages Thunder Fury. No, I was joking, what? Arcane Mage in SOD was interesting. Since we haven't really talked about how SOD changes the classes, we'll chat about it here. Season of Discovery changes the balance of classes primarily through runes, which act as additional augments you slot into your equipment in preset slots. So you have to pick and choose which runes you use. SOD runs on the same client as Classic and Hardcore, so they weren't able to change the classes by modifying the existing talent system without running the risk of accidentally changing something in Era. They did accidentally change parts of Era though, as there were several bugs and loot tables changed due to instances in SOD getting adjusted. Anyways, runes are a system for trying to put more modern retail abilities into the Classic Era in order to rebalance the classes. When these abilities came from varies. For example, Arcane Blast was added in the TBC pre-patch. Arcane Blast, and the Arcane spec post-vanilla in general, works on mana control. Rather than draining your mana at a consistent rate, Arcane Blast is basically a valve you use to determine the rate at which it drains, and the rate at which you do damage. Unfortunately, I would love to play SOD that adds a rune to rework Arcane Missiles the way Kevin Jordan wanted, where it costs mana per missile rather than all up front. Instead, we get an interesting rotation. Basically, you cast Arcane Blast and it gains stacks, making it more expensive each cast, but making the next non-Arcane Blast spell you cast do more damage. So you gain stacks of Arcane Blast, and then eventually proc an ability called Clear Casting from your talents, which allows you to cast an Arcane spell for free. The list of options is not long, so you take the Arcane Blast damage buff and cast it into Arcane Missiles. The increasingly huge amount of mana the Arcane Blast costs is what allows you to regulate your mana. Healing is additional to this core rotation rather than part of it. Alright, so Healing Mage works by placing buffs on players you want to heal, then those players heal for an amount equivalent to the arcane damage you do for the duration of that buff. I've read that it's similar to later incarnations of Disciplined Priests. The theme is that Arcane Mages are chronomancers, but specifically using their abilities to rewind time to before you took that damage. What's interesting is that this isn't cramming a retail sensibility into vanilla. Arcane has never been a healing spec. It was tough at first, but as I leveled, it got a lot smoother. A big part of the problem was that Arcane Blast came after the first few dungeons, so I was stuck using regen, Arcane Missiles, and wands just to heal. It helped that later phases added runes specifically to help make arcane healing easier. You have to bear in mind, I was going from baby mode paladin healing to bizarro, full damage control chaos of arcane healing. Until you get the Chronomatic Preservation rune, you don't have any kind of on-demand targeted heal. It is less efficient, but it's also good for emergencies. I didn't really care for mass regeneration, not because of its low efficiency, but because of how inconsistent it was with hitting all of the party members. Missile Barrage was my favorite rune though. For one, you get it from completing a special quest where we journey around the world, in a party, hunting Dark Riders from Karazhan. Unlike a lot of world-hopping adventures in this game, the fact that I got one of the best arcane runes from this quest already makes it a favorite of mine. The rune makes it so that Arcane Blast has a 40% chance of making your next Arcane Missile spell free and twice as fast. It wasn't quite Kevin Jordan's vision, but it still made Arcane Missiles much easier to use. There was one really interesting aspect of arcane healing, and that had to do with spell batching. Spell batching has to do with the online nature of the game. Rather than spells being recorded instantly, they're put into small windows of time and cast exactly then. This reduces server load, but the side effect is that multiple things can happen at once. It's basically time travel. With spell batching, you can cast Arcane Blast and regenerate on someone on the same tick, and the Arcane Blast you cast first will have its damage value translated into the regeneration that you cast second, despite the fact that they didn't have the temporal beacon on them. It does break the class flavor, since it should be impossible to rewind someone in time if you haven't placed a beacon on them yet, but it is really fun knowing that I can time my regens with my Arcane Blasts to spot heal. It's just an interesting bit of the skill curve involved. Some people really hate spell batching though. Back in vanilla, batches were around 200 milliseconds apart. In retail, they got that number down to 20 milliseconds. For Classic, they decided to bring back the slower batching. As I understand, it is far more frustrating in PvP to have this kind of artificial lag. All this said, the only reason I enjoyed playing Arcane Healing Mage was because Private Sessions was driving a Shaman tank. Consistently having a tank that behaves in a similar way every time was really important for keeping Arcane Mage stable. I'd say the biggest problem is that you have a class that's reliant on doing damage to heal, but enemies can die before your spell hits. A normal healer doesn't have this problem. When I played Paladin, I had to derive enjoyment from the group succeeding because the playstyle itself was boring. But when I played Mage Healer, I derived enjoyment from personally succeeding as a healer. But unfortunately, this is still the WoW community. Our combo was far from meta, especially as Shaman rubber banded through being overpowered. Despite doing well at pretty much every piece of content we faced, especially since SOD stands for Season of Dads, the meta barely had room for one of us, let alone together as a combo. It was in looking for Sunken Temple groups that I realized that we were having our digital resumes checked to determine if we were worth bringing to a party, We were new to the content, so, quote, form your own group, unquote, as is often the response to this complaint, would have been a disaster. I really didn't feel like asking dozens of times until we found a group terrible enough to waive the mandatory drug testing. Raiding guilds were literally collapsing in real time at that point in Phase 3, so that wasn't an option either. And farming pre-raid best in slot for a phase that's locked to 10 levels below max is not only annoying, but ultimately a waste of time. Speaking of, what exactly did that entail? Mostly running dungeons around level 50, sure. Those are fine, except SOD also added a new token system, meaning the majority of groups farming for dungeons are really just farming to farm tokens. One of these farms is literally just Maradon Princess runs. We did that about 10 times before finally deciding that Season of Discovery just must not have been for us. This is part of the problem with a multiplayer game. It doesn't really matter what we want to do. What matters is how many other people are interested in joining us to do something. Saying, quote, you can choose to not farm Princess, end quote, is basically saying that we can choose to not play group content in SOD. Despite having a phase of people locked at Maradon's level range, I still haven't done a full clear of Maradon. But I did run Sunken Temple on my rogue, multiple times in fact, so I really didn't have much motivation to see a raid version of Sunken Temple. It's weird because in watching the LFG Bulletin in Classic, people do run ST and Era, but people only ever boost Maradon. I'm guessing the logic for picking Sunken Temple was in part to tie it to the new Emerald Incursions, since Sunken Temple also has green dragons. Or maybe it's that Maradon is just kind of a trash dungeon. No offense, but when I found out that Maradon was the product of a texture artist deciding to learn 3ds Max, it kind of made sense why it has the problems it does, and why Blizzard might not favor it for a 20-man raid. Either way, as of writing this, Phase 4 has not released yet, so it's undetermined if I'll be playing more of my mage character or not. I did like the mage. I love the portals and making water, and buffing people's intellect is always funny to say. I didn't even mention the polymorph spell effect, which, fun fact, was the way it was as mages originally had sleep, but people failed to properly recognize the crowd control was in effect, so they had to make polymorph more obvious. Man, just one more thing my rogue has to be jealous of mages for, since SAP has that problem. We are going back to Kalimdor. I know, but weirdly it gets better from here. Some of Kalimdor's best content is in its higher levels. There are multiple examples of dungeons and even entire zones being added as post-launch content here, so that's partly why. Near the southern edge of Kalimdor lies, well, guess the biome. Yeah, it's a desert. One of my favorites. Tanarus is one of the sandy dunes variety of deserts, which is a really rare type for WoW. Gadgetzan sits at the entrance to Tanarus, a way station between the Shimmering Flats and the Steamweedle Port. The Horton Alliance may not be out here, but the people of the South Seas are. Steamweedle Port is supposed to be the cartel's main base of operations outside of Undermine, but we don't really see that in vanilla. It's just a dock with a couple buildings, and when it was updated in the Cataclysm, yeah, I guess Deathwing wanted to move the port closer to Gadgetzan. There are also pirates living in a cove on the coastline, mostly just seeming to use it as a terrestrial base of operations within which they can build new ships. However, when this band moved in, they had actually evicted the previous occupants and sent them into the desert. That group is now known as the Waste Wander Bandits. They've adapted to life in the desert and subsist by raiding Gadgetzan wells built throughout Tanarus. The RPG even alludes to them draining the fluids of those they kill, so if you didn't get it, they're the Fremen and Tanarus is Arrakis. Although that's the extent of the references, as they are targets of quests, not potential allies. Still, it's a really cool little micro-faction to run into out here. Beyond that, the main civilization are the desert trolls of Zul'Farrak. Albeit, compared to the other troll civilizations, you get the feeling that something is seriously wrong in this region. We'll talk more about these trolls later. Tanarus was honestly one of my more favorite zones to level in. It's the perfect size to make use of our new mounts, and I love how enormous the sand dunes in the middle of the map are. I always conceptualized this zone as being flat until I remember the mountain of sand in the middle. On behalf of the water company, we're sent out to investigate some of the wells, only to uncover some strange bug creatures we've had brief encounters with in the Barrens and Shimmering Flats. It is in investigating them here that we uncover that they are the Silithid, an ancient insectoid menace to Kalimdor that threatened the entire continent if left unchecked. Their hives near the edges of Tanarus are massive, much larger than any we've seen before, which can only mean we're getting closer to wherever they're coming from. Man, I sure hope that area was finished at launch. Speaking of, explore enough and you can also find the strange sight of many out-of-place objects sitting outside the entrance to a cave, barred off and guarded by a bronze dragon. We haven't encountered any bronze dragons before, and their presence here is a bit of a mystery. Well, a mystery if you have never played anything beyond vanilla. The Caverns of Time were actually somewhat complete as an area in vanilla, only lacking the dungeons that would be added in TBC. The area was closed off, but not impossible for players to access through clever uses of game mechanics. These caverns actually serve as the home of the Bronze Dragonflight, the dragons who were gifted with mastery of temporal magic. It is their job to make sure no wizards try to use time travel to alter the course of history. I'm not sure what their take on arcane mages are, but it probably isn't good. The caverns themselves were conceptualized as a way to make content out of historical events, such as Thrall's escape from Durnhold Keep, the opening of the Dark Portal, or the battle at Mount Hyjal. However, in vanilla, this front area only ended up being used as part of the Encourage event. Still, it's great flavor for Tanarus. I think this area honestly has every excuse to be lazy, yet it doesn't take any of them. For example, Tanarus has a unique weather effect, the sandstorm. Many ruins across the region are in different states of being buried, while the actively maintained areas are not. You can see footprints in the sand of where people have traveled recently. Tanarus even has a good escort quest, reuniting a lost turtle with his lover from one corner of the map to the beach. He will follow you, making it a long but not annoying journey. Tanarus also has a bad escort quest, being one in a chain of similar quests to recover 3 mechanical chickens in Feralis and the Hinterlands. These are homing robots. I'm not really sure what they're used for, but they're fairly weak, contrary to what the flavor text implies. This is the standard escort where the NPC has a preferred path that it wants to take. It's too low level and has a few preset ambushes. The end reward for doing all 3 is your very own pet mechanical chicken so you can flex on people with... Well, pets never seemed to be a big thing in Era. There's also a quest resolution in Tanarus that is fairly important. Remember after Oldemon when we got a copy of some discs and took them back to civilization? Well, a few levels later, you'll be asked to take the discs to the sealed gates of a place called Oldham in Tanarus. However, when we do, a Titan AI tells us that we will need the Plates of Oldham to access the facility, and this is otherwise a dead end, so... Oldham. Oldham was going to be a dungeon for much of Vanilla WoW's development. At one point, Kalimdor was going to be much smaller, and a mysterious continent called Ulduar was going to be to its south, below Oldham. Yeah, these early maps basically read as a wish list for content that would get made, if not in vanilla, then in various expansions. Like, even Nazjatar was preconceived in 1999. Oldham was a dungeon, though. It was crammed into the southern tip of Kalimdor. The Cataclysm had other plans. Oldham was turned into one of the new 83 to 85 leveling zones. It was not a dungeon anymore. Now it was a whole new area. They blew up the old gates to Oldham because who wanted that whole Plates of Oldham plot point explored when we could just say the area was cloaked and now there's a handy pass through the mountains for us and Indiana Jones to visit. Yay! I mean, I really don't get what the obsession with a certain age demographic in Indiana Jones is. I mean, I was kind of over it until I started doing the questline a few years ago. I bounced off it hard. I liked the Storm Peaks area concept. As big a fan as I am of the low fantasy, petty squabbles of Vanilla WoW, I am fine with the concept of Oldham. I just think they could have handled the narrative side a lot better. But how about them trolls? Zul'Farrak is a mid-40s to early 50s dungeon. It's one of the last leveling dungeons before you start stepping into areas most endgame players are doing. Zul'Farrak is generally desirable because of the trinket carrot on a stick, which increases mount movement speed by 3%. While not huge on its own, it's usually used in addition to a riding skill enchantment and mithril spurs. This results in a roughly 14 to 18% speed increase depending on what mount is being affected. This confuses people, but you have to remember that with a mount, you aren't moving at the mount speed. You're moving at normal speed plus the mount speed. So 100% normal movement speed plus 60% mount speed. 3% of 160 is 4.8%. This was actually bugged for the first 5 phases of Classic, since in 2014, Warlords of Draenor changed these kinds of effects to be additive, not multiplicative, which makes them more simple to understand. The trinket says 3%. I shouldn't then extrapolate that it means 4.8 or 6%. But players at least understand that faster is better. So to Zul'Farrak we go. Before that though, these are the Speedy Racer goggles. Until patch 1.9.3, they were the other option for a reward for the quest. Yes, there was a second reward for a quest that gives a trinket in the level 40s that increased mount speed. And it was in the game for more than a year. I really do wonder how many people chose the goggles and later regretted it. Their main notable aspect, though, were that they were goggles that you didn't need to be an engineer to wear, and they are agility plus intellect on cloth. Gross. First thing to note, Zul'Farrak is one of the few instances in Classic to make use of terrain being woven into the existing landscape of Tanarus rather than an entirely sculpted model, which means you can use a mount in this instance. This makes wipes a less lethal endeavor since you don't need to walk back to where you were, and there's a stretch where you can mount up to get to another part of the instance. I think it's neat. Given that we have talked about mounts being on the chopping block for some time though, it's unsurprising that the dungeons were not designed to work with mounts in mind. I don't see why horses are able to handle being inside a place like Ironforge, but not Gnomeregan. Zul'Farrak starts pretty cordial, just some basic trash clears with a mix of melee and caster humanoid enemies. I have to appreciate any dungeon that starts like this just because it lets you know in advance if it's going to be a good group or not. If you get to this courtyard and are having trouble, it's not a great sign. The first boss is actually a rare NPC. This is one of those that has me convinced that a developer was expecting rogues to farm rares based on how it's designed. Zarillus patrols in this courtyard area, and his only drop are a pair of strength agility leather boots. Particularly, they're more like feet bracers. Trolls can't wear shoes, so it kind of fits. That said, it's really funny how much of this game I played with exposed feet and slut cuts in my pants. I guess it tracks that bare feet are usually quieter than boots, but still. I went through the plague lands in these. But these boots only drop 18% of the time. The rest of the time it's just generic greens. So what? We just keep sneaking in here and hoping this guy spawns, and then hoping we can kill him, and then hoping he drops our boots? Nope. See, Zarillus patrols with a battle buddy, and fun fact, he will respawn if that battle buddy is still alive. Yes, all you have to do to get him to consistently spawn is not kill his friend. But surely taking on a boss and another elite would be impossible for a rogue at this level, right? I mean, yeah, it is. But they're a patrol. So what you do is wait until precisely the right moment and use your distract ability to freeze his partner in place, while Zarillus will just keep moving forward. Then pull Zarillus out of the courtyard to this upper area where you can fight him in a line of sight battle. He has a net so he can root you in place and shoot you from a distance, so it's necessary to be able to break his line of sight. And then, just barely, and using all of your cooldowns, you can kill him. It'll take a few attempts, but it's basically free rogue gear if you can do it. I'm thoroughly convinced that one of the designers had to have wanted rogues to do this. I don't buy that there are this many steps in which a rogue has advantages to complete this purely by coincidence. However, most regular Zul'Farrak runs I've done haven't seen this guy, so I suspect his spawn chance is so low that most people who don't obsessively study dungeon loot tables wouldn't know about him. Either way, this courtyard provides two paths to complete the dungeon. Not that every ZF group I've ever been in hasn't gone right every time, but I guess in theory you could go left? The main thing about Zul'Farrak is that almost all of it is optional. The only thing you have to do if you want to kill the final boss is you have to complete this event at the shrine. You free this party of 5 NPCs and an entire raid of trolls shows up. It looks pretty intimidating, but basically you just have to hold the line at the top of the stairs as the trolls slowly peel off of the main group. Maybe this is supposed to soft introduce the idea of raid groups to players, or just even the odds. Either way, this event is mostly just a test of patience that, unsurprisingly, many people will fail. When you reach the bottom, you fight a Shadow Priest boss. Afterwards, the goblin in the adventuring party can be prompted to blow open the gate to the final boss. There is another optional fight if you have a quest to ask the leader of the party for a rod, at which point his party becomes hostile and an encounter in its own right. Most parties are here for quests, so this happens pretty much every time. If you're not questing, then you are gearing, which the final boss has. Namely, stuff that rogues and fury warriors want. I scored this pretty sweet furry headpiece that matched the awful aesthetic I was developing. If a party's patient enough to complete the prior event, there's no way they'll somehow fail and accidentally pull this entire room that's wired to chain pull. It's a little too easy after the temple event. No, the real challenge of ZF is Gazrilla. It's another giant Hydra thing. Given the last one we fought was a stated servant of the old gods, this one has almost no lore. Cataclysm would eventually draw the connection that yes, this thing is a similar creature and tied to the old gods, which also means that Cataclysm is stating that none of the vanilla adventurers ever got their carrot on a stick. But that was in the pre-patch, and for only about a month. Fun fact, Gazrilla was slain with the help of either Varian Wren or Cairn Bloodhoof. And even that doesn't seem to be canon since Gazrilla was still alive in the Cataclysm proper version of the dungeon. But in patch 4.1, the trailer has one of the Zandalari trolls describing the city as being a wasteland. Yeah, Zul'Farrak is in a weird position in the lore. I don't know why Cataclysm decided to have 3 different confirmations of this, but it also means that nothing was ever done with the dungeon since. The Sand Fury just became another tribe of trolls who did nothing wrong and got absolutely stomped by the players. Unless you happened to play the Cata pre-patch and happened to see that they were planning on sending Gazrilla through a portal to Thunder Bluff or Stormwind, I think it's worse because unlike the Amani or Gurabashi, the Faraki trolls live in an isolated desert. The real danger of Gazrilla, though, is that almost every party leader thinks it's a good idea to try to fight the boss without clearing at least a couple of the packs in this arena. I don't know why parties insist on playing on hard mode here. One of the worst runs of Zul'Farrak I've ever done was actually in Season of Dumbfuckery. The 3 DPS we recruited were madly zugzugging the entire instance and making every encounter more difficult. Turns out it was because they wanted to farm tokens, and this was before the Princess Farm meta was established. Deep in the heart of Kalimdor, surrounded on all sides by deserts, is a lush jungle, full of harvestable lumber that will not be contested by the native elves, because they're conveniently almost all dead. Seriously, while I get the first incursion of Ashenvale was kind of an accident and Medivh could have warned the orcs about it, the fact that they didn't turn their attention to Feralis is a bit bizarre. It's not even a particularly hostile jungle like Stranglethorn. Honestly, Jaina, Thrall, why didn't you guys think of this? Probably because then there wouldn't be an eternal war if the Horde were any more intelligent. So Feralis, we see many elven ruins here indicating its past inhabitants, but none can rival the city of Eldrath, known today as Dire Maul. Yeah, this was where that big ogre dungeon ended up being. Feralis thus serves as one of the many lost enclaves of highborn society that the Night Elves abandoned after the Sundering. And then that's basically it. There isn't really a note of how the city came under ogre control. It's just the Sundering and then the Horde wiping out all the elves. Go figure. These elves, the Shindralar, who escaped the horrors inside Dire Maul and its attack by the Horde, would later join the Night Elves. They were treated with suspicion, and the Blood Elves thought that they were going to blow up Night Elf society, LOL, though given one of their own did that instead. These Highborn are treated poorly because they kept practicing arcane magic. Albeit, I assume the justification for them even being allowed back into Night Elf society had to do with the humans, gnomes, and eventually Draenei mages teleporting all around Darnassus. Still, it's a cool concept. Feralis is feral because instead of learning druidic magic, The elves here had to subsist on their remaining supply of arcane magic. This made them weak for the Gordani clan's conquest. The Tauren are also here, presumably because it's one of the main routes to Desolace, and the Night Elves have set up a military outpost on an island off the coast. We don't really know a whole lot about these groups because Feralis was another unfinished area that had some quests added to it in patch 1.5. Not much has really changed since either. The Isle of Dread is underwater and more Tauren are living here due to Thousand Needles being flooded. Feathermoon had to move off the island. Honestly, that was probably a convenience feature. One of the most annoying parts of leveling in Feralis as Alliance was needing to either take this long boat ride to the main town, or spend forever swimming across the bay. The Isle of Dread is most likely a reference to the D&D module from 1981. It's kind of weird and went somewhat unused until an Endgame questline was added, tied to the opening of Encourage. This quest has players collecting meat from the Chimera that live on the Isle, and partly rewards an epic cooking recipe, the only of its kind, which also happened to be one of the most powerful food items in the game. There's also like one quest while you level that sends you here, and it's because they built this unique cave on the island that otherwise serves no purpose. Like, of the devastation that the Cataclysm wrought upon the vanilla world, the Isle of Dread is probably the least noticeable absence. Feralis is actually an all-around weird zone. For example, there's a quest to get thick Yeti hides. I have generally refrained from writing about every random collection quest in this game because we've done hundreds to get this far. But this one's special because if you're a skinner, you can skin the Yetis to double up your chances of getting one of the hides. To memory, this was the only time I noticed this in the entire game. I used Wowhead's classic item search tool to look for quest items that can be obtained through skinning, and there is another, but it's another Yeti hide, in Feralis. I cannot understate how many fucking quests there are in this game to gather hides from animals, and there are only 2 where skinning was treated as a solution. This was not one of the quests added in patch 1.5, it was available since launch. My only guess is that the profession system was in the works for so long that the quest designers were told not to add skinning as solutions, and maybe towards the end they were finally allowed to do it, but then it would have shown up more in quests added post-launch. So my second thought is that there's a rogue designer who tried it, and for whatever reason it wasn't copied in the post-launch quests. Well, Season of Discovery has a few, and the incursions. Personally, I love it. Skinning should be that kind of perk. Well, I looked a little further, inspired by the SOD quests. There are a couple more quests like this, and the reason they didn't show up is that they aren't specifically flagged as quest items. This means they are tradable. WoW is not a consistent game, although a couple of these will make sense. For example, Pristine Hide of the Beast is an objective of a quest, but it can only be acquired through skinning, so it had to be made tradable. Patch of Tainted Skin, on the other hand, is bind on pickup. That's because it's for a repeatable quest in Felwood. However, I was specifically looking for things that were flagged as quest items that could only be gathered through professions, and my search turned up a quest called Root Samples in the Barrens. It's the only other time, but it's specifically an herbalist quest. So it makes sense the only way to acquire the quest item is going to be through herbalism. And then you have several mining quests, but all of these are tradable items, not quest items, so you could buy these objectives on the auction house. I am of the personal opinion that all quest items should be tradable and sellable on the auction house. It's not like quests themselves award enough XP to level, so even if someone pre-bought all of the quest items in the game, they would still need to supplement their experience somehow. The main thing for me though is being able to trade quest items to a friend if I decide the drop rate sucks too much for us to both keep trying to do the collection quest. Speaking of, apparently the Yeti quest has a really low drop rate if you're not a skinner. This is very strange because the data on Wowhead suggests that the drop rate is ordinarily above 60%. Yet people complained of being able to kill dozens of Yeti before getting their first hide. I might be the only person to have ever noticed this discrepancy. That is part of what's maddening about this project. Things do not use consistent templates in this game. Every quest, every item, and every NPC has the potential to be built just slightly different from every other NPC of that type. Suddenly you see a mob flagged as a beast run away in fear, and it's like, wait, so far only humanoids have ever done that until now. Why does this one dog or whatever it was, I will never, ever find the footage or example, why does it run away in fear? It's just a waking nightmare. 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 Feralis is home to one of the Emerald Dream gateways, as we've mentioned before. Season of Discovery added a new content type where you can journey through the portal into the dream, in what is called an Emerald Incursion. Even though this isn't vanilla content, I am going to talk about it. Emerald Incursions are some of the worst content I have done, not in vanilla or classic era, in all of World of Warcraft. I was pretty excited when I heard about incursions. I had no clue they were coming, just that there was new content tied to these gateways. This was the classic plus content I was looking for, especially given my interest in seeing the vanilla Emerald Dream. It starts by meeting a new faction, the Emerald Wardens. They give a prerequisite quest to clear demons out from in front of the portals. Pretty straightforward, if chaotic. From there, we are put into the incursion loop. If at any point you run out of incursion quests, the quest to kill demons will reappear, so you're never out of the loop. What we get is a mission brief, which is an envelope that starts a quest and a deputy star to share that quest. Why not use the generic quest sharing feature? Because it would probably be too easy to exploit. So we have to click the envelope, but because it's bind on pickup, we'll need to hit accept in the middle of the screen. Then we click the deputy star, which is also bind on pickup, so we need to hit accept in the middle of the screen again. Then we use the envelope, hit accept, and then use the star to share the quest if we're in a party, which interrupts the other players if they are in their quest log. Okay, so now we and our party go through the portal. Note that the ramp up to the portal will dismount you, but there is an exception. SOD added a level 25 mount you can buy for reaching a certain reputation with the Warsong Gulch PvP faction, which can only be used while you're in Ashenvale without a riding skill, but only goes 50% faster. Specifically, this mount can go up the ramp at specifically the Ashenvale portal without dismounting its rider. I assume because it's not coded like a normal mount to get around the need for riding training. So after making a very annoying run dodging all the demons, you go through the portal into the Nightmare. It's a flipped around alternate reality version of the zone that you just left, using a few of the assets from the cut Emerald Dream zone. It is a neat execution given the entirety of SOD is maintained by like 10 people at Blizzard that are also responsible for Cataclysm Classic, which also happened to release around the same time and was also busted as fuck. Anyways, the Nightmare has a variety of annoying things. The Ashenvale one has roving clouds of gas that stacks a movement speed penalty on you and eventually puts you to sleep. The Hinterlands one has roaming landmines. Ironically, we never visited the Feralis Gateway, but I'm sure it has something equally annoying. Down the ramp portal we go that you still can't mount on to find a big blob of players just hanging out. I'm still not sure why. One theory we had was that they were all waiting for the escort quest NPCs to show up, but they wouldn't leave after, so who knows. And yes, there are escort quests, 3 of them. Thankfully, they use the best escort AI package where they just follow you, but only one person can escort them at a time. Thankfully, not too many people seemed to be griefing the escorts while we were doing this. So now you can go around and complete the quest objectives. There are 18 quests in each portal, and it's the same exact quests for each portal. 3 kill quests, 3 quests to get a report from an NPC, 3 quests to grab an item, 1 quest for each of the 3 gathering professions, 3 quests to kill a boss, and 3 quests to escort an NPC back to the portal. When you complete your first quest, you will get another brief. The group content aspect is that with 2 people, you get 2 quests each, which turns into 4, etc. So 5 people can max out their quest log easily. But people also figured out that only the report, escort, and item quests were worth doing, as they could largely just be completed by running in a circle. The rest were wastes of time. So what people did was make an add-on to do all the annoying interface bullshit for you, stack a party of 5 people, and spam these same quests repeatedly. Statistically, with 5 players, you had a high chance to just keep getting the good missions, since nothing stops you from getting duplicate mission briefs. I felt challenged to come up with my own exploit of the system. Remember the deputy star? Each star has 4 charges, because in a party of 5 you need to share the quest 4 times. But what if you only have one other party member who you share the quest with 4 times instead? So we were able to spam the missions in a duo pretty easily as well. It is extremely repetitive, and we dreaded doing incursions. Quote, so don't, end quote, the shit-eating early Phase 3 defender will say. Good point, let's go do oh wait, nobody's doing dungeons because incursions give better experience, gold, and reputation for a faction that you're going to need to grind out anyways. It was worse. We were not level 40 yet when Phase 3 dropped, so we missed out on the day 1 incursions, which were giving economy-destroying amounts of gold for completion, especially after you hit 50. And you had a senior game producer stepping up to bat for it still being lucrative, despite being extremely sluggish to fix it. It was like the worst of all scenarios that Blizzard had recently made the mistake of multiple times. Introduce wildly overpowered way for people to progress, the exploit early, exploit often crowd takes advantage of it. It gets patched too slowly to stop people from exploiting it, but too quickly to allow everyone to get in on the action. And then Blizzard's hesitant to adjust the rewards already made for the people who exploited early to match the intended amounts. It was probably wildly impractical to do this for SOD because players blitzed to 50 so they could race to do the Sunken Temple raid, which had its own controversies, but it left a sour taste in everyone's mouth to have the main PR mouthpiece of SOD bragging about how lucrative incursions were when this was the content that they had made. The high XP rates and dumping thousands of gold per player into the economy was bad, yes, but it's the fact that the best descriptor of the content I read was that it was intended to educate players about how it felt to be a bot. I mean, think about it. Players are discriminating against paying customers simply for doing highly repetitive tasks that result in them getting access to cheap resources and gold. What's next? Is the WoW community going to hate players with autism? Incursions are intended to teach players by emulating the activities of bots, the pathfinding, the decision-making, and the boring process of doing the same content while running in circles. I, for one, think it's progressive. Mind you, SOD already has an XP buff to help players level faster, so it's not like they needed to implement a new way to give players a leveling shortcut during the game's roughest parts. It's just that when I was envisioning Discovery, I was not expecting a bad copy of Silithus Field Duty, but this time intended to carry players from levels 25 to 55. Yes, kids, you can get on the incursion train as soon as level 25. Granted, it's in Duskwood, so, not great for level 25 Horde. And I've already mentioned the disaster that was this content in relation to PvP. I hope with the additional context of what this content is and why people wanted to do it, you understand just how ludicrous raiding parties farming people coming through the gateways is. Either way, if incursions are a sign of what Blizzard can offer in terms of Classic Plus content, obviously expecting it would be a crack pipe dream. I'm sure some smug people will say it was to be expected, but personally, I think it's a great practical demonstration of why that was the case. Now, hopefully they were saving the best for Phase 4, which will actually matter since we'll finally be 60s and there's a lot more progression, but who knows? And speaking of post-launch copium, let's go back in time to patch 1.2. Maraudon was added to the game in December of 2004, roughly 5 weeks after launch. It was added to fill the gap of missing mid-40s to early 50s dungeons at launch. As such, it's kind of an interesting dungeon. Probing into the heart of Centaur lands and Desolace, we descend through a statue of a something. The entrance is supposed to be a burial ground for the Centaur, so it's full of ghosts. However, getting past those, we're greeted with 3 options. They are helpfully colored purple, orange, and a middle path. These correspond to the 3 entrances of the dungeon. The middle path requires a special item acquired by completing a quest inside the orange and purple wings. The dungeon is basically a Y shape, with the 2 shoot-off branches being the purple and orange paths. You can't really full clear the dungeon without backtracking either orange or purple. From my experience, most people just take the shortcut portal, as from there it only takes a party about 5 minutes to reach the final boss, Princess Theradras. Private Sessions and I were trying to get the Scepter quest, and we looked for a while until someone finally signed up. A bad sign was that he was in his welfare gear from Emerald Incursions, but he was our only sign up. Anyways, as we strove to get the Scepter made, he quit partway through. For some reason, he wrote a message about looking for members to complete the Scepter quest as a run to kill Princess. This was the closest that I've come to actually running Maradon. But I've spent plenty of time inside this dungeon. See, I looked for a while for a decent way to make money on my rogue back in Era. I put together a list of the most valuable herbs and eventually stumbled upon ghost mushrooms. I remember seeing them in caves in the hinterlands, but I figured that was too risky a strat to reliably farm them. So I looked it up and found out that you can consistently farm ghost mushrooms in Maradon, and rogues were actually good at it. So I pretty much have the layout memorized now. Maradon looks confusing because on most maps, this northern section's layered on top of itself, so it can look like there's branching hallways throughout the cave. The orange section's full of various corrupted nature elementals, while the purple section's full of demons. This causes the waters flowing from both to mingle together into these poison falls. However, break past the poison falls and you'll enter into a pure canyon area, if players will ever look up to notice. But why? What's going on here? Well, a lot of it was left up to interpretation, until the Cataclysm gave up and added the Adventurer's Guide. Okay, pause. That's how it's appear if you just go by the sources, but this is actually more complicated. So Cataclysm did not add the Adventurer's Guide, it added the Dungeon Journal. Mist of Pandaria added information about the vanilla dungeons to the Dungeon Journal, and Warlords of Draenor renamed it to the Adventurer's Guide. It combines the utility of an add-on like Atlas Loot to inform players about loot, while also having information on dungeon mechanics and a lore blurb and the ability to see the boss's model. I'm not sure what qualified a dungeon to get a Dungeon Journal entry in Cataclysm. The Deadmines and SFK have them, for example, I assume because their bosses were completely redone. Whereas Wailing Caverns was largely unchanged, albeit it was. They removed the maze section. But they made sure to tell me about a bunch of post-level 85 dungeons. I sure am glad my level 13 Worgen knows about those dungeons. I don't like the concept of the Dungeon Journal. I don't like the game itself acknowledging player omniscience when it comes to what bosses exist, what mechanics they'll have, and what they're going to drop. For example, there are Satyr in the purple area of Maradon. Satyr are associates of the Burning Legion, and we see various demons up on the surface in Desolus, so perhaps they moved in here in an attempt to recruit allies among the Centaur. The Satyr Lord Viletongue journeyed into Maradon's depths after hearing of its corruption. Theradras was wary of the conniving demon at first, but Viletongue proved his worth by creating an army of wretched minions such as Noxian and Razorlash for the princess. Oh, okay. I guess I really don't care, says a player who reads this first instead of wondering about what's going on in the dungeon while they explore it. Emphasis on explore. Something like a dungeon map is fine to add because you still have to go to the dungeon to view the map. Maybe if maps unlocked in segments as you killed the bosses, then we could call it even. I think the journal's listing mechanics is a questionable feature though. It is true that it's annoying when players don't know the mechanics of a fight, but I would consider that more of a failure in game design than something that needs to be solved with the interface. For example, let's say there's a mechanic where you need to interrupt a boss while he's casting a spell. If players are making it into the mid-40s, not knowing about their interrupt abilities, then more of the quest should be teaching them that. You can't make a general quest that requires an interrupt ability because not all quests have them and not everybody will see that quest. So then make class quests for the classes with interrupt abilities that are given by the trainers with a shiny, powerful reward at the end. That in the process requires players fight an enemy they'll need to interrupt, or whatever class role they need to fill. Some of the healing classes do have quests that require players to heal an NPC to complete already. I don't think I've ever heard of a player making it to level 45 not knowing that their class can heal. I find the boss's models being viewable extremely novel. Who's that for? The theoretical adventuring party who is lost and trying to find the boss that's just somehow blending into the trash too well? Anyways, the lore in the adventuring guide is interesting. I have to assume it's information coming from the multiple thick binders Chris Metzen kept in his office. From the accounts I've read, I can absolutely believe Chris Metzen would have had answers for what was going on with the bosses in Maradon, and it was simply a part of the quest design that we didn't know them. I wouldn't exactly call it a failure. After all, like I said, it makes the world big and mysterious, especially for players who are just soaking in lore through the visuals rather than reading the quest text or wiki entries. Princess Theradris is another one of those bosses. Bear with me here. In vanilla, canonically, Horde adventurers went into Maradon and defeated everything, including Theradras, in order to free Zaytar's spirit. He's the son of Cenarius that fathered all the Centaur, remember him? Okay, then when the Cataclysm was ongoing, Garrosh Hellscream, or Magni Bronzebeard, went to Maradon and killed Theradras again. And then the player goes into Maradon post-Cataclysm to slay Theradras a third time, in order to free Zaytar's spirit again. Now, all of this could be explained by the fact that elementals defeated in the physical world do not die. They just go to their elemental plane. However, in Cataclysm, we go to Deepholm, which is the elemental plane of Earth, and meet the elemental lord of Earth, Therazane. In her dialogue, Therazane acknowledges Theradras's death, despite her dying on the surface, not in Deepholm. Even if that only applies to the elemental lords, as copium to explain why Ragnaros was able to come back in Cataclysm without undermining his defeat in vanilla like they did with so many other dungeons, I'm not sure I would really buy elementals holding sentimental attachment to their relatives. Their life cycle was supposed to imply a system of reincarnation, that the elementals come live their lives, eventually extinguish, and that essence goes back and later becomes other elementals. Plus, it's not really true. Theradras wasn't living in Maradon to grieve Zaytar. She was holding his spirit captive, creating an army of minions, and during the Cataclysm was causing earthquakes on the surface. I cannot buy that Therazane was so knowledgeable about her daughter's 1,000-year tryst with a ghost, but not the context of her multiple deaths. Because it was multiple. I've killed her at least a dozen times. She'd probably still be alive if she just dropped the Blade of Eternal Darkness. Honestly, I'm going to get so many comments saying I hate Cataclysm too much and bring it up too often, but almost every time there is something stupid in the lore, Kata's dumb fucking symbol is sitting right next to it. I can't speak to how the dungeon plays. Again, I didn't really run it. I can only speak on princess farming and my ghost mushroom route. My ghost mushroom route takes about 7 to 8 minutes. There is a lockout on instances after 5 runs, meaning I need to spend an extra 4 or 5 minutes waiting around so I don't hit my hourly lockout. Each run has around half a dozen mushrooms in it. At first, I was just farming the mushrooms to sell. However, after I leveled my hunter from 30 to 35, I was able to learn how to make potions that used the mushrooms and sell those instead for an even higher amount. I actually researched and wrote parts of this video in between sessions of farming mushrooms. Usually I would alternate 8 minutes in the instance while various video or audio research played, 12 plus minutes of writing, or I would watch something for entertainment and then work. We'll talk about why I needed the money later. I could have optimized this route further by switching from skinning to mining, but I was set on trying to skin one of the raid bosses and already had 315 skinning, so I was too lazy to switch. As for the princess farm, I did that more on Season of Discovery. I only did 2 princess runs on my rogue because I had released from my corpse and didn't get credit the first time. This quest is important because it awards the Thrash Blade, which is a really useful sword for rogues that more than outstayed its welcome. Princess farming was more for the mage, since I did kinda want the purple dagger that drops off the boss, but we were actually just farming wild offerings off a mob that spawns after you beat her. You use a rod you create from a quest inside the instance to portal into this bottom section, then beeline it through a few trash pulls all the way to the princess. I know they liked the winged dungeon approach after Scarlet Monastery, but being able to kill Princess without clearing any of the other bosses in this wing is kind of a mess. There are dungeons that came with the game that were able to do this, so Maradon should have too. This is going to be a really fast zone because Ashara was supposed to be a battleground, and then that was scrapped. See, a lot of WoW's development conceptualized battlegrounds taking place in the open world. Then that actually happened in Hillsbrad and ran disastrously. It's funny too because Ashara was apparently going to be a Defense of the Ancients type of game mode. Given what happened with Dota, that's extra funny. Basically, Defense of the Ancients was a player-made game mode for Warcraft 3, and it was big in the esports scene for RTS games in the mid-2000s, probably in part because it didn't have the usual unit management mechanics of an RTS. After the expansion The Frozen Throne was released, Dota was organized under a new mode called Dota All-Stars with a website and holding company, before being handed to another developer to maintain. This was around 2005. The initial 2 maintainers of All-Stars were recruited by a company known as Riot to produce a standalone game for the mode that you may have heard of called League of Legends. This was around 2008. This may have caused a falling out which caused the mod's then current maintainer to start his own website and caught the attention of a couple of Valve employees, who expressed interest in wanting to hire him to make their own game in the source engine, called Dota, as a word rather than an acronym. This was around 2009. The entire time, Ashara Crater would come and go from public consciousness. During vanilla, it was apparently unfinished as fixing Alterac Valley ended up taking priority. It would be mentioned offhandedly a few times through the Burning Crusade and Wrath, and the dream seemed dire as the Cataclysm would do its thing to the area. Blizzard would state that Mist of Pandaria could potentially finally release Ashara Crater as a battleground, and this was where they stated that they wanted it to have Dota-style gameplay, only to then eventually decide they'd rather focus on the other 2 battlegrounds of MoP instead. This was in 2011. Funnily enough though, that wasn't where the story ended. See, Riot opposed Valve making their own version of Dota because, obviously, they were going to be competitors. Valve filed a trademark claim on the name, which caused the original maintainers of All-Stars to file their own trademark for their holding company under Riot. Then Blizzard, in 2010, under then CEO Rob Pardo, who took over designing World of Warcraft before launch, said that the name Dota belonged to the mod community, and it was all very wholesome as the community came together to sing songs of peace and love before Blizzard subsequently bought the All-Stars holding company from Riot and sued Valve. Blizzard themselves had made a mod for StarCraft 2 called Blizzard Dota in 2010. This was part of why Blizzard was suddenly trying to claim that the community, in quotes, owned Dota, because Blizzard wanted to own it as they were going to turn Blizzard Dota into its own game. The dispute ended with Valve keeping the commercial rights to the trademark, but allowing non-commercial usage of the name. Blizzard would get to use the name to describe their game modes, hence why they describe Ashara Crater with the term, but they would have to change the name of Blizzard Dota, which they did, to Blizzard All-Stars. That did not last though. The game would end up coming out as Heroes of the Storm. Valve's Dota game would be called Dota 2 to distinguish it from the mod. League of Legends was, well, LOL, and Ashara got cataclysmed, and it got it bad. When the Bilgewater Cartel joined the Horde, that meant they gained goblins. Only they didn't gain the goblins that we've seen until now, they gained a highly flanderized version of the goblins that had been in Warcraft up to that point. Ashara was a pristine but cursed area. It bears the remnants of the ancient highborn capital of Genashari, at least in the old lore, a city and zone named in honor of the queen who ended the world as the elves knew it. A zone in perpetual autumn, representing the fall that became Queen Ashara, with Naga at the heart, representing vroom vroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna equip myself with a little, 4 wheels of fury! Oh.
No way. There's no trucks in World of Warcraft.
Let's do this!
I don't know if I could rank how badly the Cataclysm ruined all of the zones, but Ashara has to be near the top. Now, I get it. And I've heard this argument before. Ashara had to be updated. See, the problem was that there's fuck all to do in a classic Ashara. But there is a difference between updating a zone and what they decided to do. What TBC did for Ashenvale and Dustwallow, those are updates. What Kata did for Ashara is murder. When people asked for playable goblins, they envisioned Gazlo, Booty Bay, Gadgetzan. They did not envision becoming zero-ethics capitalists that would make the venture company call the Cenarian Circle for environmental regulations. That's the thing. The Cataclysm was way more than just geographic changes to the various areas. It also came loaded with a massive tonal shift in the writing. Most players at the time probably didn't notice because, well, who even read the vanilla quest text? I didn't, like 50% of the time back in the day, and I'm a Morrowind fan. Still, there was a gradual shift between vanilla and Wrath that led to the developers being very comfortable in Cata with stuffing the game world full of references, or feeling the need to be more eccentric with the writing. So players who had been used to kill 20 of these things type quests were initially pleased that the average quest had leveled up, but it only took a couple years for people to realize just how much they had lost with the tonal shift. There's a big difference between references to Link and The Legend of Zelda in a questline, and an entire zone as a knockoff of Indiana Jones. As for Ashara, as it is in Classic, it's mostly remembered as being a corner of the world where Blizzard would fit things if they could not go anywhere else. For example, the Hydraxian Water Lords tied to raiding Molten Core, a number of level 50 class quests, and the world boss, Azergos. There was going to be something instance tied to the Timbermaw Furbolg that live here, but since it's touching Mount Hyjal, that ended up being cut content. That's the saddest part of the Cataclysm. It isn't any of the additions or changes, but the subtraction of mystery. Classic zones are full of open-ended plot threads. It's a world that makes you wonder what the next step in the storytelling for these areas is going to be. But that wasn't the kind of game World of Warcraft ended up being. WoW focused much more on insulated island areas that could be visited. Sure, Cataclysm represents an evolution in some respects to the original storytelling, but Cataclysm also tried to remove all of those open-ended plot threads and tied almost everything together into resolved plotlines. And since Cataclysm did that, Blizzard wasn't just scared of updating zones in fear of reprisal from players, but also because what would be the point? Do we really want to see what happens next in Ashara in modern WoW? No, not really, because now it's a dead end. Would I like to see what became of Ashara in a post-Wrath world that didn't go the way ours did? Absolutely. I would love if Timbermaw Hold became an explorable instance, or if the Bay of Storms was used for a small Naga invasion for a patch. You can even update the geography to make getting off the coastline and into the highlands easier because yeah, that does suck and it is a flaw. Not that Classic left Ashara alone. One of the few intentional changes I've noticed was actually in this area. There's a Horde side quest chain dealing with orcs who had been betrayed by Blood Elves. You know, that race that apparently wasn't in vanilla. However, this quest chain's missing from Classic. It was added back in TBC, but with altered quest dialogue. Which I guess, since the TBC server is now a Cataclysm server, means that it's missing again? The reason it was removed was because the quest giver has a sexist remark. Some will say he has two, but it's only one. Calling a woman a thieving woman is not a sexist remark. Saying he should not have trusted a woman is it's sexist, yes. Now honestly, I'm actually kind of surprised there was only one quest to have this problem. You would think, game from 2004 and all, that it would be full of all kinds of problematic and questionable writing. Personally, I think changing it's lame. The Horde have only recently started allowing women to have equal status with men. It doesn't really make sense that the male Horde player characters are the only ones implied to have ever held any semblance of misogyny. Of course, the problem is that #NoChanges means they can't add new quests admonishing Belgrom or making a finer point of his issue. But in the same vein, is it something that needs to be changed? I mean, in polls I have seen, only a third of respondents said that they would read the quest text. Cut that in half since the quest is Horde specific, and remember that Belgrom is somewhat of an obscure NPC quest giver, unless you use an add-on or following a guide. I think the number of people seeing it is low, and even if people do see it, what would happen? Is someone gonna go, ah yes, see, the boys at Blizzard have my back? Well, in context of the low breast milk stock in the Blizzard employee fridge, maybe they would have had their back. Speaking of, we also have to talk about the Incubus. The Incubus is a male-coded equivalent to the Succubus. During vanilla, the succubus was the only one the warlock had access to. In fact, that was the case until Shadowlands in 2022. This game made it almost 20 years, but Blizzard eventually knew better. Hey, what makes a systemic sexual harassment controversy that was absolutely draining WoW's sub count go away? More transparency from the company? No, fuck you. Let's put a male demon twink in. Yeah, that'll fix it. Then they decided to also shove it into Classic. It looks super out of place. I think mainly because instead of being a softer pink, this boy is flaming hot. I don't know, I think it's stupid. As a kid, I thought the Felguard was the male equivalent to the succubus anyways. Where's my female Felguard? When World of Warcraft was being developed, there was an idea that players could progress in one of three ways: questing, dungeons, and crafting. Since gearing up characters is fun, the big question involved asking how many ways gear can be acquired. The answer came from common RPG tropes. Equipment is obtained from killing monsters, completing quests, and crafting items. And all WoW gameplay derives from these three branches. Again, it was no great leap of imagination, and there was no shame in building on established ideas. The key was making each branch fun. Instead of trying to come up with innovations, all efforts were focused on ironing out glitches and hitches associated with the big three: combat, quests, and crafting. I mean, come on, it's in the title, Warcraft. Okay, I jest. It's funny to say that crafting was expected as a viable progression mode in WoW given what we got. Combat and quests are complementary, but also alternatives to each other. You can complete WoW without doing any dungeons, you can even complete WoW without doing any quests. But you cannot complete WoW through crafting. I mean, that's if we consider completing the game to be reaching level 60, but you don't even have to go that far. You cannot fully max out your professions without leveling to at least 35. Nor can you take advantage of many of the things you can make without leveling, as most crafted items have a level requirement. And leveling means either doing quests or dungeons. Now, crafting is an alternative in the sense that it can provide certain upgrades that dungeons or quests couldn't, but even that is kind of weak, because it's dependent on the designers doing the itemization to actually make items worth pursuing through crafting, which is a huge mixed bag. Tailoring has white items being crafted into the 30s, which there's no excuse for. No, really, if you somehow needed a crimson silk vest because you lost your existing chest piece somehow, there are cloth armor merchants that sell vests with an equivalent amount of armor rating for cheaper than what it would cost to train up the skill. The uncommon or green items are no better. Uncommon items drop when killing mobs, they're quest rewards, and they're dropped in dungeons. Unless they're pre-selected drops or rewards, they will possess a randomized enchantment, with consistent suffixes indicating their stats. So for example, items of the eagle always have stamina and intellect. You can pretty consistently get uncommon items just by leveling, which, you know, we have to do anyways to craft. Even if there's a high chance of an item not being the correct armor type or having desired stats, you can still try to sell those items and even consider using the money you make to buy the ones you want off the auction house. For crafted items to work, they have to do one of two things: fill a niche early, or provide superior stats to items found in the world. My hunter's first shoulders were crafted through leatherworking, but it didn't exactly take long for me to find leather shoulders out in the world anyways. Another example would be your first green items, like early blacksmithing before you get green mail items from questing or drops. But beyond that, unless you're really unlucky, crafting will not provide significant upgrades until the end game, when some crafted items are pre-raid best in slot. There are rare or blue items that can be crafted, and these are usually competitive with boss loot from dungeons, so actually viable as gear upgrades. However, general consensus is that crafting professions are not worth messing with while you're leveling. There are gathering professions you can take, which, if you do keep up, can make good money while you level, but crafting is better done when you have a mount. Professions are also level gated. You can't go past skill level 75 until character level 10. You can't go past 150 until 20, and 225 at 35. Of course, a variety of useful recipes only become available to characters able to participate in the endgame, so a true crafting alt may want to level to 60 anyways. There are 9 primary professions, 3 tied to gathering and 6 tied to crafting. You can skin for leather, mine ore, and gather herbs. Already, this provides a level of exclusivity. Even if you dedicated yourself fully to gathering professions, you can still only take 2 of the 3. You would need at least 5 characters to actually engage in every profession in WoW, and since it took me 2 days to level up to 35 on my hunter, at least 240 hours just to level all the characters high enough to max out all of the professions, not counting extra time leveling the professions or leveling one of those characters to 60 as your main. Professions are also expensive to train. I switched my hunter to tailoring and alchemy at level 35 and sent her 500 gold as an investment, and I damn near needed all of it just to train her up to a level where I could get a return. Obviously, this is economy specific, but it also requires there to be an economy. On Dead Realms, you may just have to spend that time getting the materials yourself, which is fine if you train professions as you level. I always fantasize about this, leveling 5 characters at once, switching as I deplete their rested experience, sending resources between the characters as I gather them to level their professions. Of course, then I think about the time investment and just shudder. There are 6 crafting recipes. Tailoring, leatherworking, and blacksmithing all relate to creating equipment. Alchemy, enchanting, and engineering are about creating consumable or utility value. Enchanting is somewhat of an in-between skill. It can gather materials by disenchanting uncommon or above items, but can be prohibitively expensive to progress on your first character. Crafting in the game is decently diverse to generally give every profession some kind of in-game value or niche, but it is not balanced. Maybe the logic is that overall balance is irrelevant because it will be controlled by economic factors. For example, alchemy is objectively the best profession in the game for all purposes. Blacksmithing can make sharpening stones that are useful to some classes, but potions are useful for everybody. They're consumed like candy, meaning there's a constant demand for more to be made. Even for personal use, every class has some kind of potion they could be taking to increase their performance, whether you want to level faster or rate at a higher tier. But that means that alchemists are also in high supply. The only circumstance where someone doesn't get to pick their professions is if they're in a guild that needs a dedicated person with a specific profession, and even then, having a profession alt is still viable. So yeah, professions are economy dependent. Unfortunately, that also means they are the most reliant on Blizzard actually continuing to support the game, which, since Classic is effectively the opposite of that. But on the flip side, in theory, high-end players being lazy should mean that fresh players have a huge opportunity to make money, right? Right? Oh wait, I forgot about the prolific botting and gold selling problem. Never mind. I am underselling it a bit, but professions are actually pretty cool as a system. They might not be amazing for leveling, but they are a way that non-rating players can still interact with the server community. Actually getting your hands on in-game recipes without paying an arm and a leg for them is an adventure in its own right, and there is a lot of emergent gameplay in the business space of World of Warcraft. But there's no point in trying to learn and recognize market trends when almost all of it is constantly undercut by armies of bots farming and algorithmically trading. However, I almost think that some people like the bots, or at least quietly tolerate their presence. The bots supply an effectively infinite amount of materials, meaning that there is never a shortage of raid-critical consumables being made for cheap, or at least much cheaper than what human players would be willing to work for given the inflated economy. Raid players are able to sustain themselves on an income model we'll talk about later that's being propped up by a minority of gold-buying players, thus ensuring a perpetual interest in botting to generate gold for sale. As nice as it is to suggest players should be farming their own materials, that only functions when there's new content being progressed. Post-Next Rammus vanilla servers have always struggled to maintain a population of players who have to farm their own materials in order to run the same pool of raids. But Classic seems to have avoided that pitfall, as there remains a strong audience of a few thousand people doing raids 3.5 years post-Nax, compared to many private servers that struggle to keep enough players for one guild to farm Blackwing Lair, let alone do Encourage. Crafting as well isn't particularly fun. Get the materials together, sit in place, and watch your character take seconds per item. It took me a couple hours to knock out getting my tailoring and alchemy high enough to create Mooncloth and Arcanite. However, it was easily worth doing, especially since I already had a level 30 character otherwise gathering dust. On my crusade to get her to 35, I mostly did mob farming while listening to podcast episodes of developer interviews. However, eventually I got tired of Stranglethorn Vale and took a trip to the Swamp of Sorrows instead. I quickly stumbled upon a spot full of green dragon whelps, which from my experience meant that these things could have a chance of dropping a pet. I looked it up, and yeah, it was a 0.2% drop rate. What are the odds that out of the few hundred I would have to kill to get to 35, I would... Oh, cool. It was exciting, but it was also difficult to sell. Classic rule, just because auctioneer says an item is worth 2,000 gold, doesn't mean anybody ever actually buys it for that price. Anyways, this spot was super lucrative since the whelps could be skinned for scales and had a chance of dropping their flame sacks. But it was also lucrative for a group of botters looping in this area trying to farm Fade Leaf. It really was ironic that my Profession Alt's final leveling spot was rife with botting activity. At this point, we are stepping into the level 50 to 60 range. If you're smart, or thinking about raiding, which I was neither, you'll start taking steps towards preparing for life after 60. A good example of something I did do was pick up a Kroll blade from the auction house. The server is so old that there's usually a couple floating out there, meaning occasionally there will be a war between the sellers that drops the price. When I looked, there were 8 on the market, so I bought one for 300 gold. I was level 52 and had 1500. It was probably one of the best decisions I made while leveling. There is other gear you should pick up as well as certain dungeons you should run both to speed up your leveling and start preparing for the endgame. I did neither. I got really burned out, especially since I had played around 190 hours of WoW in just a few weeks at this point. I actually ended up taking 2 fairly significant breaks from this character after level 54. Searing Gorge may be one of my favorite zones to access, at least as an Alliance player. It entails traveling there from Loch Madon, through the Badlands, and eventually reaching the Gorge. But even then, you need to kill a level 48 elite, take its horn to a mountaineer, who sends you to authenticate it in Ironforge, and then return as proof that you deserve the key to the gate separating Loch Madon and the Searing Gorge. Seeing that gate back in Loch Madon always made me curious how you get the key. So finally reaching a high enough level to get it and unlock that travel route was awesome. Even better, rogues at lockpicking 225 could lockpick the doors, meaning they had privileged access, and failing that, you could try to beg someone to open it for you. They eventually just added a flight point to the Searing Gorge though in patch 1.5, which deflates the experience. Although it is funny since that means Alliance players are always just a minute away from the capital here, not having a flight point in Searing Gorge helped provide parity for the Horde, as the Alliance were now feeling the travel pains here the Horde had felt with the Badlands. The Searing Gorge is the main overworld zone of the Dark Iron Dwarves, since the Blackrock clan took over the Burning Steppes. This makes it an extremely hostile area. In fact, neither the Horde nor the Alliance are even operating in this zone. Instead, the Thorium Brotherhood are our main point of contact. After patch 1.5, of course. Without it, this is just a grinding zone that nobody grinded in because players would pass through it to do max level dungeons and raids, so it was a killing field on PvP servers. Before the patch, the Thorium Brotherhood could be flagged as enemies for some reason. Another fun story, these cool looking buildings in the Gorge, they were originally using the Orc watchtowers, booty-based scaffolding, and mountain caves as temporary assets, but didn't really have time to replace them. John Statz was actually the one who added these assets on his own time, using the textures from Blackrock Depths. You would think we were on Kalimdor for how little attention this area was getting. Should really illustrate that the problems are not continent or faction exclusive, but have more to do with the higher level ranges. The Thorium Brotherhood are a break-off of the Dark Iron Dwarves, who say up front that the main clan are beholden to a dark power. This area was originally isolated, only accessible from Blackrock Mountain to the south and Loch Madon to the north. The Horde recently carved a path through from the Badlands. Otherwise, the Dark Iron clan was isolated here. So they made the best of it and started up a giant mining operation using slave labor. This really helps emphasize the darker side of the dwarves. Sure, dwarves seem like a friendly bunch until you start pushing them to their limits. The Dark Iron Dwarves are at their limits, and they've been there for a while. Most of the quests related to them here paint a pretty bleak picture, albeit with some comedy mixed in, like a guy getting some silk cloth so we can escape an outhouse. As well, the area reflects the harsh volcanic geography that's dominated this area for the last few centuries. It keeps it notably distinct from the vibes of Tanarus, Feralis, or Ashara. Although one thing that stood out to me was the area's size. Yeah, remember how we used to complain that zones were too big for pre-movement ability or pre-mount characters? Well, Searing Gorge is the inverse, where it's actually a small zone aimed purely at characters who should have their mounts by now. That is a huge relief, especially if you're just passing through on your way to Blackrock Mountain, although it may also contribute to the area's problem with PvP camping, since there is less area griefers will need to patrol. By the mid-40s, players in Classics should have their mounts. I understand sometimes not having enough money right when hitting 40, especially as ability training costs go up, but by the mid-40s you have no excuse not to get it done, especially given the immense convenience mounts provide. Mounts cost 20 gold to learn how to ride, with different training for each type in vanilla, such as horses or sabers. Then, the level 40 mounts cost 80 gold, but less if you manage to get your home faction rep higher. The level 60 mounts cost 1,000 gold, but require no additional training. Level 40 mounts provide a 60% movement speed buff, while level 60 mounts provide a 100% movement speed buff. Mounts take 3 seconds to activate, can only be used while out of combat, and being dazed or swimming will knock you off of your mount. Mounts are something that have changed a lot over the course of World of Warcraft's history and been the center of various fierce debates, especially flying mounts. But vanilla was made without the thought of players being able to control the flying mounts, so the world was rather rough. Flying would end up coming in TBC, so I'll leave that great debate for a future video. What you need to know is that mounts are a convenience feature, and like any convenience feature, once players get used to having it, it is difficult to convince them that it should be taken away. Modern players aren't really used to moving at normal speed. There's combat speed, and there's travel speed. Even when they roll new characters, there's an heirloom that lets them have a mount at level 1. I don't think retail players realize how weird that is. I mean, even I'm guilty of this. For example, I had no idea the final patch of the Burning Crusade lowered the mount level from 40 to 30, or that the Argent Tournament patch lowered it further to 20, and reduced the price to just 4 gold, while the faster ground mount was set to 40 and flying in Outland was set to 60 from 70. Storytime. One time I was playing through an expansion, I think it was Mists of Pandaria. I spent like a day in the random dungeon finder leveling up to 60 as a druid so that I could go revisit Outland, only to realize I had a functional flight form as soon as I walked through the dark portal, to which I promptly uninstalled the game. So I'm sorry either Mists or Warlords for blaming you for something Wrath of the Lich King did. I mean, I still wasn't having fun and wasted a couple hours, but my point is, when you play a max level character, you probably won't notice the gradual changes they made to increasingly lower the threshold of mount riding. Like, when I played more recently for my cancelled Liminal Spaces video, I noted how populated starter zones would be up until, mysteriously, level 15. The only people I saw were wearing weird outfits I couldn't get, and all riding in the sidecars of motorcycles. Meanwhile, I was just a pooer stuck in the empty world. I genuinely wonder how many retail players even notice or think that this is strange. I would have to guess not many. If they are playing a max level character, they probably fly over these areas without ever looking down. And if they're leveling alts, they are probably just experiencing tunnel vision trying to get to the endgame ASAP. Something that is interesting is that they thought they had to add mail telling players about mount training. I have to wonder if there was some increasingly growing complaint that players were unaware of the mount system somehow. That would have never happened in the vanilla era, simply because you inevitably see other players riding mounts. But I can totally buy that after Wrath of the Lich King, new players could go past mount level being unaware of their existence, simply because they never ran into anybody in the open world due to Dungeon Finder, boosting, and eventually flying mounts. Back in the day, I was content with hanging out in the starter areas and just exploring. The thing that actually pushed me to level past 10 was seeing high-level players riding mounts. I just thought that's an interesting problem they apparently needed to solve. Mounts and world design are problems that go hand in hand. If you have a mechanism by which you can make the player faster, you have to design the zones around that. That didn't exactly happen though. Mounts were actually a feature that were added later into development and even considered for cuts. And can you imagine that? I'm sure they would have probably added them in a patch or expansion, but yeah, there's your alt history scenario. World of Warcraft without any mounts. Now you may be wondering, where in the game is the lore about the origin of the Dark Iron Dwarves, and wouldn't you know it, your lore's in another zone. So we will have to head south, through the Black Rock Mountain, and into the Burning Steppes to learn more about this enigmatic threat. We are finally heading north of the Red Ridge Mountains, into the region where the Black Rock Orcs have been invading from. There is a bit of geographic nonsense here. Originally, the Orcs were invading from Black Rock Spire, which was directly north of the Black Morass, which was where Stoneard was, and south of Stoneard was the Swamp of Sorrows. Yeah, the Warcraft 1 map of Azeroth was quite different from WoW's map. It's interesting because if you had purely just read about the First War and envisioned the map in the game, you would have a hard time seeing how the Orcs marched all the way from the Blasted Lands to the Burning Steppes, just to come back south to attack the human area. I think Cataclysm actually fixed this by adding a highland route between Swamp of Sorrows and the Burning Steppes. Rare Cataclysm W. I can also see an easy plot reason explaining why the Horde went to Blackrock Mountain first, and that's because it absolutely confused the Alliance as to where the Horde were coming from, thereby making them miss the existence of the Dark Portal. But I've always felt like, given what we're shown mages are capable of later on, that the Dark Portal should have set off some kind of magic sensor that would make the Kirin Tor or Blue Dragonflight or Khadgar immediately teleport in to investigate. I feel this way because of lazy writing giving mages magic detection of indeterminate range and the ability to teleport anywhere on the planet without issue. Once you recognize it, it's hard not to notice the modern mages in this setting being used as glue, barely holding the entire thing together. In the older writing, when magic was more reserved and a gateway to danger, with one of the most powerful mages alive being secretly on the Orcs' side, yeah, it could make sense that the Orcs were covert enough to keep the Dark Portal a secret. But, as more and more have been placed into this world, the concept of the Dark Portal going undetected for more than 4 hours just gets stranger. I like that the entrance to the Burning Steppes features a great gate that is blown open. It really sells the vibe of this area being a war-torn mess. It's not discouraging enough to keep curious Alliance lobies from wandering into an endgame leveling zone and getting killed, which is fun. Plenty of stories of human characters not knowing about the Deep Run tram and corpse walking across the Burning Steppes to reach Ironforge. The Burning Steppes and Searing Gorge are central in flight paths through the area, especially for the Alliance. It really makes you want to see those areas you fly past, and those who try to reach it on foot will either be locked out in Loch Modan or meet an unfortunate fate from Red Ridge. This region's host to the Blackrock clan, but you can see the remnants of the Second War all throughout it, especially the giant statue of Sir Anduin Lothar parked right in the middle. The Burning Steppes is kind of unique in that it contrasts with the Searing Gorge by being more open. I think it's supposed to be a valley between mountains, since this is all supposed to be originally part of the Red Ridge mountain range. A steppe is a flat, plains area too wet to form a desert, but too arid to allow a forest. While some would scoff at how WoW will use the term, a steppe area doesn't mean it isn't surrounded by mountains, as mountains often create rain shadows leading to steppe-like conditions. The WoW map obviously isn't to scale, so I imagine the pre-burning area was supposed to be this large, grassy flatland existing within the Red Ridge Mountains, hence how humanity was able to pass through this region safely, and why the Dark Iron Dwarves originally settled this part of the world. Speaking of, the old map always showcased a couple zones tucked into the east and west of the Burning Steppes. The western one was not supposed to be there, as that area is underwater. You can see the sound that is canonically there when you ride the Deep Run tram. The eastern area is likely just supposed to be more mountains. I've never heard of any cut content existing there. They cut it out in Cataclysm and just put the ocean there since, I don't know, making more mountains is hard. It's in the steppes we find the ruins of Tharasan. The Alliance actually get a quest to investigate this area. It's a sad quest, in 2 ways. The first is how barren the actual quest is. You just get a small text up in Ironforge, then sent out here to interact with some artifacts, and then that's the quest. You're told there is much to learn, and then that NPC will never give another quest ever again. The text dump tells us a bit about what the Ironforged dwarves know about what happened to their lost cousins. Well, the story leaves out the part about why the Dark Iron clan founded Tharasan. The story tries to claim that the city was the home of the Dark Iron and that they were at war with the broader Dwarven society, when in reality the city of Tharasan exists because of the expulsion of the Dark Iron clan from Ironforge. Then, from Ironforge's perspective, that part of the world just exploded. The Dark Irons moved into Blackrock Mountain, they reinforced the Searing Gorge, and enslaved people to work in the Cauldron. As we learned there, and they've been showing up across the continent in opposition to the dwarves such as in the Badlands, Oldemon, Gnomrigon, and Lochmadon Dam. Although she leaves out Dunmodir. It's at Tharasen we learned what happened. By interacting with artifacts in the ruins, we get a mental recreation of the event. The Dark Iron found something evil in the heart of the mountain, and they performed a ritual that ended up killing 7 summoners, and eventually the 8th. Whatever they summoned, it's described as a powerful monolith of flame. This all sounds cool, right? You know, I don't think I ever say that without following up with a deflating fact. If the royal historian of Ironforge just read this book called War of the Three Hammers, which is in the Hall of Explorers, she would learn everything there is to know about Tharasan. Tharasan was the sorcerer thane of the Dark Iron clan, their leader. When the war was over, the Dark Iron headed south, and Tharasan founded a city named after himself. Him and his wife led a 2-pronged campaign against the other 2 clans. His wife, Modgud, went to Grim Batol. Apparently she was powerful enough that her death cursed the entire city. Meanwhile, Tharasan had to flee Ironforge, and then attempted to summon a minion to aid him, and that minion's name was Ragnaros. But he wasn't just some fire elemental, he was the actual Fire Lord of all the fire elementals. Needless to say, this is why binding is an important part of every summoning ritual. Ragnaros' re-entry into the world was explosive, to say the least, in that he literally blew up the entire mountain range, created the volcano that became Blackrock Spire, and summoned a legion of fire elementals to enslave any of the Dark Iron clan that had managed to survive. I think this is why the game doesn't treat the Dark Iron's subservience to Ragnaros as a mystery, as it's flat out stated back in the Searing Gorge. It's only this one-off quest to investigate the ruins of Tharasan that acts like it isn't already common knowledge. It's a shame too. I quite like the setup. It would be neat if we spent the entire game not knowing, and then found out here in a dramatic reveal that this area was ruined by Ragnaros, who is, by the way, one of Vanilla's first in-game raid bosses. Although Metzen's original idea for Ragnaros was a bit different.
Me be walking over to Chris Metzen's office. All right, he'd be, with his headphones listening to heavy metal, typing. And I'd say, hey, Chris, what are we doing for Blackrock Depths? Like, what's the vibe of the, Dark Iron Dwarves? And he says, okay, they're like, these cats are like, they're like the dwarves, obviously, but these guys are really into the elemental side of things, like earth elemental, and they're digging deep. He did come up with the idea of them digging deep enough to, this comes from Lord of the Rings, to summon Ragnaros. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's their greed that unleashed and that's a cool idea. So it's like, yeah, that's basically the vibe.
So that explains Ragnaros and the Dark Iron clan, but how and why are the Blackrock orcs allowed to be here? Basically, shut up. There's 2 stories. The first is that the Black Dragonflight fought for and took over the upper parts of the Spire, and their alliance with the Horde is why they were able to occupy the mountain. The second is that the Shadow Council were able to make a deal for control of Blackrock Spire, and then the Horde came in and killed the Shadow Council under Ogrim Doomhammer's instruction as the new war chief. This is a symptom of the changing nature of the Horde's early lore. Fun fact, the mountain and clan both being named Blackrock is an in-universe coincidence. They at least acknowledge this as being somewhat of a sign that the Blackrock were meant to live here. Personally, I find the lore that the Fire Elementals and the Black Dragons were warring over control of the region to be better. It really adds to the list of tragedies that even when enslaved and forced to build yet another capital, the Dark Iron clans still find themselves victims of greater powers, yet fully capable of building magnificent cities. It also lends dimensionality to the world. Despite their best efforts, no power in this region has yet to attack Stormwind or Cosmodon, because none of them are strong enough to do so without compromising their home base. So they war with each other instead. Sadly, the zone has little else to it. A good example is the Altar of Storms, which players will see on their flight paths through the area. It's a very cool looking area, but they only used it for a Warlock class quest. Granted, class quests are cool, but yeah. The Burning Steppes leaves a lot to be desired. It's where I hit level 60 on my rogue though, but that was because I spent the last half of level 59 grinding these Blackrock orcs, and I selected this spot because it was out of the way. It is kind of ambitious to make Blackrock Mountain its own section. It has 2 main dungeons, but each one has its own sub-dungeons people will do. There are Blackrock Depths and Blackrock Spire. To say these are large dungeons is an understatement. Blackrock Depths was made during a point when the developers were not sure what the upper size limit on a dungeon should even be, so John Statz would just keep adding more to it.
We didn't have high level spells. Like, this is a high level. We didn't know how tanking was really going to work. We didn't know how healing was really going to work as far as aggro, what its contribution was. We just had no idea. So the idea of whether or not this is going to be 6 hours or 12 hours, 6 hours was probably the target mark that a lot of the designers were going through, because the 2 main guys, Jeff Kaplan, Rob Pardo, Alan Adham, these were the main designers of WoW when we look at the product of WoW. And they were all EverQuest fans. And the paradigm in EverQuest is the bigger the better, because the dungeon is not instanced. So we had no idea. Instancing wasn't even working. Like, the functionality, it was just a file existing in space that we could walk around in. And that was basically what we knew from the dungeon design for years during all of its development. There were no monsters spawned in it. We had nothing tested actually inside the dungeon for technological reasons. So the scope of the dungeon was, we'll build it and we'll see if it's big enough. You know, we were always concerned that people would just learn how to flip the dungeon real fast. And that was the thing that a lot of MMOs had run into, is people would just go through the content too quickly. So we were just paranoid that the dungeons weren't going to be big enough. That's why Wailing Caverns was so huge. That was one of the early ones too. So that was actually the target that we were going for. Big, big, big.
But there is a problem. Turns out putting 2 enormous dungeons as well as 2 end-game raids into one mountain might have been a bad idea, or a good idea if your perspective is that World PvP has a good system in vanilla. At the very least, there are 2 entrances. It's easy for people to camp those entrances, but personally I'm kind of surprised at Blizzard's foresight of not funneling their entire end-game player base into one doorframe. This entrance area is quite grand though. I'd say it helps that players actually have room to look up and see how elaborate the area is. I love the giant lava pit. I love the giant statue of dwarves holding chains suspending a tomb in the middle, through which we have to travel down the chains to access Blackrock Depths. I love the black dragon circling the area, or that the obvious entrance to Blackrock Spire is full of orcs set up in a tight defensive position. There's more care packed into the lobby of these dungeons than there was in the entire Burning Steppes. As we descend into the depths, we find the site of dwarves using slaves to excavate. This leads into the actual instance, where we start in a prison. I don't even know where to start with this dungeon, so I guess we'll start in the jail. The dungeon is extremely non-linear, so actually discussing it is kind of messy. We need a Shadow Forge key to open this locked door at the side, or a rogue, I can open it. The quest requires you to visit that suspended tomb in the entrance as a ghost, and pick up the quest there. Honestly crazy that this is how the key is acquired. Okay, so the jail area is where they're keeping prisoners, and it's attached to the arena. There are quests that send you here, so it's fairly common to end up in a BRD group for a jailbreak event. But if not, then you can press on to the arena and fight in it. The Ring of Law spawns random mobs to fight, after which the arena guests become neutral, as they just saw us clear the area. This event is farmed by some mail-wearing classes for a good pre-raid item. After which, we ascend and find a shrine to complete the quest for the key. With the key, we have full access to the dungeon. This full section we'll consider the first wing of BRD. With the key, we start fighting our way through the garrison of Dark Iron Dwarves up to this gate. We can either pass through it to reach the Black Anvil and fight a fire elemental boss, or close the gate and pass through the top of it to fight the general. We're now in a sub-area called Shadowforge City, which is the capital equivalent to Ironforge. If we pass by the Anvil, we end up in the southern ring, where we can access a vault and main dormitory area, as well as the city planner. But if we go by the general, then we pass through the area where they build all their golems, make our way through a bar, defeat a fire elemental ambassador, and pass through the tomb of the summoners of Ragnaros and into the final area. We pass by the entrance of Molten Core, which we have to visit for our attunement, and make our way through the Lyceum to eventually face the current Emperor of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Okay. That's a lot of words, and that kinda downplays the complexity of each event. For example, that bar has multiple routes to get through it. The summoners lock you in the tomb and face you one at a time. Many areas require you to clear all the trash, or the boss will summon all of them. There's also a run type called the Lava Skip, where you jump down at a specific point and skirt along the edges of the geometry before swimming through lava. This eventually brings you to the entrance of Molten Core, skipping a decent chunk of the dungeon.
Well, no, it was not intended. Then I think, as they were doing playthroughs of BRD, I think Kaplan said, "Hey, John, people are starting to jump down here. They're going to try it out. You might as well make it more accessible because they're probably going to try to cheese the collision anyway. So make it look like it was kind of." And I actually didn't develop the geometry underneath BRD is so simple. It's very, very underdeveloped. So I kind of wish I actually would have polished it up if I knew it was going to be used a lot more. But yeah, the players discovered it doing playtesters probably before Alpha discovered that BRD is really easy to do. So I probably massaged the geometry to make it a little bit more possible. Tough was okay. We didn't mind it being tough, but we didn't want it to be a trap either, where everybody learns, oh, you can't go through it that way. So yeah, it evolved, and we learned also that it didn't break the content in our game. Content was one of the things that we were afraid that we would not have enough of. So when we realized, we have enough content, we say, well, frick it, let's put the shortcuts in. They're not breaking the game. So that's kind of how that worked. I had about 5 years experience building first-person shooters, and with first-person shooters with Quake levels, you had rocket jumping, and so you could have players finding routes that you could never ever imagine. Even though you're building the file for months and months and months, you work on this thing, and then some person says, "Oh, I know how to cheat to get past all this," and they do. So I don't mind that. The drop down in Blackrock Depths was another thing that Jeff said, "Hey, this is kind of cool to let people, sneak past stuff." That's fine. In fact, it was just too long. We were expecting people to burn through the content. These dungeons were way too long, and the players were right in the shortcuts.
So yeah, lava skip runs are not an exploit. Probably because it's one of the only ways players are actually going to face the Emperor. I did a full run of BRD. It takes a long time. I loved the classic discourse about how BRD was this 6-hour-long dungeon. That was classic fanatics trying to hype up stories of people being bad at the game as a standard experience. I ran BRD fairly fully back in the day as a low 50, and it didn't take more than 3. I can't see how you hit the 4 or 5 hour mark and don't call it quits. Plus, full clearing BRD is kind of a meme. The right approach is to take it in segments. I think the problem is that up until now, we haven't really faced a dungeon as complex as Blackrock Depths. But once you actually break it down into segments, it's as approachable as any other dungeon in this game. Plus, I just love the aesthetic. I've had multiple modded Minecraft bases inspired by this area, so I've got no problem spending time in here. If anything, I wish I had more reasons to visit it. Because, I don't know how to say this or put it delicately, This is the Hand of Justice, a fairly good endgame trinket with 20 attack power and also a 2% chance on hit to gain an extra attack. I'm sorry, wait, what? Yeah, so it's really good, and I got one on my first run of BRD. I know, pause the video if you need a second, and you will, because my second run, another Hand of Justice dropped. It's unique, so I couldn't actually have two, but yeah. Someone whispered me just after getting mine and offered to sell me runs to get one, and if it dropped, they wanted me to pay them 4,000 gold. So yeah, I didn't really need to farm BRD. That's the double-edged sword of luck. It can take away reasons to visit a dungeon as often as it gives you them.
The only comments about the dungeons are the loot, which are they're made in the last, like, it takes a day or two to make a bunch of the loot for the dungeon, and the months that it takes to make the dungeon itself, there's just almost no comments. So I'll take anybody you want to pat me on the back. So
don't worry, John, we can tell. Maybe if the loot was made in a matter of months, it would have been better. Standing beside Emperor Dagran Tharasan is Princess Moira Bronzebeard, daughter of King Magni of Ironforge. Dagran was the child of Tharasan and Modgud, and was also the one who pledged the clan's allegiance to Ragnaros. Magni sends Alliance players to Blackrock Depths to investigate his missing daughter and rescue her. However, she doesn't want to leave. This is another one of those weird stories. Chronicles would have us believe that Dagran wanted his people to be free from the elementals and simply kidnapped her to prevent the Bronzebeard clan from attacking Shadowforge City. But he was the one who pledged his allegiance to them to begin with, and he's the one who's undermining Cosmodon and, enslaving people. I'm sorry, Blizzard, but no, you can't whitewash the Dark Iron Dwarves. Reform them, sure. But, see, the problem is that Dagran is really just an object of Moira's story. Moira's story is a subversion of the damsel in distress trope, where her father thinks she's kidnapped and magically enchanted by Dagran, but she's actually willfully there as his wife. But they met after a kidnapping because Moira wanted to help Redridge, but wasn't smart enough to take the tram, so she journeyed through Dark Iron lands. So their marriage was under duress, which is why the story emphasizes the aspects that she was kidnapped as leverage and consented to falling in love and bearing the child of Dagran, because they had mutual goals of uniting the clans. I do find it funny that Moira has a loot table. I wanted some boots from her, so sorry, I know it's not canon, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Canon is a funny word here, because Cataclysm kept Dagran alive, but canonically, he has to be dead at that point for Moira's story arc. Chronicles also suggests that after Dagran's death, Moira seeded rumors of the Fire Lord amassing an army in the Molten Core, and that there was tons of treasure down there, which, fair. Then she did the same thing with the orcs in Blackrock Spire, so the Horde would wipe them out too. Kind of fits into the existing narrative of vanilla, so I can at least buy this part of Chronicles revisionism. Moira would eventually, in a novel of course, be instrumental in forming the Council of Three Hammers, after her father was turned into a statue. Her son is intended to become High King of the Dwarves once he comes of age, although they forgot to give a good reason why the Wildhammer clan would recognize him, so I guess that was something interesting that advanced the plot. The Dark Irons would also become a playable allied race in Battle for Azeroth. Allied races are really confusing to me, in part because I just haven't played enough of the expansion to understand them. It's one of those things where I doubt many retail players understood how bizarre reading the instructions to unlock them is to, like, a non-WoW player. Okay, so to make my character as this cool-looking fiery dwarf dude, I need to grind a faction reputation that I don't recognize to Exalted. Then I need to get an achievement, which requires completing 8 quests, some of them being 50 quests deep into quest lines from Battle for Azeroth, and then that unlocks another quest chain. Blizzard did eventually realize how convoluted this was for races that are just reskins of other races anyways, so the process is now much simpler. But let's compare this to some other examples. Blood Elves and Draenei own the Burning Crusade expansion. Then they realized starting an expansion back at level 1 kinda sucks, so they amended it for Death Knights and Wrath. Requirements: hit level 55. That's it. You hit that level, you unlock a new class that starts, at that level. If you already have a level 55 plus character, you auto-unlock the new class. Either way, I'm not sure why dwarves and orcs of color are being kept separate. Molten Core lies in the depths of Shadowforge City. We'll talk more about it when we discuss attunements, but for a while, players had to complete part of BRD just to reach the Molten Core. Journeying upwards instead, we make our way into Blackrock Spire. Unlike BRD, the Spire is divided into an upper and a lower section. The lower section is usually done as a 5-man, while the upper section is done as a 10-man raid. Lower Blackrock Spire was meant to have more of a Mines of Moria feel than BRD, which makes sense to me. Not every underground dwarven city is Moria, but Blackrock Spire, having been taken over by orcs, will definitely draw that imagery.
Lower Blackrock Spire was absolutely Mines of Moria, and that was Lower Blackrock Spire, and then BRD was Ironforge. Ironforge was actually textured. That's actually why there were so many textures, is Brian was able to just take the dwarven textures and put a dark iron flare on them. So
I have a lot less to say about Lower Blackrock Spire. I didn't spend very much time there, mostly because people don't seem to like running this dungeon. It's ostensibly there for a handful of quests and to try to complete the key to the upper section. It's here we fight a mix of old horde forces, so orcs, ogres, forest trolls, and black dragons. If you only knew about World of Warcraft, like I did back in the day, you wouldn't really know the significance of this dungeon and how it represents a holdout of forces left over from Warcraft 2. I think that makes it almost cooler. That said, the lower part of the spire is full of many more instances of shortcuts and jumps figured out by the community, so I won't really speak on its layout. It is interesting that it has a familiar yet distinct architecture to Shadowforge City, since it's all part of the same complex, but this place is far more run down to give it the distinct feeling of being occupied rather than inhabited. Towards the end, we see a dragon commander boss, indicating the higher power behind this horde. So we journey up into the upper part. We pass through rooms of summoners to find a chamber where an elemental takes his sweet time to turn into the boss. I think the implication is that the warlocks are trying to bind or torture him, but I'm not sure. Then we pass through the famous chamber full of dragon eggs and fight our way until we jump into a makeshift arena. It is here that Lord Victor Nefarious and Warchief Rend Blackhand oversee us forced to take on waves of chromatic dragons. We haven't seen these before, but the implications alone are uncomfortable. The fact that dragon children are thrown at us in wave tactics as a crowd of orcs watch and cheer makes you wonder about where the eggs came from. I wonder if there's an entire raid about that. My favorite detail is that after Rend comes down to fight us himself, Nefarious can be seen on the balcony pacing back and forth. It's obvious that he underestimated our capabilities and was expecting Rend to handle it. Of course, he does the villain thing of walking off when Rend is defeated. Rend Blackhand, if you'll recall, is the war chief threatening Thrall's position in the Horde, and canonically it is the Horde that comes to defeat him. You'll notice that unlike BRD, Ubers is much more straightforward of an instance. I actually have a lot of fun in it, in part because of the 10-man instance format. 5-man dungeons are all well and good, but I feel like 10-man instances are also really good, and Blizzard clearly agreed as they made 10-man one of the main raid formats going forward. I kinda wish they didn't do it for raids though, and actually designed more difficult dungeons around 10 players, and left raids in a 20-man format. However, we aren't done. Ascending through the spire, we eventually uncover a room occupied simply by a being known as the Beast. It's a core hound from Molten Core, and it makes its entrance by slaughtering a group of orcs. I find this to be a fairly fun encounter, although I bring it up because of Finkel's Skinner. This was a weapon owned by an NPC named Finkel Einhorn. This was a reference to the movie Ace Ventura, and apparently had to be removed because of, transphobia, homophobia. But why was he even named that? It's not like the character in WoW is a reference to this character in any respect beyond his name. What's funny though is how lazy the removal was. There was an EU realm called Finkel, for one, and they left in a voice line referring to his name in Hearthstone, and Cataclysm Classic still has an item, Finkel's Twinkle, in the game. Like with the Ashara thing, just lazy and pointless. Ace Ventura is older than I am, so it's a real stretch that it's a big deal to reference it. The most offensive part of Finkel Einhorn is that his dagger says it works as a skinning knife, but it doesn't. Can we change that too? So we eventually face General Dracasath. As a Scaly, I find Dragonkin being made bosses as offensive. He, alongside Rend and the Beast, are the first bosses we have faced to have 2 question marks instead of a number for a level. He's important for a few reasons, such as a piece of dungeon set gear, or the Blackwing Lair attunement. Funnily, the meta strategy is to have a class pull him out of the room, kill his guards, and then fight him. I actually quite like running Upper Blackrock Spire, but not everyone does, especially the rogue that offered to pay me to not roll on the Shadowcraft chess piece. John Stats on this dungeon writes, "I'm not entirely happy with this dungeon's architecture. It's okay, but it's not particularly interesting, which is a shame because it was our ultimate pre-raid dungeon. Like all dungeons, it was built before group combat had been tested. Game designers were worried nearby stairs would be awkward places to fight or where monster pathing might be exploited. My favorite room was the Rookery, and my lunchtime pal and quest designer, Pat Nagel, turned it into fertile grounds for hijinks. By placing eggs everywhere, he enticed a certain Leroy Jenkins to achieve overnight fame."
Oh my god, he just ran in. Save him! Oh geez, stick it clean!
For a couple years before it was spawned, the original final boss room was in Warchief Rend Blackhand's location, next to the entrance of Blackwing's lair. I decided to simply connect Ubers and Lubers. It gave a vertiginous peek into the other dungeon for relatively little effort. To rest your eyes from volcanic sights, we have the Inverse, a lush green jungle. Ungoro is one of my favorite zones to quest in, due to its simplicity. Pretty much everywhere is the target of quest objectives, so it's really easy to quest here. The main danger is roaming elite dinosaurs, as I barely saw any horde here while playing compared to a few other areas in the same level bracket. Ungoro is likely a reference to the Ngorongoro crater in Tanzania, albeit slightly different. I liked this area back in the day, so imagine my surprise when Sholazar Basin came along in Wrath doing the same concept, but 10 times better. I do understand why some people don't quite like this area though. It looks pretty flat, and feels claustrophobic due to the mob positioning and patrols making you feel like enemies are constantly behind you. Also, this area had no Flight Master until patch 1.11. That's the Naxxramas patch. So you have to ride here from either Tanarus or later Silithus, which makes the lack of clear map marking in this area a bit annoying. Ungoro probably has one of the worst maps in vanilla. On the one hand, that being the case because nobody's explored here is cool. On the other, I always have to search for the entrance to Silithus, which was probably intentional since that area was unfinished at launch. There's a quest chain to investigate many of the mysterious crystals in this region. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Azeroth was originally covered in crystals and they were all just taken by the many races that inhabit the planet. But no, fun fact, there's a ton of references to the 1974 show Land of the Lost here, which is similar in premise to Ungoro Crater. Assuming Marshall's expedition isn't from another universe, like the show was, the gnome investigating the crystals is probably one of the many gnomish researchers looking for a solution to Gnomeregan. The crystal pylons are a bit of an open-ended mystery, though. There is an allusion to an attack that occurred possibly being tied to them, but the absence of a south pylon near where a Silithid hive is located may indicate their true purpose. But that doesn't really go anywhere in vanilla. There is also a short quest line where a dwarf and human are quarreling, but each faction has a side they have to complete, rather than getting to see both sides. Not that you're missing anything. You are basically either setting up a prank or setting up a preemptive defense for the prank. The weirdest part though is that the third quest randomly sends you all the way to the Sunken Temple. Oh, you want to zap some ambulatory plants? Well, the fuel for the zapper is in some ooze from the Temple of Atal Hakar, for some reason. So given we had to do that, surely this quest ends meaningfully. No, not really. And speaking of, Ungoro is probably best known for the Lincoln quest, which is a reference to the Legend of Zelda. This one is a long quest line. In fact, let's map it out. I used classic Tinker's Flight Master tool just to grab the figures here. The first 2 parts take place in Ungoro, finding a destroyed raft. Then we meet Lincoln, who has amnesia, but he knows he wants us to go to Winterspring to strengthen his sword. Remember, for most of vanilla, Ungoro has no flight point and still has no inn for Hearthstone travel. So, just flying up to Winterspring is 10 to 15 minutes depending on faction. Horde have a slightly longer flight path. This is assuming you have the Winterspring flight point to begin with. It's possible you don't, in which case you either need to fly to Fellwood or even Ashenvale and track up there. Bear in mind, if it is your first time, you'll also either have to run through a cave of hostile mobs, or rep grind so they stop attacking you. But hey, once you're in Winterspring, you're then sent to Feralis, which is a 15 to 20 minute flight path. I mean, we didn't account for the 5 or so minutes we spent in Winterspring, more if the flight point was being camped as often as it is. We do a short quest in Feralis to get an elixir to help Lincoln, and then we have to fly back up to Winterspring. That's another 15 to 22 minutes. Yes, the Horde flight path is not only longer, but it's somehow even longer than when they flew down here. We make the 5-minute round trip in Winterspring only to find out that we need to take the elixir to Gadgetzan. Yes, Tannerus Gadgetzan. She could have told us this to save us the trip here, but hey, she's lonely. You also get a measly 730 experience for the 9 to 17 minute trip back to Tannerus. Yes, the Horde flight point takes almost twice as long despite being an almost identical route. Also, fun fact, flight points didn't automatically link before patch 1.10. What that means is each time you reach the next stop, the flight would land, and you would then have to talk to the flight master and select the next destination. Meaning that not only was this a 17-minute flight, but 5 minutes in, you have to restart it. Yeah, I can see why our quest objective at this stage is to literally drink poison and fucking die, because I wanted to kill myself. At this point, we have to go back to Lincoln. Remember, no flight point until patch 1.11. So, after a couple minutes, we give Lincoln his sword, and he has us talk to another person at the camp, who then sends us to talk to someone in Fellwood. Specifically at the Emerald Sanctuary, which is like equidistant from all nearby flight points. The travel time is roughly 10 minutes flying, plus 5 or so minutes on foot. At least it's evenly annoying for both factions. But now we have a collection quest in Fellwood. We need 11 claws that have an average drop rate of like 12%, and we need a heart with a drop rate of 9%. So, after farming mobs, we're directed next back to Tannerus. 9 minutes plus foot travel time for Alliance, 16 for the Horde. Seriously, why are these flights almost twice as long on the return leg? We have to take the items out of a bag before summoning a water elemental, but he doesn't drop what we want. He just transforms it in our inventory. Okay. Back to Ungoro. We're done traveling. Time for a really annoying boss enemy. That silver totem we just spent 30 minutes traveling to create, we have to use it as a weapon on a fire elemental to temporarily dispel an aura he constantly reapplies to make him harder to fight. So as a rogue who has to dual wield, who already struggles with doing damage to elementals, yeah, I failed. Unironically, this quest was one of the few reasons I stopped playing my rogue at level 55 for a month to level alt and even start playing SOD instead. At this point, the game gets really tedious. It's not just that there are annoying quests, but that you pretty much have to do them. Even trying to fit these steps in with other travel was just too much. I did not just do a 13-part questline where each leg is on the other side of Kalimdor just for the developer to forget that they can make quest items apply from our backpack and not force me to wield it in the offhand. All that for 10,000 experience and a couple trash items? The boomerang is pretty much the only neat item, and even that's kind of lame. Honestly though, why not make the sword from this quest really good? Or at least competitive as an alternative to, I don't know, the pre-raid best in slot I bought on the auction house. I could make the gold at that point in the server in far less time than you would spend on a griffin just completing the quest.
There's a few that I have that I think I really just enjoyed. Like, I loved making the Zelda quest. Like, that was just this, epic quest line. It was right after we got told, hey, players are higher level now. You need to have them going to all kinds of different zones. Like one quest line could take you through all these zones. And we were like, okay. So that's the reason that line does that. It kind of takes you everywhere.
Yeah, no kidding. Given the context she gives, I would have to wager this was in that window before they put the moratorium on these kinds of quests. I mean, let's just break this down. What's the point of having a quest where players go to lots of different zones? Well, point one would be to introduce players to new leveling areas. but then why do we keep ping-ponging between Winterspring, Tannerus, and Ungoro? Point 2 would be, I don't know, to encourage players to keep going to these areas to check if they've unlocked new quests since the last time they were there, I guess. I just thought this quest was really poorly designed. I could get behind the concept if it was more rewarding, but it appears the reward is just more Zelda references. It felt like I was taking crazy pills seeing the occasional person actually praise this quest, whereas I only saw a single other person acknowledge how bad it was. Like, oh boy, I'm excited they referenced my favorite obscure video game franchise, The Legend of Zelda. Honestly, this is one aspect of old internet culture that I do not miss. Just heaping praise on something because it referenced extremely common media. The most insane part wasn't people saying it was memorable, because I can buy that people find this questline memorable. It was people saying that it was fun. Yeah, this is one of those things where I'm just gonna have to sound like a retail player. Granted, retail players tend to think, especially pre-2019, that every single quest in Classic was as pointlessly convoluted as this was. It's a shame because the same designer came up with one of the better escort quests. It was actually a response to feedback they'd gotten on earlier escort quests, which, okay, changed those instead of making the new ones better. The basic premise is that you need to keep waking this guy up by splashing him with water. Other than that, he follows your lead and keeps up decently with your mount. No random ambushes from elite enemies, no pointless aggression and backtracking to go back to where you left off. Just navigate through a dangerous area with this guy. Bam, that's a good quest. There's a reason Cataclysm kept one of these quests and not the other. North of Ashenvale, the elves are still dealing with the corruption the Burning Legion heaped upon their beautiful forests on the path up to Mount Hyjal during the Third War. These cursed woods have become known as Fellwood, albeit it's a bit confusing. The older lore in the RPG states that Fellwood was actually cursed 10,000 years ago, which would have been during the War of the Ancients. However, everything else says that it was the usage of the Skull of Gul'dan in the Third War that corrupted Fellwood. Which makes more sense since obviously whatever happened here was recent. I love Fellwood's aesthetic. It provides a nice spooky contrast with Ashenvale to really see what the Night Elves have been fighting for. I like how this game manages to have multiple distinct cursed forests. Fellwood is said to have been where the surviving Legion forces fled to after the war ended, although that doesn't really seem to be true in WoW. In-game, we see a lot more Satyr and members of the Shadow Council here, with bigger demon enclaves existing in Ashenvale and Winterspring. Satyr are a race of cursed elves who have become demons. You pretty much run into them only in Night Elf areas, as they have an obsession with undermining and destroying Kaldorei society. But they're more of a nuisance than a threat. A few centuries after the War of the Ancients was the War of the Satyr. The Satyr wanted revenge for the supposed death of their originator, Xavius. It did not help that after the War of the Ancients, the Night Elves decided collectively not to execute the captured Satyr, but imprison them in sleep. Honestly, it is really weird how often groups are punished for not committing genocide in this setting. So yeah, the Night Elves learned their lesson that mercy was a mistake and so started using pack form to beat up the Satyr, accidentally creating a new problem with the Worgen. Beyond that, Satyrs show up mostly as minor antagonists for the setting. It's funny how different races react to demonic corruption. Apparently, Night Elves just become extremely petty and prone to internal squabbles, which, yeah. The most powerful Satyr sects are found here in Fellwood, which is unfortunate as Satyr are targets for Fellcloth and demonic rune farming. So I was killed more than a few times by max level horde and high tier raid sets who wanted to farm money, while I was just trying to complete the quests. At least the one Alliance person I met in Fellwood let me party up with them so I could get credit on their kills. For some reason, the killing ramped up in Fellwood. At first I thought it was because I was finally high enough level to provide honor to level 60 players, but other zones like Winterspring were almost devoid of PvP. Even when I was competing for Furbolgs in Winterspring, it was only the #1 most competitive spot for grinding that I was ever attacked. Yet just one zone over, even at the same level, the attacks were on site everywhere. I really have no explanation for why this was the case. Fellwood is a personal favorite zone of mine though, although it shares problems with the likes of its neighbor, Darkshore. Rather than an actual region, it's more of a corridor. This is more forgiving since players have their mounts now, although its flight path distribution is also lacking. Horde are in the middle of the map, but Alliance are stuck all the way at the top. It makes engaging with the lower half far more annoying. Still, the sights of the Green Waters, the Petrified Ancients, the Elven Ruins, it's all very nice. Kind of makes me wish there was a dungeon here, and I don't just mean these sweet barrow dens full of cultists. Ah, the Sunken Temple, the colloquial name for the Temple of Atal Hakar, or the Lost Temple. The name is interesting. Basically, the RPG establishes a few different names for it, listing Lost Temple first. But a few quests in WoW refer to it as the Sunken Temple, so that's the name everybody went with. Even though ST is an acronym people use to refer to server time, at least these days. WoW players, they love their acronyms, if you haven't noticed. It's a whole part of the learning curve of MMOs, albeit taken to the point that just conversing with people becomes tedious. I think normalizing a culture of trying to communicate as quickly as possible led to the WoW player culture being obsessed with hurrying everything. The Temple of Atal Hakar sits sunken in the middle of the Swamp of Sorrows, guided by the Green Dragonflight. It's kind of infamous for having quests that send you to visit the outside and then again for the activities within. Upon breaching the top, we have to swim in and navigate a complex series of chambers, or follow the map. The most confusing room in this entrance area is this one with 3 layers, since the exit's on the second floor rather than the bottom. Or you could log out skip. Like Black Fathom Deeps, if you log out in the water at the right spot, you'll log back in at the entrance of the dungeon. It's weird, it's probably an exploit, everyone does it, which is a shame since I kinda like the pre-dungeon area clear. But I don't think players care about the honor of not using exploits when there's a prolific botting problem. Sunken Temple has a track record of confusing players, even though it's smaller than BRD. I suspect that is because of the symmetrical layered design. Without a map, it can be challenging to stay spatially aware of your location, whereas the more chaotic layout of BRD means you can at least learn the order of rooms. Near the entrance are stairs to a lower ring area, within which are statues overlooking a pit. The statues have to be activated in the correct order to proceed. There is a quest to help you figure out the order that gives the hint to activate an altar in the lower section, which will then light up the statues in the correct order that you need to click them. Or you can try to do it by trial and error. Either way, this spawns Atal Lordaeron. It's weird that he is a guardian, yet he has his own little summoning ritual. This whole section of the dungeon was cut out of the Cataclysm version. Weirdly, TBC lowered the level range, and then Kata re-raised the level range after cutting out the lower part. I believe this section's optional anyways, only required for quests. But since people like to knock out all their ST quests in one run, it may as well be mandatory. Then we go back up the stairs to the dungeon proper. The second level is full of dragons, and above that is a set of 6 balconies again. These balconies have troll mini-bosses, but they don't need to be killed in any set order beyond whichever is closest. So the party has to work its way around the upper ring, knocking these guys out, after which one of the bosses, Jamalan the Prophet, becomes available. So now we have to clear out the main pit area. When Jamalan is defeated, a pair of green drakes will spawn in the pit. When those 2 go down, 2 more green drakes will appear in a hallway. With those down as well, we reach the shade of Aranicus. He's a proper green dragon. Additionally, if you have a quest, there's another chamber where you can summon the avatar of Hakar. That's all well and good, but what is actually going on here? I will admit that the Sunken Temple probably isn't the strongest dungeon lore-wise, especially since one of the questlines that started here would help explain Aranicus would just abruptly end, which is especially annoying since to start that quest, you have to give up a trinket called the Chained Essence of Aranicus to do so. Aranicus would have his plot wrapped up during a questline tied to Encourage, but that hardly tells us anything about the temple. There are other quest texts to give you the idea of what's going on here, but half of the lore relevant to this dungeon comes from the game guide, which was like the dungeon journal but for vanilla, where the website would describe the various dungeons in the game. I think there are 3 levels to storytelling in WoW. The first is observed by reading external sources, the second is observed by reading the quest text, and the third is observed by running the dungeon itself. I think Sunken Temple is somewhat of a lore failure, but a mechanically enjoyable dungeon. Some of the lore is available through the person we helped summon the avatar of Hakar. Spoilers, that was not a good idea. Basically, the Gurabashi Empire had a cult try to summon an ancient blood god named Hakar the Soulflayer. I don't know what circumstances motivate people to want to summon ancient blood gods titled Soulflayer, but I doubt Hakar was promising to just stick to soulflaying the blood of the people of Stormwind, given the Gurabashi had a civil war over this issue. The Atale took their operation to the Swamp of Sorrows, but the Green Dragon aspect Ysera learned about this and decided to sink their temple. Then she put green dragons in charge of guarding the ruins. Given this was over 1,000 years ago, I'm seriously impressed the Atale have managed to survive. That should be a good sign of the resilience of trolls. So why are the green dragons throwing in with the trolls in the dungeon instead of killing them? Basically, remember the Emerald Dream? Green dragons are responsible for protecting the natural world, so they have an affinity for the dream. Only it's more recently become something of an emerald nightmare. This has had a massively corruptive influence on the Green Dragonflight's ability to do their job. In essence, corruption, everything and everyone corrupted. There are many serpents within the temple, but this plot point of the trolls somehow having a stake in the Emerald Nightmare storyline never went anywhere. Adventurers were tricked into summoning Hakar, so that had to be dealt with in Zul'Gurub. The Alliance cleared out the temple, but apparently according to Khadgar, Aranicus' spirit is still there. How though? Aranicus' spirit was cleansed as part of the Encourage war effort. I know Cataclysm left it in there, but I thought we weren't supposed to take that literally, like how Dagran Tharasan is still alive in Cataclysm. It's probably the good old modern WoW writers relying on the wiki to remember characters. That, or the trolls have figured out how to actually duplicate his soul, which would make them effectively unbeatable enemies. No wonder Sunken Temple remains active decades in the WoW storyline. Sunken Temple also felt like I was finally entering the endgame. I finally was escaping the bog that was WoW's mid-game. Between the Scarlet Monastery and now, I had an abysmal time finding groups for dungeons. Sunken Temple is also host to class quests for every class. Every class has a short chain to complete that finishes within the temple, awarding unique items, some of which are quite powerful. I love class quests, so I'm all for this concept. Although the problem is that some of the rewards get overshadowed by another being a one-of-a-kind trinket, so you're basically forced to take it. SOD skirted that issue by giving all 3 rewards. I'm still confused why SOD chose Sunken Temple over Maradon. I guess Blizzard might have more accurate statistics, albeit I wonder how much those statistics are skewed by Maradon boosting, since Sunken Temple isn't really a boosting dungeon. While I'd argue many, if not most, WoW players would classify the endgame as starting at the level cap, I have to disagree. With vanilla, I don't think there is a hard transition between the early, mid, late, and end game sections, especially compared to a game like Fallout 76. I think the lack of clear borders allows WoW to flow smoothly between its stages, with the exception being when you start raiding. That can be a double-edged sword. While it means that WoW is approachable as you start simply by smacking wolves in a forest and end up fighting dragons, it also means that there are people who bring that Elwyn Forest mindset with them throughout the entire game. Remember that infamous statistic of how back in the day less than 2% of players raided? Good. The game should be the smooth gradient of leveling progression, and if you finish that and still need more, then you raid. However, if we approach World of Warcraft as being the raiding game, with leveling as just a tutorial, then it's a complete failure. I think that's what it was to certain developers like Jeff Kaplan and even Rob Pardo at the tail end, whereas Alan Adham seemed to view it more as a big world, with raiding being a component just for the hardest core players. Leveling alone does not prepare players for what is expected of them. The best case scenario is that maybe your first time around, you'll have the cognizance to try to complete some important objectives along the way in your final levels, because if you don't, then 55 to 60 turns into a huge drag. But being level 58 and hoping to get taken along to Stratholme is something of a joke. That's just a symptom of the classic era servers being far older than what any vanilla server should be. Patch 1.12 wasn't the game as a finished product, because Blizzard had started pulling their punches with certain designs in order to package them with the release of the Burning Crusade instead. What's interesting is that I played a couple seasons of Diablo 3. That had a system of continually introducing fresh progressive content for people to compete in order to balance out leaderboards in the face of randomized drops. It was a good way of turning a concept that can have the fun efficiencyed out of it into evergreen content. But sadly, we can only pray that the Blizzard who bungled the release of Diablo 3 returned to us, instead of the Blizzard who assigns a couple dozen people to manage multiple iterations of classics simultaneously. I am going to combine both Plague Lands into a single section. They're visually distinct, and the Eastern Plague Lands is higher level than the West, but otherwise shared the same general story. It's kind of crazy how long the Forsaken have not been a part of the narrative. They have lots of quests throughout, looking for different materials to use for their biological weapons. However, it does take a long time for them to get around to actually fighting the Scourge again. In fairness, the Western Plague Lands are a much higher level zone. It makes it funny that the Bulwark, the main passage between Tirisfal and the Plague Lands, is just a pile of trash. It's on theme with the rest of the faction living in old ruined human buildings, but they will upgrade this in the Cataclysm to a proper structure. I like the new undead architecture, but it looked better in Wrath when it was placed on top of their new terrain. It clashes a lot with the old terrain visually. It is funny that there's such a huge level gap between Tirisfal and the Plague Lands, though. Remember, we were fighting the Scourge in a starter area. The Plague Lands are the Scourge's main hold in the vanilla world space. Sure, they have a Valley and Desolace and control Razorfin Downs, but they aren't quite as prolific as the Legion or even the Silithid. But guess who got a full expansion anyways? Now in fairness, Wrath happened because Arthas was popular after Warcraft 3 and its expansion, The Frozen Throne. And boy did he get his fair share of attention here in vanilla. As a refresher, Sylvanas Windrunner is a Banshee who Arthas resurrected during his campaign in Quel'The the Lost. The Lich King lost control of Sylvanas during the Third War when the Burning Legion saw the undead as having expended their usefulness. Sylvanas rallied as many undead as she could and betrayed the Scourge, carving out the Forsaken and their territory in the capital of Lordaeron. Arthas would probably have cared more about losing his home capital if he hadn't been summoned by the Lich King and fused with him on Northrend, thus explaining his current absence from the region. The Death Guard hold the line at the Bulwark alongside the Argent Dawn. It's good to actually see these guys in their element. Unlike the Scarlet Crusade, the Argent Dawn have no issues working with the Forsaken, which is good because the Scourge in full force are no trifle. The Plague Lands are dangerous and hostile, packed with mobs, and most of the quests are difficult to do at level. Didn't help that almost every member of the Horde I saw was hostile, probably because we're close to the Undercity. The Western Plague Lands is largely farm areas, with a city called Anderhall and a large graveyard. The Scarlet Crusade have a bastion in the north called Hearthglen, and you can actually see Crusader patrols going out and skirmishing with the undead near the farms. This is the kind of dynamic world content that fleshes things out, as instead of being told these factions are at war, we get to see it. The reason has to do with the cauldrons in the middle where the Scourge are creating the plague that is poisoning these lands. There's a chain for the Dawn that involves sabotaging these cauldrons, and man, were they tough for my rogue. The undead spawn really fast, and rogues aren't quite as good against undead as they are against humanoids. Paladins are pretty excited to come here though, since their whole deal is getting to do more damage to the undead. It's interesting that this area really only gives breadcrumbs of lore, especially compared to the East. I think part of that is that you're expected to have played Warcraft 3 and been really interested in Arthas' plotline to know what's going on. Prince Arthas was a member of the Order of the Silver Hand. This was a bit of a conflicted position though, since Arthas was between the kingdom and his religion. It didn't help that his paladin mentor was Uther the Lightbringer. Uther is a flawed character. I don't think he's poorly written, but he does tend to annoy me. He's probably one of the more accurately written religious characters in this setting though. He was one of the first paladins in the Second War, participating heavily in the campaign against the Horde. For his service in this war, he holds a high position in Lordaeron society. Despite that, we do not get a clear sign that Prince Arthas and Uther actually get along beyond sharing a past. Uther definitely did not support Arthas well enough for someone who was supposed to be his mentor. The problem with paladins is that they will generally refuse to compromise their virtues, even if it leads to greater social good. Uther comes off as an old veteran who thinks he knows better and has been afforded far too much societal acclaim as a consequence of his service. As a result of his rigidity, Uther's sense of morality can ultimately be manipulated. Lich Zul, for all his pre-death faults, seems to have understood precisely how to alienate Uther from Arthas' life. rather than playing an important role in making sure that his future king stayed on a good path, he chose to abandon Arthas at Stratholme because it would complicate his sense of personal morality. However, staying with Arthas could have potentially prevented him from becoming the Lich King. Uther could not do that, though, not simply because he's vain, but because adherents of the light need strong, personal moral conviction to wield it. This is not just a consequence of his decision now, but a lifetime of decisions that gave him this outlook. A good example is the story of Eitrigg and Tirion Fordring. Tirion was, like Uther, one of the first paladins and served in the Second War. Unlike Uther, however, he had an encounter that would change his perspective on the Horde. He met Eitrigg. Eitrigg was leaving in an abandoned tower near Hearthglen, and the two met and fought. Their battle destroyed the tower, and Tirion almost died when Eitrigg rescued him. Eitrigg was captured later, and Tirion was tried for treason for attempting to save the orc's life. His punishment was exile, and it was Uther who stripped Tirion of the light. But as a token of respect, Uther didn't exile Tyrion's family. Gee, thanks, Uther, for not punishing my family for my crimes. Really swell of you. Uther clearly didn't understand the Holy Light. He somehow saw it as both a tool of the state, but also something demanding personal honor. Tirion later used the light as well, so clearly it wasn't even something Uther could fully take away, because why would the light be defined by pure, murderous loyalty to the Alliance? So when it came time to actually be a mentor figure for Arthas, he failed because his scenario did not neatly line up with how he thought the world should be. His experience was defined by the Second War, a war against what he perceived to be an objective evil. They were orcs, trolls, ogres, dragons, and death knights. They were ugly, foreign, and malicious. They had no human characteristics. I don't think Uther could have or should have gone along with the events of Stratholme, but he clearly didn't try hard enough to course-correct Arthas either. Instead of seeking Arthas out after the battle, Uther went to his dad and told him what happened. The king agreed it was crazy, and they ordered Arthas' fleet to be recalled from Northrend, but that clearly didn't work. Instead of tattling, Uther should have gone with or pursued Arthas to Northrend, to prevent him from going further down what Uther understood to be a dark path. But the problem with doing that is that it would have required Uther to behave treasonously. Instead, his first priority was to make sure that Arthas' order that the Silver Hand be disbanded was not recognized by the king. Uther would not get to keep being the Lightbringer, the most pretentious knight on the planet, if the state didn't legally recognize his authority over the Holy Light. Now, of course, Uther couldn't fully see the future. He had no idea that letting Arthas go was the single worst mistake he could make. His experience was in the Second War, and in the Second War, legally recognized paladins leading the front against the enemy was how they won. It's a flaw, but flawed characters don't mean they're badly written. I just find Uther to be extremely condescending. But you know who could see the future? Medivh. Well, he couldn't see the parts where the king and Arthas rejected his suggestion to go to Kalimdor. I don't think there's a clear limit given to Medivh's messages, so I don't see why he couldn't have nudged some of the characters in the right direction beyond the fact that the plot would not have been able to happen. At least when Jaina failed, her characterization was able to fall back on the fact that she was young, inexperienced, and a foreigner. She wasn't alive for the Second War. She spent her entire life studying magic. Walking away from Stratholme makes sense for her, as does her decision to evacuate people to Kalimdor. The Western Plaguelands are home to the origination point of the Scourge, Caer Darrow, beneath which is Scholomance. Just to the west is Anderhall, a distribution center for the grains grown in this region. The grain was the means by which the Plague of Undeath was spread, so the city was important to the Scourge's plans. It is here, in the inn, that we find an unusual sight. One of the rooms is in good condition, housing a gnome named Chromie. Chromie is actually a bronze dragon, and she's been used to death in World of Warcraft. She was in the classic trailer, she shows up in like every expansion. She was set to sell a new item added during classic for story and world buffs. Her name is used to describe the level scaling system they used when they realized players were being forced to play way too many expansions to reach the modern plot. Apparently, it's really confusing for new players, though, not surprising. Chromie has a couple quests about stopping the Scourge from messing with the timeline. Yeah, it's a bit weird. In theory, the Bronze Dragonflight's job is to prevent people from messing with the timeline. So I guess the local Scourge Lich is trying to do that? But why? I mean, okay, yeah, there's tons of upsides to using time travel to preemptively win your wars. I get that. But if you've already won, why try your luck? I'm guessing it's the Lich because Chromie, after helping her, awards an item that's used to assist in defeating him. Chromie's quests are funny because one is really, really hard for rogues, and the other's probably easiest as a rogue. I had to abuse the fact that these temporal parasites don't have a swimming animation and will not go in the water because it kept spawning multiple. You want to do Chromie's quests for two reasons. The first is that the item she gives you can be used to kill Araj the Summoner for the Skullomance key. The second is that after, she sells the Chronoboon Displacer. The Chronoboon is used to store world buffs. This was added in patch 1.13.7, or Classic's incarnation of Naxxramas. The purpose was to solve a problem Classic was suffering with world buffs. World buffs are status effects applied to players, usually in the span of hours, that carry some pretty large upsides. Players' ratings started to value these buffs heavily, but there were a couple problems. Raiders would strive to get all of them and then just log out for the rest of the week until raid night. This is a practice known as raid logging, which was much older than Classic. Raid logging is normal behavior as players eventually run out of things to do besides raid. However, world buffs were forcing people to raid log to save their buffs for the big night. The other issue was with dispelling. Some of the buffs could be dispelled. World buffs and the dispel meta highlighted what a lot of people recognized as being a change in how people would play the games. World buffs were around back in vanilla, and so was dispelling them, but players didn't prioritize getting them back in the day, probably because the average player either wasn't doing progressive raiding or saw the path of least resistance to not involve them, and in turn, dispelling never became a thing. I don't think player mentality changed a whole lot. Rather, people went into Classic already knowing how they were going to beat it being defined as raiding. World buffs were recognized at a higher value, and in turn, that made a new avenue of griefing. I'm sure if vanilla had frozen on patch 1.12 for a decade back then, the same thing would have eventually happened. Players had years of private server raid progression to look at, which was also accidentally harder than vanilla, which in turn meant maximizing buffs and thus cementing an unnecessary meta. The dispel meta was griefing. People like to quibble with the definition, but by accounts, the playstyle accrued some genuinely psychopathic people. I used to play a lot of SS13, and there were a couple people who consistently used the antagonist role as a license to just spree kill the server. When players would do that, the admins usually came up with events so people could keep playing and modded the antag roles to make it harder to do that stuff. When you maintain an active multiplayer space, you have to change the game in response to griefing. But Blizzard was forced to let it happen because #NoChanges. Some people are genuinely playing so they can find ways to meaningfully inconvenience other players. No, they do not have a faction allegiance. If they found a way to dispel members of their own faction, they would have done that exclusively, as it would have been significantly easier to do. The world buff meta is cringe. I mean, I saw a guy who would constantly beg for them just for questing and leveling dungeons. But honestly, the most annoying thing were the deflections and discussions on this topic. The most common argument being, you rolled on a PvP server, you knew this would happen. No, I doubt many people rolling onto a PvP server in 2019 knew the exact particulars of an unprecedented form of griefing and the impact that ended up having. I mean, a good and more recent example would be PvP servers during Season of Discovery and the Ashenvale Incursion. People were grouping up into raids as max level 50s just to corpse camp members of the opposing factions trying to do new content. Even normal players were incentivized to participate just to farm honor. Players would also transfer layers to ones that were 100% their own faction to avoid PvP when they actually wanted to do the content. If you were stuck on the opposing faction's layer or didn't know how or want to engage in layer transfers, you got corpse camped by dozens of enemy players packed into a small space. In essence, PvP servers turned themselves into PvE servers with annoying extra steps because incursions were poorly designed, and the game's original PvP system didn't account for people being able to change dimensions using a party invite. I don't think when people signed up to play on a PvP server for seasonal content that they were anticipating this, And then the PvP server mains were really confused when the population started dying and Blizzard offered free, if limited, transfers to PvE servers. Anyways, the Chrono Boon was created to solve the problems with world buffs. A player-invented problem, but one that Blizzard had to solve if they wanted people to keep playing Classic. Now players could store their world buffs, meaning that they could actually play throughout the week if they wanted to, and griefers had to go back to just corpse camping flight points or killing quest givers. I know, tragedy. I do like the Scholomance key quest though. We kill some skeletons, then take 15 gold, their bones, and some thorium bars to Gadget Sand, before forging the body of the key in the volcano in Ungoro. Then we have to return to the Plague Lands and kill Araj the Summoner in Anderhall to get his signet. With that, we get the key to the dungeon. Or you can play Rogue or Engineer and unlock the door. But this is still what an actually cool globe-trotting quest with a meaningful outcome looks like. The Scholomance key, if you need it, will remain useful to players for the end game due to Scholomance being a high-level dungeon. There are not a bunch of redundant trips, but you do get sent back out to Ungoro, which you can use as a break from the Plague Lands to go quest there. But the Plague Lands are not done, for as we journey east, we find an even more dangerous and diseased landscape. The Western Plague Lands are just a cursed forest. The Eastern Plague Lands are a diseased hellscape. Eastern Plague Lands was about the time I decided to finish my playthrough after my month break by playing in the window between when North America goes to bed and when Europe gets up. This is a dead zone in terms of running into other players, which was good because I was tired of getting killed and just wanted my days-long quest to reach level 60 to finally end. Eastern Plague Lands is one of my favorite zones thematically, but gameplay-wise it's pretty much all of the worst aspects and mistakes of Duskwood crammed into a single area. It's a low-visibility cursed forest full of undead enemies who can put long-lasting diseases onto you that's also curved into the shape of a bowl, with a massive geographic obstacle in the middle of the map to impede travel. At the very least, Duskwood was approachable from multiple angles, having its flight point in the east, but having its west located near Westfall's flight point as well. Northwest Eastern Plague Lands requires navigating through a high-level cave to access, or riding across the entire zone. It's not terribly packed, so riding usually goes fine, but some of the quests are legit to kill 20 things scattered across the entire area, so having a gradual ramp up in difficult areas feels pointless anyways. The woods outside Stratholme are particularly hostile on paper, but I found them to be one of the safest areas to ride through in practice. I love that this area is even more noticeably corrupt than the others. If Scholomance is the brain, then Plaguewood is the beating heart of Scourge operations in Lordaeron. And Vanilla's final raid, Naxxramas, is located here as well. There were more raids planned, but what started as a Hellfire Peninsula zone turned into an entire Outland expansion. It's kind of fitting that of all of the places for the Vanilla Patch storyline to end, it was Naxxramas. I mean, technically, the final patch was Cross-Realm Battlegrounds, but 1.11 was Naxxramas. Naxxramas was a famously difficult raid, in part because people seemed to just make stuff up about it or ran with the incomplete number sets. I found one such video with 2.1 million views that claims that only 23 guilds cleared Naxxramas before the Burning Crusade came out. But he doesn't list a source, and I don't know how someone would even have easy access to those numbers. Based on his numbers, there were 900,000 level 60 characters on North American realms. With 23 guilds that cleared, and assuming each clear had 40 unique members, that's less than 1,000 people. Thus, less than 1% of players. 5 years later, some Redditors put together a post compiling logs of other guilds that cleared Naxx. For the next couple years, users were submitting evidence of various guilds who cleared the raid. The count they came up with was 143. But I would also draw attention to the fact that the figure listed level 60 characters, and not people who were still leveling during Vanilla's end. The main reason Naxx wasn't cleared by more people, though, was that the Burning Crusade came out 6 months later, cutting off the level 60 tier of progression. Still, it was a romantic figure to say that less than 1% of players ever cleared a piece of raid content. WoW launched with around 90 realms, I can't count, in North America, and added new ones on average every couple weeks. 2 realms were brought online 3 days before Naxx came out. Point is, every server that could have had people geared for Naxx by the time it came out seemed to have at least one guild clear it, at least numerically. It sure is cool to have your final epic raid of the hardest, corest era of WoW be Scourge related, and missing in retail due to Naxxramas being re-released in Wrath of the Lich King. They wanted more people to get to experience the raid, so they retuned it as one of the first raids of that expansion. It was also supposed to have been located within Stratholme, as in you would have to run the dungeon and near the end you would find the portal that would take you to the teleporter that sent you up to Naxxramas. They probably realized that was a bad idea and cut out the middleman. Patch 1.12 added an additional PvP mode to this zone. They were experimenting with more controlled ways of having world PvP after Battlegrounds, and one of those was zone objectives that would provide buffs to players for controlling them. It saw more play in TBC, but there's one here and another in Silithus. It is kind of thematic that the Horde and Alliance would find something to fight over in the Plaguelands. Our main employers, though, are the Argent Dawn and Tyrion Fordring, living in a shack on the western border. Tyrion is living in exile after helping Eitrig, which helps explain why he accepts help from Horde players. Tyrion wants us to kill undead and bring him some food, because he's zomboid maxing. He's a holy warrior living in isolation during the apocalypse. Tyrion was mostly testing us, and having proven ourselves by bringing him worm meat, he tells us about his past and his concerns. His son joined and gained a high rank within the Scarlet Crusade. Tyrion doesn't approve though, so he has us get our hands on various mementos of their life, and then sneak into Hearthglen to convince his son to leave. We have to fight our way out, but then Talon Fordring is killed by the Grand Inquisitor of the Crusade. Tyrion then kills the Inquisitor and decides that, fine, he'll stop hanging out in the woods and actually start doing stuff before awarding us a pre-raid best-in-slot item. The Naxxramas patch actually updated the lore too, as an NPC added in 1.11 notes that Tyrion is now working with the Argent Dawn. Also, they added guards and more quests to the chapel with this update since people needed more ways to farm rep with the Dawn to get their Nax attunement. I like that classic WoW would, on occasion, progress the world as the narrative built. Tyrion Fordring probably fared the best in terms of WoW character who received main character status for an expansion. See, after Naxxramas, some of the raiders died and became Death Knights, who attacked Light's Hope Chapel. That, among other reasons, led to the invasion of Northrend and the events of the Wrath of the Lich King, which Tyrion featured in effectively as one of the main characters. After Wrath, he was brought back in the Cataclysm and just kind of placed into the world, taking back over Hearthglen as its administrator. Then he didn't do anything else. In fact, they had the Cenarian Circle come and start trying to heal the Plaguelands, starting with the western part since that was the notably less corrupted section. And then Tyrion sat out a couple expansions until the Burning Legion arrived, where he was heroically sacrificed so that Paladin players could wield the Ashbringer for an expansion. Oh yeah, the Ashbringer. This weapon became a piece of WoW folklore for a time. It was data mined early on to be one of the game's only legendary quality items, and the caretaker at Light's Hope Chapel will randomly mention it from time to time. Every couple patches, new NPCs would be added that would reference the blade. The problem, stated by Blizzard, was that there were no legendary items for casters yet. Sulfuras, Hand of Ragnaros, was the first legendary weapon in the game. The second was Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, added in patch 1.6. These were both geared towards the melee classes, and Ashbringer would obviously be a third legendary weapon for melee. That's part of why Naxxramas brought with it ATS, Great Staff of the Guardian. It didn't really make sense to be there rather than Karazhan, except that Karazhan was delayed until TBC. They did technically add another melee legendary weapon, Endonisis, Reaper of Souls, but it's a weapon you can only use for 5 minutes while helping someone do the ATS quest. ATS is probably one of the rarest items in the game, rarer than even the corrupted Ashbringer. Yeah, so Nax added the Ashbringer in a corrupted form that could drop from the Four Horsemen encounter. The legend of the Ashbringer was so strong prior to 2019 that some people thought that its corrupted form was rarer than a legendary item that required killing a boss that some realms never cleared. Blizzard themselves would have to confirm which item is rarer though, since you can make the case for the Ashbringer being more rare due to drop rates. So sure, now the sword was in the game, but it wasn't legendary. Players speculated about there being a potential quest to purify it and return it to its uncorrupted state. A few things to note about the corrupted Ashbringer. When equipped, the Argent Dawn become hostile, but the Scarlet Crusaders would become friendly. The sword also had additional lines it could proc to play, giving a basic history of the weapon. If you notice the Scarlet Crusaders are friendly, then you can visit the Scarlet Monastery. Particularly in the Cathedral Wing, there's an event that plays where the boss, Commander Mograine, who shares a name with one of the horsemen, is killed by the spirit of his father, that same horseman. Then he frees the soul of the High Inquisitor, who's undead, and Fairbanks tells the story of the betrayal of Mograin's son and how there's another son out in Outland. So the hints all pointed to the Ashbringer becoming available as a legendary weapon once Outland was made available. There was a cut Warlock quest tied to reopen the Dark Portal, which was cancelled due to poor server performance during the Encourage event, as well as a large zone that was made of Hellfire Peninsula. But it's more likely this was hinting at the upcoming Burning Crusade expansion that was being made. Only this thread never went anywhere. Mograine didn't have a son in Outland. The leads didn't die though, as one of the Caverns of Time dungeons features a small scene you can watch of the crystal part of the Ashbringer being purified and discussions of turning it into a weapon. They probably intended for there to be some way to get the weapon in this or the next expansion, especially given some of the lore explanations for where the crystal that powered the Ashbringer came from and the final raid of the expansion, and the fact that players could then get to bring it to fight the Lich King. But they ultimately retconned the entire affair when they decided the Ashbringer would play a larger narrative role in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. And with Naxxramas moving to Northrend, both the corrupted Ashbringer and ATS became inaccessible for players. But couldn't players at level 70 just have gotten the items easier? Well, there's a few problems. Level 70 still couldn't solo Naxx. TBC guilds had little incentive to push to clear Naxx for low drop rate items that did not push their progression, and would serve as vanity for a single person in the guild. Especially if your current TBC members need to get their Naxx attunement. Even ATS, which had the ability to summon a portal to Karazhan, potentially useful as Karazhan was TBC content, wasn't really sought after because Deadwood Pass is within minutes of both faction capitals anyways. I also doubt many players foresaw old Naxx as going away anytime soon, so players didn't have time to FOMO and motivate them to farm the Four Horsemen. I'm not saying it didn't happen, obviously, just that I doubt it was common, and aided with the legacy of this weapon. Ashbringer would return though. Oh god, did it. Legion had a bright idea. Let's give everyone legendary weapons. Retribution Paladins, of course, were given the Ashbringer. Tyrion was probably killed to accomplish this. Chris Metzen was famous for being a big Paladin fan, and Legion transparently came off as Blizzard doing everything Metzen had wanted to do since the beginning in one final hurrah of an expansion. But a lot of the specialness was gone. That's that spirit of vanilla you'll hear people talk about. I don't just mean the fact that every rep Paladin was carrying their own Ashbringer for an expansion. I guarantee every Paladin player would have had an Ashbringer in TBC if it was available then. No, I mean the legacy of the mysterious aspects of the weapon. Players loved the breadcrumb trail and wanted to see that resolved. Starting with Wrath, Blizzard started resolving plotlines too hastily. It's part of the reason why the game is in the state it's in now, scrambling to establish its identity again. There's a few other points to note in the Plaguelands. You can find the remnants of some forest troll areas, proving just how resilient they are to have survived even the Scourge. Only recently have the undead hatched a plan to infect the Mossflayer tribe. The original Plague of Undeath was designed to only infect humans. Maybe increasing the scope of its targets would decrease its efficacy. I don't know if that's written anywhere, but I also don't see it as a plot problem. It's fairly consistent that the Legion was focused on and targeting specifically humanity because they represented the largest and most powerful anti-demon force on the planet. Or at least they were. The Night Elves and especially the Dragonflights were caught lacking. The Forest Trolls are just a local nuisance that could be added to the zombie army later, not something the Plague of Undeath version 1.0 needs to address. There's also a small High Elf presence here, and lol, the vanilla High and Blood Elf models look really bad. They look like they're just reskins of the Night Elves, but to me they look like distinct, much older models that are simply share skeletons and some animations. High and Blood Elves show up so infrequently that Blizzard probably felt justified in not upgrading these guys, at least until the Blood Elves were given their new models in TBC. Some people also make the mistake of forgetting that Blood Elves were in vanilla, showing up as a quest giver in Stone Talon and as targets in Ashara. Curse of the Blood Elves was one of the campaigns in the Frozen Throne, but yeah, it's always weird seeing the occasional bad High Elf model. They show up here because north of the Plaguelands lies Quel'Thalas, which will not be accessible until the Burning Crusade. But we really can't progress without discussing the dungeons in this area.
And everybody rolled their eyes when we actually heard the name Scalamanc's. Like, really just shoving the two words together, and that was the name of it. It seemed a little kind of hackneyed to us. But yeah, Scholomance was a name, School of Necromancy.
The Scholomance was a fabled school of black magic in Romania, especially in the region of Transylvania. It had eventually been referenced in Bram Stoker's novel, Dracula. The Draculas were, says Arminius, a great and noble race, though now and again were scions who were held by their covils, to have had dealings with the Evil One. They learned his secrets in the Scholomance, amongst the mountains over Lake Hermannstadt, where the devil claims the 10th scholar as his due. I can forgive John, though, because Scholomance does sound like the portmanteau of School of Necromancy. It hadn't even originally started out as such. According to John, its creator, it was originally known as the Keep Microdungeon, a crypt intended for the outdoor non-instanced world. John Statz wrote an entire article about the creation of Scholomance in order to advertise his book, The WoW Diary. The story he tells is that originally, WoW didn't have too many unique microdungeon areas, like caves. During playtesting, they realized that they needed to have more unique caves because it was boring people to see the same ones. So John was specifically given permission to, at his discretion, create unique variants of caves in his spare time, of which he was working over 90 hours a week on WoW. While this built resentment between him and the other members of the team, both for his status of having been given autonomy and for the risk of adding new issues to be dealt with, it paid off, and designers began giving requests to John later in the project. As the game got finished, they identified content holes, and my weekend endeavors provided some alleviation to them. Jeff Kaplan then came to John and asked if he could build a crypt underneath a human keep in the western Plaguelands, on a spooky island. It wasn't meant to be anything special, they didn't even capitalize its name. However, they already had tons of crypt assets thanks to Duskwood's existence, so John built a decently large crypt area full of unique arrangements of assets from all over the game. For example, remember the giant bone pile with the dancing skeletons from Razorfen Downs? Well, just take that texture and apply it to a floor and now you have a whole new room. Players won't even notice the reused asset. The game designers were ecstatic at the result, asked for a couple more rooms because they wanted to turn this microdungeon into an instance. They turned it into a school for necromancers. Chris Metzen approved their pitch, and that was how we got Scholomance. I love this story. While the WoW Diary is generally good at giving us an inside look at Blizzard during development, John's best stories are the ones that most personally affected him, since he'll have the most perspective. However, he specifically wanted to leave many of his own stories out of the book as to not outshine the rest of the team. However, apparently the artists were unhappy in this situation, because they had felt left out and expressed that they could have made more unique assets for Scholomance. Being at a low point of morale for the entire team already, many people had stopped voluntarily crunching at this point. Ah, the good old days when crunch was something developers volunteered to do, and were not punished if they didn't. Anyways, suddenly the artists were working past midnight and even pulled a rare all-nighter to transform the dungeon with their own touch. John has a habit of glamorizing crunch as an avenue of being able to take pride in your work, but he also has issues with his wrists now, so... Anyways, it was the software team's turn to raise the red flag. According to Scott Harton, who advocated for the game to run on low-end machines, Scholomance was one of the worst performing dungeons in the game. The artists blamed John for placing tons of bones on the floor, but John blamed the artists for making chandeliers with 10,000 polygons per when most assets had a few hundred. However, the main problem John noted came after release from a player blog, recounting that Skolo had taken their group 6 hours to complete. He brought this up to Jeff Kaplan, who noted that while shorter dungeons were more popular, they would rather focus on making new mid-range content than reworking old dungeons. Also, he mentions that Jeff was preoccupied by a race related to raids, so this was probably around the Molten Core World First race. John would revisit the issue when he, Scott Harton, and Roman Kinney all reached a high enough end level to run the dungeon. After 4 hours and losing a member, John went to Jeff's office the next morning to tell him about the length again. Kaplan didn't want to shorten the dungeon by removing spawns, however. His first concern was that removing spawns could interfere with completing quests. Think of something like the Deviate Hides quest from Wailing Caverns. If there aren't enough monsters to drop hides for all the players in one run, then it takes multiple runs to complete the quest. So, John had to go to all of the quest designers individually to see if reducing the amount of spawns would upset their quests. After being told no, he went back to Kaplan a week later. Then Jeff explained that trade skill recipes could be affected by ingredients dropped by those monsters. John then went to Eric Dodds, and together they used Thoughtbot to determine that all the ingredients had other sources. Dodds even noted some extremely low drop rates he decided he wanted to update. Apparently, Thoughtbot was up to date, faster, and easier to use than Blizzard's own tools. As bad as that sounds, it's actually unsurprising. The game designers had to ask the producers and software team to develop new or better tools, but wikis and databases were effectively developed for free by the fans, and collated data via drops. Kaplan finally relented and authorized a spawner to load up the dungeon, with the caveat that if the producers vetoed anything, it ended there. John had already gotten the producers okay for his little project. The encounter designers were actually shocked at how overspawned Scholomance originally was. Encounter Designs apparently designed the fights in isolation, and then the spawners used their pre-approved fight encounters to fill out the dungeons. So there was a fundamental miscommunication about how many monsters should be inside instances. On the spot, they cut down the number of spawns inside the dungeon, and if the patch notes are anything to go by, this apparently happened in patch 1.6. So for Classic to be authentic, Scholomance should have many more enemies inside it until Phase 3, when Blackwing Lair comes out. When you hear stories from back in the day of 6-hour instances that only take 1 or 2 hours today, that is where those stories come from. Of course, patch 1.6 was when the game had only 3.5 million subscribers, but it would go up to 8 million over the course of vanilla, so statistically, most players who ran Scholomance in vanilla likely ran the nerfed version. But on the flip side, patch 1.10 limited Scholomance to being just a 5-man dungeon. The quote given was to, quote, preserve the challenge of these dungeons, end quote. I have to wonder if they considered the lowering of difficulty to be when they nerfed the number of enemies, or the generally increasing power level of players thanks to Encourage. Skolo was one of the more difficult instances to get into as a rogue, which was kind of funny since I felt I really excelled in this dungeon due to the number of casters. The reason is that people primarily run Scholomance to farm Dark Runes, which allows non-warlocks to cast Life Tap. They are the same as Demonic Runes, but Demonic Runes bind on pickup, whereas Dark Runes can be traded on the auction house. So because caster players don't want to farm Demonic Runes for their raids, they just buy the Dark Runes instead. Their current price when I played was over 100 gold per rune, so groups prioritized absolute efficiency for clearing, which meant a lot of discrimination against rogues. My best bet was a group with a geared druid tank running in the dead of night because there were no other DPS, mages, to compete. Scholomance is full of necromancers and the undead. It was founded after the Second War by an aristocratic family that controlled several towns across Lordaeron. They had made a deal with Kel'Thuzad, who needed a place to train necromancers for his Cult of the Damned. The Argent Dawn have consequently taken an interest in this place. This is the first dungeon we've talked about where killing mobs can result in reputation changes. Mainly as we kill cultists and the undead, we get positive reputation with the Dawn. There's also a trinket which allows us to collect Scourge Stones to turn in for more rep. Blizzard liked this idea. They liked this idea so goddamn much, they shoved variants of it into almost all of their raids and dungeons going forwards. It works for the Argent Dawn because they have 2 leveling zones and 2 endgame dungeons players will want to repeat. It's hard not to gain reputation with the Dawn. I can't say the same for the many superfluous rep grinds that WoW players would face later on. We need the key to get inside the dungeon though, or, you know, me. I have too many people opening trades with me randomly in Stormwind to open their lockboxes for people to not know about lockpicking.
Everybody wants to say that I've invented this new type of design space, and that's why things like the keys happen. It hadn't really been done before, we hadn't really tied it to quests, and it was just... I don't know, that it's just an organic thing. It was completely probably just 2 people said, hey, let's try this. Check with Jeff. Oh, Jeff says, yeah, we could do that. That's reasonable at a high level. And that's really, that's all the thought that goes into something like that.
There's a few semi-secret bosses up front, but the first real and mandatory encounter is Rattlegore. He and his weird friends are in a bone pit. It gives a decent perspective on the scope of human misery this place has produced that they need a place to store the mounds of human bones they have. Rattlegore possesses a key to the viewing room, which is a door that I cannot lockpick. I'm not sure why Rattlegore specifically was deemed mandatory for completing this dungeon, but the viewing room is where we see a lecture hall full of students. The fun part is that they aren't immediately hostile, so most groups just pass through this room as the loot isn't particularly great. Ras Frostwhisper is the resident lich overseeing operations here. He gets farmed quite a bit since he has a chance to drop a flask recipe, which is important for endgame casters and raids. It's also only here and one other place that it is possible to even craft flasks, as they require a specific alchemy lab. From here, we have a gauntlet of 6 bosses who largely share a loot table. We have come a long way from agility, intellect rings, and the dead mines. The itemization in these endgame dungeons were updated and designed to be desirable to a wide variety of players as motivations for groups to keep forming after level 60. We fight a variety of constructs, necromancers, butchers, and even a wrath baby. When you defeat all 6, that spawns the final boss, Darkmaster Gandling. Scholomance is pretty straightforward. Most of its confusing elements are largely bonus hidden rooms or side objectives that might sidetrack players. Scholomance is an endgame dungeon for vanilla though, and that puts it in a somewhat interesting position. It's not a place that a party full of leveling characters will typically get away with going to. Let's say you're going to Scholomance to kill Kurtonos the Herald because you want his dagger, Fright Talon. You could do that, or you could do one of the first quests in the Burning Crusade to get a dagger that does more damage. The point I'm making is that once TBC came out, these endgame vanilla dungeons did not convert into leveling dungeons for high 50s players. Instead, it just became a place for players to farm dark runes and warlocks and paladins to do their mount quest. It wasn't until Wrath that the dark runes were nerfed to have a cooldown of 15 minutes, just to get level 80 casters out of this old dungeon. However, the school is, as of today, still in operation. Despite several defeats, Gandling just refuses to die, and since he's a necromancer, that means his minions don't either. Scholomance is similar in many ways to our next dungeon in that respect. We've talked a bit about Scholomance as being the dungeon that Blizzard built for fun. Stratholme, meanwhile, was a dungeon that was always meant to be in the game. Stratholme was the setting of the turning point of the Warcraft 3 human campaign, when Arthas decided to purge an entire city of infected people before they could become undead. Spoilers, it didn't work, apparently. The city burns to this day, 5 years later, and is full of the living dead. Is this some of that magic fire I've heard about? Okay, in fairness, the living and the dead never stopped fighting in Lordaeron. In fact, the dungeon is split into 2 wings, Strat Live and Strat Undead. The Scarlet Crusade has a foothold in the city, where they actively combat the undead encroaching on their turf. Meanwhile, the Scourge is organized on the other side, but undead prowl the streets throughout, so the city might just be burning as a result of the Crusade's war here. Let's start with King's Square, aka the part no one ever does. The first thing you'll probably notice is the architectural similarities with Stormwind City. In fact, the main gate that no one ever uses is the same as the entrance to the trade district. However, the city planning does not resemble Stormwind's district system at all. It's great for giving a familiar, yet distinct vibe. It also helps sell that this place is old and didn't have to be artificially rebuilt. However, the reason nobody does the King's Square is the service entrance. The theory is that since it's locked, most new players will just have to go through the main gate and figure out how to get the key. However, problem, rogues. Also, at this point, most groups will have, on average, at least one member with either the key or an alternative means of getting into the instance. Both live and undead runs typically start in the side entrance, as it's easier to access both wings from there than it is the main gate. You get the key from a boss towards the end of the undead wing each run, so even if someone doesn't have the key, they are constantly more going out every day, since Stratholme is run every day. The live wing is run daily for a material called Righteous Orbs. You think this would make it easier for me to get the rogue shoulders in there, but it actually made it more difficult, because there just are not non-orb runs of live. Since money is on the line every run, players tend to get tunnel vision about optimally clearing, even though most classes provide value. Once you get into the Scarlet section, Strat Live is mostly a rerun of Scarlet Monastery. The polls are fairly similar, 3 to 4 humanoid enemies with a variety of mages, priests, warriors, and paladin archetypes. So you need interrupts and to manage fear. I would honestly say it's pretty boring. I target the most dangerous caster in the group, use Cheap Shot, and then use a variety of interrupt abilities to prevent them from ever casting. The interior is just a slightly moodier Scarlet Monastery as well. There are 2 main bosses in Live. I mean, there are more, but most of them aren't really of note. The Cannon Master encounter requires players to pick up shells and use a cannon to deal with adds that spawn behind the party. But you have to be careful not to use them too quickly or you'll run out prematurely. This is also the guy I need to kill for the Rogue Shoulders. The Grandmaster Datherhan is hanging out in a room much larger than him, which is good because at half health he turns into a giant demon named Balnazar. The Crusade was standing in opposition to Mommy Sylvanas, so they had to be controlled by demons. The plot demands it. The demons are still trying to subvert humanity to make the planet prime for conquest, but they're also using the Scarlet Crusade as a tool to wear down the Lich King's forces. The Scourge are actually trying to prepare for an invasion by the Burning Legion. It's just that their preparation involves killing us and using our corpses as soldiers. Honestly, setting aside prior enmities, if the Lich King worked on his PR and just told everyone that he would only use their dead in his army, but that he was preparing for an imminent invasion brought about by Gul'dan, who came back to life because a time dragon helped an orc who did nothing wrong open a portal to a parallel reality. Okay, but still, send the elves a fruit basket as apologies for the Sunwell. Speaking of elves, Balnazar was Veramathrus's brother, who is currently helping lead the Forsaken. The Argent Dawn member we bring Balnazar's head to even points out this relationship. I sure hope we do something about this, since Veramathrus's proof of loyalty was killing nothing came of it. Veramathrus manipulated the Forsaken and betrayed Sylvanas later on in Wrath. But hopefully, now free of the demon's schemes, the Scarlet Crusade would be put on the right track. If we visit Light's Hope Chapel, we can actually see Scarlet Crusade members in a meeting with the Argent Dawn. This is supposed to reflect progression in the world since patch 1.11, after the defeat of Balnazar but before the assault on Naxxramas. This was kind of a problem. Just down the road is a stronghold of the Scarlet Crusade. They're all still hostile. How you go about properly reconciling these plot developments in the world was a problem that Blizzard was going to struggle with pretty much forever. The more layers and phasing they use, the more confusing and unintuitive it becomes. If they stuck to a rigid philosophy of updating the world space as narratives progressed, it would limit their storytelling or require constantly inventing new factions to serve the same gameplay purposes of the old ones. The Scarlet Crusade serves a purpose not just narratively, but mechanically. Flipping a switch that makes all the Crusaders friendly isn't a solution. They could comprehensively update Tirisfal and the Plaguelands to develop new quest structures to mechanically replace them, but that incurs a hefty cost in development time and runs a heavy risk of cataclysming content that people like. For example, the Tyrian Forging questline. As of patch 1.11, that is canonically resolved, and would have to be removed from the world under this design paradigm. I think Blizzard was so focused on even just hitting their release date, I doubt they spent much time thinking about how they were going to narratively update their world once the game was out. So it's little wonder that the Scarlet Crusade would stay hostile after vanilla, considering we kept farming their members for best-in-slot melee enchant materials despite moving towards neutrality. The other part of Stratholme belongs to Baron Rivendare, a Death Knight. His notable detail is that he can drop his mount, which is slightly notable for the Horde, but an immense symbol of prestige on the Alliance side. The Undead have similar epic mounts, so unless you're a Tauren, people just aren't as likely to notice it. The Alliance have no such alternative. While playing, a tank we recruited offered to pay us 25,000 gold each if it dropped. I have no clue if they make good on such offers, but I have to imagine they do for certain reputation purposes. Such runs frequently popped up too. Strat Undead is technically a timed dungeon. It's tied to a quest, but the timer is a good indicator of the amount of time you've taken. You have to clear 3 bosses first though, no rushing straight to the Baron. Once you clear the ziggurat, it's on to a gauntlet of abominations. Make sure everyone's inside the gate though, because you're locked into this part of the dungeon for the duration. After defeating an abomination boss, we finally enter the ziggurat and take on the Baron. He's not too mechanically challenging, but he is a DPS check, which is fair for his status as being basically the king of vanilla dungeons. The undead side is full of dangers though. While the live side is full of repetitive encounters, the undead are diverse and pulls can end up being chaotic. One thing of note is that there are 2 mind control bosses, but what you do in each is different. With Balnazar, you need to crowd control whichever player gets mind controlled. With Baroness Anastari, you have to bring the player to 50% health, at which point they full heal and the Baroness reappears. This was the only mind control mechanic I can remember where that was the case, and so a lot of people would be confused as to how they were supposed to handle this encounter. I guess we're supposed to pick up that since the boss is gone, defeating our possessed ally is the only option. But if you look at this as training for raid mind control mechanics, it's teaching players to do the wrong thing. I can say now, having made it to the end of every launch vanilla dungeon, Stratholme is probably my favorite. It has atmosphere, it has lore, it has gameplay, it has loot, it has incentives for maxed gear players to still run it. Coming back to Era after playing Season of Discovery, it was refreshing to have a dungeon that the raiders wanted to run consistently that was also as fun as Stratholme is. However, we are edging dangerously close to talking about the endgame. We still have a few leveling zones left to cover. At the north end of Felwood lies Timbermaw Hold, home to an uncorrupted tribe of Furbolg. Within this cave are tunnels leading to Moonglade and Winterspring. The Timbermaw are hostile and require a short rep grind to raise them to at least unfriendly, where they'll let you pass without attacking you. Killing them will cause you to lose reputation with them. I would say there's no reason to do this, but there was actually a rare in Ashara tied to the reputation, and well, as a rare hunter, I had to go for him, which actually set me back enough reputation for it to be a hassle. Furbolgs are a bit of an oddity. Up until now, if you hadn't played Warcraft 3, you would just think they were yet another primitive humanoid race like gnolls, kobolds, trogs, quillbor, alkin, yeti, worgen, murlocs, centaur, naga, and gnomes, but it turns out they're actually friendly. They appear primitive because they are bear-min hybrids, but the Night Elves swear they used to be chill. It's weird that almost every single enclave of Furbolgs in the entire game's history were hostile and corrupted by external forces. Well, except for the ones on Azurmist Isle and TBC. But yeah, Furbolg are apparently the most easily manipulated race on the planet, with the Timbermaw, who live in Felwood, somehow escaping that trend. Want some dumb lore? Chronicles said that the Furbolg were descendants of another race of bearmen, but were chased from the northern part of the supercontinent by Vrykul. Vrykul are these giant men twice the size of humans with totally no relation that we'll talk about a lot more if I ever cover Wrath. Not just any Vrykul though, but a clan of Vrykul that was around in Wrath. Since Furbolg were around for the War of the Ancients, this means this clan of Vrykul have existed for well over 10,000 years. Honestly, it makes the Night Elves seem even more pathetic that there's another civilization that has maintained a direct line of continuity and government without immortality, that has done almost as much to protect the world as they have. Sorry, correction. Vrykul are apparently immortal since King Eumeron has been alive since the Vrykul started being a thing. This is all relatively new book canon, which explains why nobody seems to have even realized the implication that the Vrykul are now apparently immortal, without needing a blessing from the Bronze Dragonflight. I mean, it's especially strange given there's a huge emphasis on the Vrykul's understanding of the afterlife. But hey, I think the Night Elves figured out the basics on that hibernation thing the Vrykul do. These Vrykul apparently chased the pre-Furbolg into the forests of Kalimdor, where they became normal Furbolg, before the Bearmen then spread back out across the planet to show up in various enclaves on different post-sundering continents. Okay. So yeah, in the less dumb and older lore, Furbolgs were on the supercontinent before it exploded, and that's why they're on several different continents today. This is the same exact reason for several other races and does not require further elaboration. So, after farming a bunch of corrupted Furbolgs whose tribes are enemy of the Timbermaw, we finally have enough rep to make our way through the hold. There are some crafting recipes tied to the different rank rewards, but if you're insane enough to want to go to Exalted, There's a trinket you can get that summons a Furbolg to shoot lightning and heal you. His AI is too trash to understand raiding applications, and it's debatable how useful it is in PvP, which is not great when it's the only reward for maxing out a long reputation grind. Beyond their tunnels lie Moonglade and Winterspring, which I'm combining into one section. Moonglade is the Druid Zone. Well, it's specifically the headquarters of the Cenarian Circle, so sometimes you'll get sent here to deliver mail for them as well. It's the only zone in the game like this, a feature that harkens to the future class order halls of the Legion expansion. Druids even get a spell that lets them teleport here at level 10 to do their class quests, which is funny because there are only 3. One at 10 to get Bear Form, one at 14 to cure poison, and one at 16 to get Aquatic Form. And their next class quest is their final one in the 50s, which is the Sunken Temple quest that everybody gets. So the teleport spell just ends up being a handy convenience feature for letting druids freely teleport to Kalimdor, freeing their hearthstones up to be over in the Eastern Kingdoms. And Moonglade doesn't have much else going on outside of the Lunar New Year, which is WoW's version of the Chinese New Year. In case you thought the Asian market pandering started with the Panda expansion, they had actually been trying to appeal to that market since before WoW even shipped, when StarCraft proved to be a hit in Korea. Plus, it just helps to fill out the roster of holidays. The other end of the Timbermaw tunnels is Winterspring. Ah, Winterspring. I love this zone. It just feels like a treat. Most of the level 60 zones are also host to some form of endgame content, and Winterspring was not going to be an exception. But the endgame raid of this area was going to be Mount Hyjal, which just didn't make it to vanilla. I always thought it was strange. Mount Hyjal is host to the final battle of the Third War, so one would imagine it would appear in the World of Warcraft. It was actually created and decently fleshed out, and many people broke through the map boundaries to explore the area, sometimes leading to interventions from the game masters. It really is awkward how much of Kalimdor builds up the climb to the top of the world, only to have Winterspring be the final area. So what is here? Winterspring hosts a small night elf population. I guess their fetish for forests inhibits them from mountain living. There's a couple quests about exploring old highborn ruins here, so it's a fair wager that once upon a time this region was more popular. Its main native inhabitants are the Winterfall tribe of Furbolg. They're at war with the Timbermaw, which means they're at war with the players. We don't really know much else. Winterspring was actually spared from the Cataclysm, which is funny because that expansion added Mount Hyjal as a leveling zone. However, it was added as a level 80 zone, so they actually decided to remove a bridge you would have used to access it by ground. I guess because it's fine if level 15 players wander into the Burning Steppes, but level 60 players wandering into a level 80 zone is a nightmare scenario. Maybe it's because you, at the time, had to buy the Cataclysm expansion, but the new Winterspring was available for free. The other inhabitants are the Goblins of Everlook, part of the Steamweedle cartel. This is the least developed of the Goblin towns, sadly. It's supposed to be a trading post, but we don't really see what trade routes it's sitting upon. It's more of a way station on the way up to the mountain summit. The Goblins are here for rare mineral sources and engineering purposes, but otherwise it's just a lore black hole. Beyond being the name of a private server, there's not really much people will say about this town. It has one of the most prolific points of flight camp griefing though, since unlike most Goblin towns, Everlook's flight points are completely unguarded, and it's the town most likely to be used by level 60s traveling for a variety of grinding spots in this area. In the south of the zone lies Dark Whisper Gorge. There are many demons here, taking refuge after the Third War. The area is designed for groups of players, and there's a handful of reasons people come here. Winterspring is also host to Blue Dragons, one of the few areas in vanilla to do so. We don't know why the Blue Dragonflight chose to reside here and not higher up the mountain. Later they showcased the home of the Dragonflight being in a similarly cold environment, so perhaps that was their logic. They also apparently have conflicts with the Night Elves and, weirdly, Frost Sabers. That's really old lore though. The Frost Sabers of Winterspring have some major significance to Night Elves, particularly the Sentinels. Hyjal and the outlying regions are where the Night Elves sheltered during the Sundering, so it makes sense. There's even a reputation grind here if you want to earn the prestige of riding one of these famous Frost Sabers. Well, if you're Alliance. If you're Horde, then I guess you take out your envy on Alliance players trying to grind this mount out. It's not the worst grind, purportedly. It's only a pain if you're having to compete with others to complete it, which is not helped by players grinding some of the same mobs for Timber Maw reputation, and a consumable that drops. I was just trying to complete a quest to kill these same mobs and found the competition to be a bit much. Fun fact though, the Horde were supposed to have an equivalent in Ungoro to train a Ravasor. The NPCs stuck around for a while but offered no quests before being silently removed from the game at some point prior to the release of the Zoliman raid in TBC. Then they were brought back in Wrath during the Argent tournament, complete with their quest. It's funny too, since the Nightsaber Raptor dichotomy was actually present in the mount drops of Zul'Gurub, Blizzard seemed to really like making these particular amounts accessible. I guess because they are the most compatible with the different sized player models in vanilla, or because they're both native to Kalimdor. Yes, there were size restrictions to mounts. Only dwarves and gnomes could ride Mechanistriders, while Tauren were limited to wolves and Kodos. However, Tauren were not restricted from riding the Raptor from ZG, nor the Death Charger from Stratholme. The final rare mount type to be released in the game was the Karaji crystals added with the Ahn'Qiraj patch. They were interesting in that most of them only worked inside the raid, but one was added that works outside but requires completing, let's just say, an involved quest line. It's super rare because it can only be obtained in a 10-hour window of time that's only available once per realm. Well, I say that, but during Wrath, they accidentally made the event able to be repeated, and the event could be completed for the first time on any new realms. Yes, some people were motivated enough to transfer realms just for this rare mount and title. Anyways, these rare mounts from vanilla were the start of the Mount Collectors, a terrible, degenerate group that I sadly find myself part of. For some reason, I've found farming digital mounts I'd mostly never ride again an occasional hobby for a month every couple years. I mostly focused on the vanilla through Wrath era since I think it has more to do with having wanted those mounts back in the day, and less to do with hoarding PNGs. So no, I'm not a Star Citizen and I do not want your referral code. See, the problem with mount collecting is that there are just too many unique mounts that everyone has. I liked rare mounts in TBC and Wrath because they were rare, but even then, the snowflake mounts were already showing up. The Cenarian War Hippogriff is probably one of my favorite mounts in the entire game, followed closely by the Green Protodrake, which is actually funny since in neither Wrath nor my mount farming months have I ever managed to get the damn thing. I like these mounts because at the time, they really stood out. But there were way too many dragon mounts. It was a bit of a Pandora's box since Blizzard could never take away or replace a mount. I mean, they actually did. Back in Classic, the epic mounts were unarmored. When they added the armored epic mounts, they also added a system to replace them. Woe be to the players who got tricked into giving up these rare mounts. It's really weird these mounts never showed up in the Classic re-release. As more and more people got all these super unique mount drops or reputation grind rewards, mounts just stopped being cool. Vanilla actually demonstrated some restraint as there were many other mounts data mined from the files that were never released. A lot of these are just reskins of existing mounts, but still. By showing restraint in some aspects, it makes seeing the exceptions cooler. You best believe in the Stormwind crowd, seeing a Death Charger would catch my eyes. I was less impressed with the ZG mounts, but it's still a decent marker of prestige. I do have the Death Charger in retail, but that was after they buffed the spawn rate up to 1%, and that was farming on a character who could quickly solo clear the dungeon. And I saw more than a couple Frost Sabers while playing. Okay. So this is going to be awkward, but I have the least experience with Dire Maul. It's another Maraudon situation where very few people ever run Dire Maul, unironically. Part of this has to do with the context of why the dungeon was made. So, Dire Maul was added in patch 1.3 before the final boss of Molten Core had even been cleared. Its purpose was to help update the itemization of the game to help patch some holes in pre-raid gear. I mean, it serves other purposes, class quests, buffs, unique items. There's all kinds of things to do in Dire Maul. But it is easily the poorest implementation of a dungeon in this game for long-term content purposes. When people get excited about Dire Maul, it's usually for the wrong reasons. Dire Maul is the remnants of an ancient elven city and is host to a few occupiers, the spirits of the dead, ogres, and demons. So there are 3 wings, west, north, and east, respectively. Blizzard liked the winged approach, and I guess they learned from Maradon that technically having wings might as well mean that you don't. So Dire Maul was interconnected, but otherwise the wings are distinctly separate instances. The problem becomes manifest when you realize why there's a constant chain of mages and hunters running into the area: mass farming. You might be thinking, well, what's the farming strat? And I would ask, which one do you want to know about? Dire Maul is a heavily exploitable dungeon. You've got mass mob farming for raw gold generation, you've got skinning farms, herb and ore farms, stealth runs, book runs, jump runs, tribute runs. You can slash through Dire Maul anytime, it'll be full of bots. Tribute specifically are tied to the world buff meta. People basically pay to get hand-delivered specific world buffs that they then use in raids. It's a neat idea. Basically, you do Dire Maul North, but instead of slaughtering all the ogre guards, you engage in a series of ruses to bypass the guards in order to kill their king, at which point the surviving guards will declare you to be the king and give you buffs. These buffs are 15% extra stamina, 200 attack power, and 3% spell crit chance, all for 2 hours. These were highly desirable for raiders, thus creating a market. I think it's a shame because I like how clever some of this design is. For example, repairing a trap to freeze one of the guards, or creating an ogre costume to convince the guard that you're escorting prisoners. Neat. Now let's just grind all that under a meta and snort it raw. I also think that Dire Maul is, from a dungeon art perspective, pretty poorly made. My favorite aspect are the really long hallways connecting all the disparate rooms of incredibly simple geometry. These hallways are really fun to run down. There is some architectural flair, but man, this dungeon's honestly one of the worst. I love the entrance and how it's just giant 200-foot tall flat walls with a pillar texture on them. They were going for some Greco-Roman aesthetics, but I think it just didn't pan out. It's a shame because we're literally out of 5 or 10 man dungeons to talk about. None of the patches would add more, and the entire shift of the game went to focusing on raiding content until the Burning Crusade. Speaking of, though, the Blasted Lands are a destroyed wasteland of what was once the Black Morass. It is home to the Dark Portal, an ominous fixture on the landscape that, even today, represents a potential threat to Azeroth. As such, the Alliance hold the line at Netherguard Keep. Sadly, a zone of such prestige to the Warcraft lore was done little justice in vanilla. It's a fake leveling zone. There are a couple quests here, but they're fodder for endgame player farming, meaning a waste of time if you're leveling. I eventually had to give up as a result. The quests are collection quests with full mob Darwinism. Best part of them though is that you can buy the materials and skip killing 20 mobs to get one item. The logic is that since there isn't quite enough experience to hit 60 from questing, they wanted to encourage you to mob grind with low drop rates. I think the funniest part of the Blasted Lands though is that I completely forgot to include it in my original outline. They threw one of the world bosses in this area, but otherwise for vanilla it's just where players waited for the Burning Crusade to launch. But we can't talk about unfinished areas without the next one. Our final zone. That's really cathartic to say. It fits as one of the unfinished ones. It's very interesting since for a lot of vanilla, you could visit Silithus and see its in-progress state. For example, before patch 1.3, the zone wasn't even itemized, meaning most of the monsters didn't drop anything when killed. Many of the doodads were also missing. Patch 1.8, almost 11 months after release, would bring with it the Cenarian Hold, and new quests to complement the added faction, and the future Encourage raid. Silithus was tucked away in the corner of the world, and few things led players here. Its updated version, though, I mean, this is a peak vanilla zone, because it was literally the last one made, employing lessons learned all throughout development. It's a stepping stone between what we got in vanilla and what we would get in TBC. I love it. The zone is creepy in its own unique way. The music is haunting. The ruins occupied by swarms of bug are hostile and oppressive. I love the visual aesthetics, especially the texture work. The zone is also littered with crystals and the remnants of an ancient empire. You can tell a lot about this area just by its visual design. As for the story, we basically get sent out here as a consequence of either our or another adventurer bringing attention to the Silithid back in Tanarus. Yeah, Silithus was their home, and the Night Elves knew that. About 1,000 years ago, the Night Elves and the Dragons had fought a war against the Silithid. This is one of those conflicts the Night Elves fought to justify their immortality, being the supposed protectors of the world. They did well for a while, containing the threat to Silithus until the death of Volstan Staghelm. He's the son of Fandral Staghelm, the current archdruid in Darnassus. With the Kaldorei morale broken, the Silithid pushed all the way out to Tanarus, where they found and attacked the Bronze Dragonflight. The Bronze Dragonflight, amused, called the other 3 Dragonflights and proceeded to do their job of protecting the world. They had just outsourced it to the elves, and seeing as they were currently running away from the bugs, meant it was finally time to get back to work. The war was ended, the bugs trapped inside the city, and a mighty wall was built to contain the threat. For some reason, Warcraft has an obsession with containing threats using giant walls. Must be a Southern California thing. Anyways, the bugs have obviously found other ways to bypass this defense, and obviously realizing that the Night Elves struggled to uphold their responsibilities when they actually controlled Kalimdor, the Cenarian Circle put out a call for the world to help contain this threat. Given how the Dragonflights are written later in the game's history, it's funny that nobody considered just asking them to help out again. No, the Night Elves are so scared of looking bad in the eyes of the dragons, they made peace with the Horde and convinced their new alliance friends to support a war effort in the middle of nowhere just to avoid asking the dragons for help. I mean, maybe they want to prove they deserve to get their immortality back? The Encourage War, despite being possibly one of the coolest events in WoW history, was somewhat poorly set up. Still, why was this event cool? Simple. It was an actual war. There were 3 components to it. The first was the war effort. This was a server event, meaning that both factions had to collect and donate supplies to finish it and actually unlock the raid. This ranged from end-game materials to even linen bandages. Anyone on the realm could participate in the war, and in exchange receive commendations used to acquire rep for their faction. This did impact the server economies, since it was basically deleting millions of crafting resources, which did create problems on smaller realms. This was a way for players to get their hands on mounts for other races, meaning there was an incentive for everyone to participate. Then you had the progression raiders. Not only could they help collect supplies, but there was also a lengthy quest line they could complete for a special reward. This quest chain had 32 parts. It could not be soloed, and it was so demanding on guilds that many had to choose a single player to nominate to do it. The reward from this questline was the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. It could only be used once the war effort was complete. Now you may wonder, hey, was there drama around this? I mean, wouldn't it be in a guild's best interest to delay the war effort so as many of their members as possible could complete the Scepter questline? Or try to exploit the fact that many of the quests took place in the open world to deny others their scepters? And the answer was yes, absolutely. In the more recent Classic release, one guild organized a massive effort to single-handedly donate the majority of the resources on their realm. They then took to several underhanded efforts to try to prevent other Alliance guilds from completing the Scepter questline. This included exploiting mobs and mass filing false reports, and that resulted in some of the false reporters receiving temp bans. This leads into the final phase. 5 days after the war effort completes, a gong just outside Encourage can be rung. The first person to ring the gong is the Scarab Lord. Well, them and anyone else who got the scepter and rings the gong during the immediate 10-hour war. Yes, for the next 10 hours, an actual war is fought in Silithus. The Horde actually organized a massive 600-person army during this event to prevent the false reporters from getting their own Scarab Lord title. In essence, they went from attempting to monopolize the entire event to being denied from completing it themselves. And that's just one tale of drama. The 10-hour war was something else. For one, it was 10 hours long. That's both a lengthy event, but also a very limited window of time one has to even participate in this. During the event, resonating crystals appear all over Kalimdor. They were level appropriate, so I imagine this was a way for lower level players to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, in Silithus, players were tasked with taking down 3 raid bosses in the hives. Then you would turn in their husks at different places in the Eastern Kingdoms for rep with the Steamweedle Cartel, Thorium Brotherhood, and Argent Dawn. Artificial? Yeah, kinda. I imagine the goal was to get players to actually consistently leave Silithus during this event. See, the 10-hour war had a fatal flaw: the servers. Having the entire population of a realm packed onto Kalimdor, let alone in Silithus, brought Blizzard servers to their knees, and it went disastrously. The event was extremely laggy, disconnects were frequent, even just getting to Silithus was not a guarantee. Meanwhile, hordes of endgame raiders rode right through the enemy lines and into the instance portal to start the raid, ignoring the event outside entirely. This was maybe an error. The more recent version of events locked the raid until the war was over. The classic version was smoother. The only wrinkle was that because players had micro-analyzed what needed to be done, it was more prone to exploitation and griefing. The first time around was so chaotic and mysterious that people did not have time to hatch elaborate schemes, if the server even let them log in that day. The AQ event was considered a failure by Blizzard, but is widely heralded as a favorite in the community. The itemization was designed so that even if players missed out on killing one of the world bosses due to lag, they were losing out on a reputation grind rather than exclusive, limited time items. But it also lends a feeling to a post-AQ war Silithus. The zone does feel stuck in a perpetual build-up to the conflict, but learning not just the written lore of this area, but the real-life lore is fascinating. It's cool to think of a war being fought here by players, but has long since passed. It makes you wonder what future events Blizzard planned to match the scale of this conflict, and the answer is none. Elements were taken forward, but none of them are the AQ event. See, the AQ event is a server-wide affair. Blizzard leaned more towards embracing the race to world first that elite raiding guilds had gradually formed, but those are exclusive, existing in a completely different dimension to the game most players have access to. If you didn't pay attention to the race outside the game and simply played WoW, you wouldn't really know it was even happening. The opening of the Dark Portal at the beginning of TBC was probably reaffirmation of the problems with these kinds of events. When TBC launched, the entire level 60 player base was funneled through the portal into Hellfire Peninsula, a single questing area they all had to compete over. It was a bit of an event, but one Blizzard did not repeat with Wrath by having 2 opening zones for the expansion. It's doubtful it's even possible anymore. Realms at launch had a player cap around 2,500 concurrent players. These limits are much higher, especially with layering today. Such events are probably impossible to have a similar impact with layering and sharding tech. Part of the reason the AQ event was memorable was that vanilla was a time when the entire realm population knew everyone else. Now you're lucky to see the same person twice if Era or SOD have even slightly active player bases. And that just leaves Silithus somewhat of a liminal space, a place preparing for a war that happened several years ago. At least with the added quests, we can inch closer to finally hitting 60. I spent some time in Silithus. It was mostly peaceful. There were a few ganks and the elementals in the northwest corner were farmed constantly, but we finally reached the end of questing content. We did not finish where I did in-game because my final few levels saw me traveling across the planet, and I had to make structure out of the chaos that is leveling in World of Warcraft.
I've been playing human paladins since I was 12 years old, and I don't see any reason to change that up now.
The Paladin, the main character class of WoW. The probably weakest class design in the game, mechanically. Where do I even start with these guys? I guess we'll get Kevin Jordan's opinion on them.
You know, there's very few classes that I didn't consider to be a pretty big success. Some were just kind of okay. But I actually consider the Paladin to be one that failed to live up to the dream, the class fantasy, probably the worst. So in terms of, I wouldn't say it was a failure by any means, but he definitely struggled. He struggled with class fantasy. He struggled with being pigeonholed in, bigger group scenarios.
Paladin was Kevin Jordan's main because of how rough the Paladin was. It's ironic to see the disparity between how people perceive the raw flavor of the Paladin class versus the reality of its creation. Let's just say I put Paladin last in part because it is the culmination of all the bad ideas of class design vanilla had. The Paladin is a boring class to play. You apply a buff, consume that buff to cast Judgment and do an effect, then either reapply that buff or apply a different buff to augment your auto attacks. Yes, this is a class built entirely around auto-attacking enemies and slowly waiting for a single spell to come off cooldown so you can cast it and reapply a buff. It's incredibly boring, and the only way I was even going to entertain the idea of playing a paladin was if I had someone to play with. But it wasn't always the case. In fact, paladins had 2 more abilities prior to launch that were replaced just 2 weeks before vanilla shipped. The idea, according to Kevin Jordan, was that Seals and Judgments were supposed to replace what had existed before. Holy Strike and Crusader Strike were the old system. You can think of these abilities as being equivalent to Heroic Strike from Warriors and Sinister Strike from Rogues. In essence, Holy Strike augmented your next auto attack, while Crusader Strike allowed you to do an extra attack. The difference is that these abilities did holy damage, which intentionally had no weakness or resistance system, meaning it bypassed armor. If it seems lazy, that's because these were placeholder abilities until the actual mechanical core of Paladin could be reworked. And the rework came so late that the Brady Games guide for WoW and even the manual apparently listed Crusader Strike in their explanations for the Paladin. The replacement seal system just didn't work. It turns out that you cannot make a mechanically interesting class out of augmenting auto attacks no matter what you let players do. The other melee classes had abilities to try to help them feel like you were playing an interactive video game. Paladin gameplay isn't like I'm fighting though, it's more like I'm managing a fighter. I yell out occasionally to use that right hook, but I'm not the guy in control of the punches. Credit to the designer, deciding to main a boring class just so you can try to fix it post-launch is great. That's dedication. It's just funny that the inevitable fix was to put Crusader Strike back in the game in TBC. The bad ideas don't stop there, though. The Paladin is a hybrid class. Damage, tanking, and healing. You know that means the taxman's coming for him. At least the Paladin wasn't taxed so heavily that they could tank after Sunken Temple, but the Paladin has one role in vanilla, and that's to heal. Flash of Light is a spell that quickly heals targets. The idea was that you would be in a group of people smacking monsters with your hammer, and you would notice an ally was hurt. Since Judgment's on cooldown and you have really nothing better to do than white damage, you pop one of your globals to spot heal somebody, then get back to smacking monsters with your hammer just as quick. Nope, Paladins heal. By giving Paladins this quick heal hybrid ability, it actually dug Paladins deeper into the healing niche. But it gets even worse. Paladins had a late rework because Blizzard prioritized classes that had low invite rates. Paladins were getting plenty of invites because parties always needed more healers.
When we looked across, all 9 classes and we tried to figure out in the patch cycle that was going to come up where we were going to do the big reviews, who are we going to hit first? Who's struggling the most? The Paladin got pushed back a little bit because the Paladin class was getting invited. He was present in every aspect of the game for one reason or another. And so he was doing great in terms of the class itself. The individual specs were doing really poorly, but it was more important to us to make sure that each class was getting its day rather than each spec.
The lore concept for the Paladin is that they're this hybrid of priests and warriors. Priests were fragile but performed an essential ability for the Alliance. Warriors were tough, but stood no chance against the freshly risen Horde Death Knights. Thus, the Paladins formed an order, and a new class was born. Paladins needed the Retribution spec to work, because that is what distinguished them from priests, the healer class, and warriors, the tank class. But it's not all bad. Paladins are essential, and their underdog status has probably helped their class fantasy more than it's hurt. You have to have faith to level a Paladin, or a second monitor, and you have to swear an oath and be prepared to have the constitution of a boulder if you don't want to heal. I picked Paladin over Priest for our co-op run simply because I liked the utility the Paladin was offering more, but I also went in knowing that I wanted to heal. Paladins can also provide blessings. These are short but essential buffs, and you're given plenty to always have a useful one for somebody. Emphasis on short though, their duration means constant reapplication, which, while giving Paladins a little bit more to do, also becomes tedious to the point of players trying to automate as much of the process as they can. They also have auras, which are like totems, but you are the totem, and Paladins did at least have one advantage, being great in PvP. PvE is boring as Paladin because mobs are simple, they auto-attack you and maybe have an ability. In group PvP, there's many dynamic things happening, and as I've just discussed, The Paladin is designed around being dynamic. Spot heals are a meme in dungeons, but not against players. Blessings? Thank you. Hammer of Justice is boring against a mob, but being able to disable a player harder than a rogue is powerful. They do need engineering and gear, but at least Paladins had something. I wanted to main one for this video in part because of the lore flavor of bringing one to the Plague Lands, Scholomance, Stratholme, and Naxxramas. Then I wanted to carry him forward into TBC and switch to Death Knight and Wrath. But duoing Classic was harder than anticipated, and I was not going to solo a Paladin. I effectively failed to keep my oath. Level 60. An actual week-long odyssey. It's about standard for WoW leveling, actually somewhat on the fast side given I chose the more scenic route. Vanilla World of Warcraft represents such a breadth of content that takes so long to complete. It's really something that can take weeks to finish. I have no clue how long it took me to hit 60 back in the day on my Warlock, but it was definitely a long time. The week I'm writing this though, a speedrunner named Joanna passed away. Really, Joanna was the vanilla speedrunner. He did it multiple times back during the original era, whenever new realms were created, establishing an effective route and setting a time of 4 days, 20 hours, 49 minutes. It's actually kind of funny reading about his death on the classic WoW subreddit compared to reading how that same subreddit reacted when Joanna started to monetize and sell his guides. That's the nature of how people behave when someone dies though. You have my permission to keep hating me when I get killed in a hit and run by a truck. But yeah, vanilla WoW is a game that can take, at minimum, a few days just to reach level 60. We haven't even done any raids yet. This is more time than I spent in Skyrim for the video, so yeah, I didn't start raiding. I didn't want to. Vanilla WoW has a lot of content to offer that you can experience pretty much in a single month for $15. You will not do it all, and where you end will likely be anticlimactic. But it can't be understated that this game has hundreds of hours of content, dozens even if you cut out travel time and combat. But those elements are the game, so if you want a seemingly boundless fantasy world to explore for a bit, where you get to occasionally interact, fight, and cooperate with other people, WoW is it. Its own players have always forgotten that this game is so much more than its in-game raid content. Would I recommend it though? Well, there's the problem. The social core of WoW has rotten out from the inside. That just leaves it as a mechanical experience solo. As much as I love the mechanical vibe of this game, you have to put up with it for a long time to get it. I don't really think there are other games that offer something comparable to WoW Dungeons, but there are absolutely other games that offer fun worlds to explore while putting an emphasis on hardcore adventuring. Exploration in WoW, when you're at level, is dangerous. That's why I think vanilla aged better than retail. I've never enjoyed exploring retail the same way I enjoy classic, because retail is about looking at the zones and classic is about being in them. I know that sounds kind of vague, but classic really does make you intellectually invest yourself into fighting and surviving while you quest in an area. But what is retail really? Where did it start? What became retail was a gradual process. There's no conventional start point. The more recent end of Wrath Classic and SOD have helped highlight something I've thought for a while, which was that retail started during the middle of Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath was when the game peaked in popularity. It, for a few minutes, became a part of the broader culture. This was paying off both growing popularity and giving Blizzard fans expansions and content they wanted, but I also think the apex of various casualization projects the developer had undertaken to make the game more approachable. Sometimes when I read the old developers' posts, they think of retail as being a wholly good thing. It's approachable and simple. They don't see the game the way we do, because even the vanilla devs had likely argued about how hardcore to make the game, and it was simply pushed to become easier as the holdouts wore down and left. From a profit incentive, WoW only grew during the time period when it was being made easier to play. Something I realized about Skyrim, especially after Starfield, was that the people who worked on it at Bethesda were speculating as much as I was about why it was successful. They don't know. And because they don't know, they cannot replicate it. The reality likely is it can't be intentionally replicated. It was a perfect moment. WoW had its perfect moment, as it mechanically and socially rotted out from the inside the first time. The game was made easier, but the community also became worse. Cataclysm often catches the blame, however, that was simply when the most number of people started realizing how much had changed. If the game had an expansion that isn't a banger and it immediately starts falling apart, then that's kind of a problem. But people will still defend Cata for X, Y, and Z reasons. That's fine though. Like I said, it was a gradual process. Cata didn't do all the bad things. It, like every expansion, just contributed. But yeah, I think the real turning point was in the middle of Wrath. I hope to cover TBC and Wrath one day, although it's looking more and more to be a Cata video as well at this rate, since they axed the Wrath era servers for some fucking reason. You can't transfer your classic characters to the Cata servers, so I would have to level to 60 again to go to TBC. The least I can say about having to level 1 to 60 in Classic is that it was volatile. It would vary from being extremely boring to being extremely exciting when I would PvP, or got a rare item, or was able to assassinate an elite, or found a group. Its lows are lower than any of the Bethesda games I've covered, but its highs are almost impossible to beat. 1 to 20 was consistently the most polished parts of the game, with 20 to 30 being decent. Past 30 until 50, you're in the roughest part of the game. This section was far too long and requires too much experience to complete. They were content with letting there be exclusive zoning in the 1 to 30 range. I'm not sure why that changed to pushing players to visit every zone on every character past that point. If they cut down on the amount of experience required in this leveling range, I think the game would play a lot better. A lot of the most tedious aspects of leveling here would go away, and they wouldn't have had the problems of players running out of quests to do at launch. Plus, you'd have more to see on your second character. The only downside is the game would be less tedious, and that makes hitting level 60 feel less rewarding, I guess. I don't know. I might have believed that at one point. I still believe it when it comes to things like mounts. But I don't feel more rewarded for having done it this way. If anything, I felt less motivated to actually try to do the endgame content because so much had been sucked out of me in the leveling process. SOD, at least in the early phases, had tons of people replaying its older content on alt characters. They had to bust out the emergency XP boost at level 25 early into phase 2, and that remained a fixture through to phase 3 at level 50. If the goal is to have other players out in the social game to do social things with, then I think making this level range shorter would partially diminish the factor of veteran players using mage boosting services to buy their way to the level cap. I think SOD was also helped with the rune system adding new abilities the player can unlock in this level range. Where my SOD mage was unlocking new facets to his playstyle, my rogue was just getting more ranks to her existing abilities. Leveling just felt less exciting because it meant that every now and then I had to visit a city so I could get taxed for a marginal damage increase to make killing things a little faster again. 50 and beyond was where the game started to pick back up. For one, the content was there. The dungeons after 50 are stacked, the quest lines fill out again, and some of your activities are actually building towards giving you important items for the endgame. I suppose it helped that I was actually seeing players in these areas again. We're not done though. As of writing, while I haven't raided, I may in the future. I did. If I don't, I can at least talk about these raids since for a decent chunk of players, they may be the entire reason they were playing. I've never understood that mentality, but it's important to cover it as it hugely informed the direction of the game.
Raiding in WoW is the final termination point of Classic. You could do solo content, but when that runs out, it's time for the 5-mans. Then the 10-man singular. Now it's time for the 40-man raids. It's a bit of a step up. The WoW Diary indicates that Blizzard really had no clue what raiding was even supposed to be. Molten Core was famously thrown together in a week, and when the developers tested it, it was a wipe fest. If the players were bad at raiding, you best believe WoW Zone creators were hardly any better. Blizzard would have to refine their process and what they expected out of raiding. Jeff Kaplan was one of the main designers leading the push on raiding, yes, the Overwatch guy. Kaplan asked John Statz to throw together Molten Core quickly, which he did in 1 week. Jeff then designed the encounters and quickly got the developers together to test it. To showcase how rough Blizzard was, they had to use community add-ons from the beta to measure their DPS, or damage per second, because Blizzard had no internal tool for this. That's right, everything we've talked about until now was created and tested without an official way to test and record how much damage classes could do in the game. The devs wiped on almost every encounter, which Jeff just used for collecting damage data. He assured the team every time that raiders would find this trivial. The whole raid was small enough in file size that they decided to ship it in one of the patches. I mean, personally, given what they would later do with 20-man content, I'm surprised they didn't decide that week to downgrade the raids. It really doesn't make sense to go from 5 to 10-man dungeons to 15-man Upper Blackrock Spire to 40-man Molten Core. If the developers couldn't survive the ramp up, maybe it's not surprising it took the community months to do so. Despite that, raiding was the focus of the content update cadence. It's hilarious that raiding became so prominent in vanilla given how much more work had internally gone towards the battlegrounds. World of Warcraft as a game has had its legacy steeped in its raiding scene, so it is probably a surprise to most raiders just how haphazardly it had all been thrown together. Before we get to raiding though, we haven't really talked much about what it's like to be at 60 because, I'm going to be honest, I dinged, went and bought my epic mount, and logged out for several months. What I didn't realize was the journey I was about to embark on by aspiring to try out raiding. You would think this was the story of a single mother of triplets trying to buy a home by starting her first small business for how much bootstrapping was involved here. Progression at 60 is all about gear, which is divided up mostly into sets. There are 6, maybe 7 tiers of loot depending on how you count them. Of course, the official tier count is 3 because nobody could figure out how to count. I mean, the reason given is that an official tier set has to be an 8-piece set that comes from a raid, which discounts both dungeon sets as well as sets that came from Zul'Gurub and Ahn'Qiraj. Since we're starting at the bottom, we have to talk about Dungeon Set 1 and Pre-Raid Best in Slot, or Tier 0. Pre-Raid Biz refers to the absolute best items your class and spec can equip before setting foot in a single raid. It's not really a big deal this late into the server's lifespan, more for fresh realms where the only content being pushed is the first couple raids. Tier 0 refers to a set of items that drop from the final few dungeons that, when equipped, provide bonuses. Most Tier 0 items are pretty trash by themselves, and are usually not even best in slot for that class. So why is Tier 0 relevant? It's because I played a rogue. Okay, so in patch 1.10, Blizzard added a new quest chain where you could upgrade your Tier 0 dungeon set items through a lengthy and expensive quest chain to Tier 0.5. Why? The theory is that Blizzard wanted to give players an avenue to keep progressing in the game, even if they couldn't actually raid. You have to bear in mind, patch 1.10 is right before Naxxramas and Tier 3 releases, meaning that players were already running around in Tier 2 and 2.5 by the time this even came out, and the Burning Crusade had already been announced and was around the corner. The community responded by calling them welfare epics, even though, and I am being completely honest, it is faster and debatably easier to get raid gear than it is to build Tier 0.5. That's because to upgrade the set, you get sent on a variety of increasingly difficult and expensive globe-trotting quests, and to get through the stages of this quest, you also have to have your Tier 0 set. And that was half the battle right there. Now, the bracers, gloves, and belt are easy. They're bind on equip, meaning you can just buy them on the auction house. Since they're not even best in slot, some of them can be had for pretty cheap. Oh yeah, and most of the Tier 0 items have level requirements in the mid-50s, so you can even pick them up before you hit the max level. However, from here on, we enter into a new kind of hell. The remaining Tier 0 items have to be acquired in dungeons, which means getting a group. And I had an adventure day after day trying to get groups together. This is one of the reasons this video took so long. I'll be honest, I wasn't aiming for the complete set. No, I just wanted 4 pieces, and it was a disgusting goal because the first 3 were so easy. I just needed 1 more piece, but it couldn't be that simple. In order to complete the second phase of the quest, you need 3 more pieces. I needed to get the Shadowcraft pants, shoulders, and boots. The boots were the easiest, dropping off an early boss in Skullomance. Skullomance itself was not easy though. Many groups were quickly filled with rogues because of several desirable rogue items here. I had to join a dark rune farming group in the dead of night that could barely fill 5 members to actually get my boots. Because dark runes take work to acquire but are useful for raids, they fetch a decent price. It wasn't easy, but I finally found a group farming these in round-robin order. The boss I needed, Rattlegore, just happened to be on the way of this route, due to the leader also farming for the flask recipe. I got lucky finding this group, and after a few runs, I had my boots. The shoulders and pants though, yeah, the pants drop off of Baron Rivendare, the final boss of Stratholme's Undead section. Yeah, as in the final boss of all of the dungeons in WoW. We gotta farm him. Groups still formed occasionally, but the worst part had to be having the pants drop, only to go to another rogue already in the party. Let's just say I got familiar with this dungeon, but at least I like Stratholme Undead. The worst part though, were the shoulders off Cannon Master Willie in Stratlive. Stratlive farms were the most gate-kept farm in the entire game, and a Stratlive farm is literally just running Stratlive, meaning that nobody recreationally runs this dungeon. If you're trying to complete Stratholme quests, it's no problem for most classes. So, yeah, we just have to get into one of those groups, right? Should be easy. And they kicked me out. No words, no messages, just invited a second mage and removed me. Okay, we'll try again. Geared? Am I geared? What do you think I'm trying to do here? The farm groups meant that anybody who would otherwise put together a non-farm group were meeting their needs for Stratlive, while I was being left out to dry. And I had to do this. The effect you gain for having 4 pieces of Dark Mantle is great, but to get a 4th piece, we need all 3 of these pieces for the exchange to work. We can't quit after getting just the boots. But being a rogue was seen as not ideal due to our lack of AoE potential, even though Stratlive can probably be farmed by just 2 mages. Like in all reality, any class other than mage is superfluous, but whatever. Somehow Blizzard made the perfect rogue trap by making the best tier 0.5 set be for rogues, but requires getting into an instance extremely hostile to rogues. Of course, that's just the confusing reality of tier 0.5. I don't think they had a concrete plan for what purpose this tier set was supposed to serve, because I find it hard to imagine this niche of hardcore dungeon runners would complete a set of tier 0 while refusing to ever step foot inside Molten Core, while also knowing there's an imminent expansion coming to invalidate all of their current gear anyways. I had a newfound and greater respect for rogues I saw wearing the Dark Mantle hood because I knew how much more work it would have been to get that than many of the rogues running around in full tier 3 from Nax. But luckily, there is a solution. I can just swipe a credit card to fix all these problems. Let's talk about raid loot systems. So if a raid drops, let's say 24 items, how do you evenly distribute that among the 40 people you brought to your raid? If there are less drops for a specific class than the number you brought, again, how do you fairly reward everyone who put the time in? This has been the question haunting vanilla World of Warcraft for 20 years, and MMOs in general for longer. While some people might see this as a flaw, others see it as an intentional obstacle designed to make the game more interesting. I think given we live in the modern gaming world of endless treadmills of loot progression, having substantive upgrades that you can get completely screwed out of because of social dynamics is more rewarding. Of course, nobody wants to be the one getting screwed, but the notion that you can get screwed makes winning an item more exciting. It's an interesting balance of trying to create things players want without falling to the temptation of giving every player everything they want as soon as they want it. But players have to intellectually understand why that's a good system. If you leave it up to how players feel, well, they want to always get what they want. That's why that design went away in the first place. How you make it fair depends on the group. There are 2 types of raids, guild runs and pickup groups. It should be self-explanatory, but guild runs are consistent groups forming through guilds as they progress through the content, while pickup groups are just a bunch of randoms getting together. What the ideal loot system is inherently depends on these formats. There is the matter of some guilds, like the one I joined, not being large enough to consistently fill out the raid roster, filling some slots akin to a pickup group, so that has to be considered as well. Loot systems are all weak to bad actors just stealing things. However, the counterbalance to that is that WoW is a social game where reputation matters. If you make a big scene of stealing all the loot from a raid, you're going to make some enemies and have a hard time doing that again. So if at any point you ask, but what if the raid leader just steals the stuff? Yeah, that's the answer. Social contract and all that. Alright, let's just do what we've been doing in dungeons since we first ran Deadmines, right? Well, there's a problem there. Most dungeons don't have 2, 3, potentially up to 8 or more in some cases of a single class. Let's imagine this scenario because it happened. You run Molten Core with a raid that has 5 rogues. I know, so few. 3 rogue tier pieces drop. If you just use the standard group loot, there's a chance that 1 rogue could walk away with all 3 items. So in addition to the already existing guarantee that 2 rogues will get nothing, 2 more might also get nothing, while 1 walks away extra happy. Molten Core is a weekly lockout, meaning I can only run it 4 times per $15 I pay for this game. So one guy getting all the loot not only isn't fair, but I have to wait several days just to get another chance at the items may be dropping to roll again against a similar number of rogues who also got nothing the last time we were here. Let's start with how guilds fix this problem. They see a rogue wins 1 item and determine that they need to share the other 2 pieces with the other rogues. This is in essence the loot council. Loot councils are collective oriented. The needs of the guild outweigh individual needs for gear. Think of it like this, you have 2 characters and a tier 2 piece drops. Character A is a veteran guild member who has a tier 1 piece from Molten Core. Character B is a fresh guild member who has a dungeon set piece. A loot council might determine that character B needs it more despite character A's contributions, because the raid would receive overall more damage or healing output. Tanks are more complicated, but basically character A is getting 10 more item levels, but character B is getting 20. Cool, how badly can this system go? What happens when you gear up character B only to have them quit after 1 or 2 weeks because raiding isn't a fit for them? What happens when the loot council prioritizes gearing themselves over the members, which will happen since many councils will eventually favor awarding veteran players anyways, and the council will be made up of veterans? What happens when the loot council awards gear to the new girl who keeps complimenting the male officers in voice chat? When loot councils work, they're ideal. When they don't work, they are nightmares of drama, collusion, nepotism, and corruption. It can get so bad the government would blush. But now you have a problem. Let's say you work to put a team together and you're now 30 members strong. It's a lot of people. Despite your best efforts though, it's an uphill battle to cross that threshold to just recruit a few more people, let alone ones that will stick around, not take advantage of you, or not cause drama. As soon as a loot council has to involve members outside the guild, it all falls apart. Why would a guild with a loot council that's entire purpose is to make the guild stronger award loot to an outsider that might only run with them that night? But the real problem is still just the drama of it. If everyone is not on board with the community aspect of the council, you can be guaranteed that someone getting passed up for items is just going to build resentment. Which is why loot councils became unpopular even back in EverQuest, and a guild called Afterlife came up with a more capitalistic system. DKP. Dragon Kill Points was a system made up to limit the effect of luck on a number of EverQuest bosses with a disproportionate manpower investment to loot output ratio. It was brought into WoW under that same name, presumably since Onyxia was a prominent first raid boss and a dragon. The basics of DKP is that players earn script for various actions as determined by the guild. So raid attendance, being on time, being prepared with consumables, that kind of stuff. When loot dropped, you would spend these points on items you wanted. This produced parity as players could fairly bid on items but rewarded routine attendance and preparedness. This made it a popular system among raiders and guild officers. That was until people started saving absurd amounts of points to buy out anything they wanted. But they worked hard for all those points, right? Sure, but just because someone no-lifes a guild through Blackwing Lair and on Courage doesn't mean it's fair to buy every single item for the first couple runs of Naxx. That's exactly the problem we were trying to prevent when we adopted the system. DKP systems, like any currency, were full of holes that were difficult to patch once in progress. You could devise the perfect system only for some metagamer to expose all the flaws months down the line. And it's hard to make changes because any change you make is either going to negatively impact people who were legitimately saving, or people who are new in the guild. If you wanted a crash course on what it's like to be the government, try running a guild sometime. Speaking of, improvements to DKP systems would come in the form of point decay, meaning that guilds actually started taxing their whales just to discourage points hoarding. But here's a fun thought. If you can get DKP from something like donating money to the guild's bank alt, then you can effectively buy your way into having enough DKP to buy items from raiding. Keep that thought in the back of your mind. The problem with these systems became twofold. Classic era has been stagnant since Naxxramas. Some people went on to TBC and Wrath, and some people stuck around. As time went on, players came and went, but progress never came to era. How do you make a fair loot system in a stagnant pond? Nobody's pushing progress anymore, so it's not like loot councils are necessary. And the game's been so long running that surely even DKP wouldn't be robust enough to survive. And that's assuming guilds even retain members for long enough. See, the problem is, these guild-oriented loot systems work for as long as the player count is growing. Once players start to stagnate or decline, recruiting becomes far more difficult. We have to talk at this point about pugs. Alright, so we have trouble coming up with a fair system of splitting loot up amongst friends. How do you do that amongst strangers? You could leave it up to chance if you want, but eventually a new system was created. It's hard to find information about this, but by accounts, new looting systems were created on the vanilla private servers in response to the inevitable problems they experienced with fluctuating player counts and stagnant patches. The soft reserve system. Basically, a hard reserve is when someone lays out, as a condition of doing a run, a reservation on a specific item if it drops. Soft reserve is that concept, but slightly tinkered. Everyone reserves an item for if it drops, but if two people reserve the same item, then those two, and only those two, get to roll for it. The reservation list is usually public, so you can see if you have to compete for the item. If nobody reserves an item that drops, everyone gets to roll on it. Some runs will be 2SR, meaning you get 2 reservations. If you reserve the same item twice, you get to roll twice. For pickup raids, I really liked this system. It is overwhelming at first having to soft reserve out of a list of dozens of items, especially if it's your first time and you're in a hurry to do so. However, it was actually a fairly equitable system for someone who had no raid gear. The experienced players would reserve the rarest of items, leaving the less rare items open for the taking. All I had to do was collate that with drop rate data, and I could make well-educated guesses for specific items that would be substantive upgrades but wouldn't be subject to any competition. I walked out of 3 of my first 4 raids correctly and exclusively reserving specific items like a pair of rings from Zul'Gurub and the tier 2 headpiece from Onyxia. So it's flawless, right? Well, soft reserve groups tend to not be very good. It's still a pickup group at the end of the day with all that entails. You're going to have bad players, I mean I was there, but you also are not going to get the best players in an SR. There are some edge cases, typically, when these players can reserve something super rare with a low drop chance, like the Zul'Gurub mounts, or something valuable like Onyxia's bag or scale. However, the big flaw of soft reserve is praying to RNGesus the item you want actually drops. As a loot system, it's the most reliant on chance. It was really cool to guess correctly and be the guaranteed winner of multiple items in one run. It was not cool to soft reserve 2 items and have neither of them even drop. In a normal system, I might just be disappointed that I didn't win anything, But in a soft reserve system, it feels like I was specifically denied the ability to roll on anything because the things I wanted did not drop, but the things I could have used were already reserved, so I didn't even get to roll on them. It's not logical, and in theory, soft reserves should generally even out to be more equitable the more you do them, but that's part of the reason why they were initially rejected as a loot system by the community. Some people preferred the old pug loot system. Main spec is greater than off spec. I fucking hate MMO terminology, by the way. Like, imagine saying this stuff literally. Anyways, this is a super archaic loot system, especially for Classic. The basic logic is that if an item drops, those that it is in the main spec for get it first. So if it's an item good for Holy Paladins, they get to roll first. If none of them roll, then those who it's in their off spec, like a Retribution Paladin, get to roll for it. So why is this dumb? Because Vanilla WoW's class itemization doesn't support a system like this. I am playing a rogue, which means there are 2 specs, swords and daggers. Everything is main spec for me except for specifically knives, in a situation where there are 5+ other rogues, and Fury Warriors also lusting after our swords and daggers. What about the hunters? What isn't main spec gear for a hunter? What about specs that sucked in 1.12 rating, like Balanced Druids, Ret Paladins, and Shadow Priests? People didn't like SR because it was new and seemed complicated, but it resolved a lot of the problems Pugs had because it was just the old system but with an added layer of reservation on top. However, we have to talk about the fairest looting system created to date. Yes, even fairer than Soft Reserve. This might be controversial, so pay attention to my word choice. The fairest loot system in the game is GDKP for all of the members inside the raid. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Remember dragon kill points? Remember the notion of donating gold to generate points? What if we took that idea, but instead of earning points from raiding, gold was the only point system used? Yeah, it's not really dragon kill points anymore. It's probably more accurate to call this system something like buy gold. I mean, gold buy. GDKPs are controversial. You have people who are really against them, and you have people that are really for them. I don't think there are moderate opinions on GDKP. How they work is that instead of rolling items off, items are auctioned off. Players bid a gold value on the item, and when the auction's over, that gold is put into a pot. Once all the items in the raid have been auctioned off, the pot is taken and distributed to the members of the raid, with bonuses for the organizer, tanks, healers, top DPS, and some other roles. So basically, everyone in the raid will get something from it. That's what I mean when I say that GDKPs are the fairest for the raid members. Even if multiple items dropped and you don't have enough money to win the auctions, you will make money at the end of the raid for future auctions. I will once again state that yes, in some instances that raid leaders can walk off with the pot. That parameter has not changed from any other loot system though. It's just a much bigger sting if the raid leader is stealing everyone's payout versus stealing a single person's item. Instead of 1 pissed off player, now there are 39 pissed off players. But it is meritorious and it works. Nax geared players still have an incentive to run with GDKPs for the performance bonuses. Players have monetary incentives to come properly prepared and actually try. Members have an incentive to not leave the raid in the middle as they await their payout. Gear is properly distributed dependent on how valuable it is, and players can save money from past runs for buying out items in the future. Raiders can even take the money they make from GDKPs and put it towards paying for all the consumables they need for their guild runs. What's not to love about the system? Oh no, right, you can buy gold. With real money. There are other flaws, but this is the biggest one people take issue with. Plenty of people will even admit that if it wasn't for this small little detail, GDKPs would literally be the perfect loot system. In Classic era, gold farming and selling is a prolific problem. During Wrath Classic, Blizzard even implemented the WoW token, which allows players to exchange real money for gold without risk of getting banned. The WoW token was first implemented during the Warlords of Draenor expansion in 2015. This expansion had seen one of the largest ban waves of botters in WoW's history, with a subsequent plummet in WoW subscriptions. Since Blizzard recently gave us new data for their historical subscription numbers, the only gap in data we have now is suspiciously during Warlords when this ban wave happened. It should be pretty obvious that WoW had actually lost the majority of its human player base, and it would have looked bad to admit that. Anyways, the theory behind the WoW token is that it impedes real money transactions, or RMT. Jesus, even Blizzard invents the dumb acronyms. I mean, it doesn't, given that the concept is literally a real money transaction for gold, except through Blizzard instead of a third party. But even by accounts from the gold sellers, WoW token does not display RMT. In fact, it may even exacerbate it. Before, players were using stolen credit cards or subscriptions bought through third world countries to pay small amounts of money to host large botting empires. Now they can buy game time with gold. But even better, regular players can buy gold at a lower price, then buy the WoW token with that purchase gold to buy their own subscriptions. Okay, here are the basics of a WoW economy. Various actions that players perform generates gold. Quests, killing mobs, selling items to vendors. This puts gold into circulation. Some actions delete gold from circulation, such as buying items or services from vendors, resetting your talents, auction house fees. There is also soft gold deletion that happens if a player stops playing while holding a large purse, as that money is no longer accessible by the in-game economy. However, gold production outpaces gold deletion, which is good because you want players to be able to generate more money than they spend. Otherwise, everything you do would lose you money in the long term, and you would be forced to find activities to generate money without cost, which would be tedious. Players should be able to quest for an afternoon and even after repair bills, still have profited from playing. However, WoW is not made with an economist on staff. Players are constantly adding new money to the supply day after day, year after year. As players gain more and more monopoly money, and hard deletion factors like repair bills become trivial, it's just funny money after a point. The auction house is driven by a simple fact. Items are purchased for what players value them at. With more money in circulation, the crafters and merchants were able to raise prices on common consumables. Eventually, the entire in-game economy inflated. That's why I was able to so easily purchase my epic mount when I hit 60. The auction house used to actually be the main thing I interacted with back in vanilla, since I was not an endgame raider. So even playing it casually, I was able to make tons of money due to how inflated the prices of everything were. Botters add to this inflation. While they seem like thieves, the reality is that they're only stealing from Blizzard. WoW token just lets Blizzard get a cut of RMT, but it doesn't stop botting. Bots are actually just slaves, building the groundworks of an economy that the players benefit from. Back in the day, it wasn't uncommon for raiders to have to farm to get their consumables. What changed? A lot of that farming was outsourced to a computer. Bots can farm materials for consumables, rare items, and just plain vendor trash. Blizzard has tried to dispel the notion that bots are profitable for them. When you see a video with dozens of bots running across the screen in a pattern, Blizzard says you are not seeing $15 per character. These are apparently often stolen accounts with stolen credit cards, which when disputed costs Blizzard money. However, if that were the full truth, Blizzard would have invested serious money into solving the problem long ago. Instead, they just put a spigot on it. They're fine with RMT as long as they get a cut. That cut just has to offset the losses from the stolen credit cards. But does Blizzard actually lose a meaningful amount of money from botters? I know somebody who works for one of the big credit card companies, specifically in their chargeback department, and they simply don't believe Blizzard's claim that they're losing large amounts of money to botting. The money Blizzard claims they're losing is that they have to employ staff to handle chargeback cases and the bandwidth to host the bots. God forbid the billion-dollar indie studio actually pay people in their customer support department instead of automating it all with their own bots. My source says that a company like Blizzard, with the number of chargeback cases they'd need to handle, would have a direct line to card issuers to help establish efficient procedures for chargeback cases, and they would be foolish if they were working with a payment processor that charges them a fee for every dispute they have. As for bandwidth, if they're playing 24 hours a day, they should be easy to catch. If they're playing a human number of hours, well, I've never bought that it actually costs Blizzard even close to $15 per month to host one human player. Nostalrius claimed to have 13,000 players at peak hours, and their server costs were $500 to $1,000 per month. With these figures, even conservatively, each player only has to pay 8 cents to make up for the server cost. The remainder of a $15 subscription fee is almost 200 times the actual server cost. The remaining $14.92 would have to be used for the payment processing fee, the staff, including a customer support rep, and taxes. That's assuming all 13,000 players stuck around to play, but we know from Blizzard's own numbers that the player base for the official Classic mode was even larger. So when you see a video of 50 bots running to the stockades to farm gold, just remember, Blizzard lost a whopping $4 in server costs hosting those accounts, and you should feel bad for them. Meanwhile, those bots are providing the service of printing gold and resources into the server economy. A single player sticking around because they no longer need to farm for flasks offsets the cost of hosting the flask farming bots. Think about that next time you ask why Blizzard, one of the most avaricious companies in the games industry, finds it so difficult to cut the supposed costs these bots inflict upon them. However, once that gold is in circulation, the botter's role can diminish, because it's not just about buying gold. Real money transactions refers to the fact that players can sell their gold too, and that's the real rub on GDKPs. It's optimistic to say that Nax-geared players participating and running these raids are doing so just to have money for their alts. In all reality, GDKP organizers are selling the money they make, which a gold-selling website then marks up and sells right back to the players so that they can bid in the next raid. It got so much more degenerate in TBC and Wrath Classic. The loot got more competitive and players got less shy about admitting that they were paying real money for pixels. The logic behind the WoW token is that it gives Blizzard an economic control valve. They can remove money from circulation if they price the tokens well. But the reality was that they just lowered the hesitation to participate in RMT. If you had any reservations about buying gold because, say, your account might get banned, now you had a way to do it with no fear. Didn't get invincible back in the day? Hey, what's a couple $100 to correct the record? Just don't buy Funko Pops for a couple months. But it gets better. You don't even need to level anymore. Just buy gold and pay for a mage to boost you to 60. That mage will either sell the money he makes or use the money in a GDKP, which will also eventually get sold. World of Warcraft is now a perpetual pay-to-win economy, which is how we get to the most brilliant part of the format. GDKPs are great for everyone in the raid. For a fresh 60, you're not geared enough to be a carry, and you won't have enough money to be a buyer. You have a real grind ahead of you, unless you want to become a swiper. The most interesting part of researching GDKPs is learning about the huge stratification they've caused in the WoW community. Not everyone's on board with them being a bad thing. I've actually experienced this effect in real life with a different game, GTA Online. GTA Online is similarly pay to win by giving players the ability to purchase in-game currency to avoid grinding. Someone I was friends with in high school told me that he would rather work for an hour at his summer job than grind for 8 hours in a video game, so buying shark cards made perfect sense to him. If you have a person who has already been conditioned to pay $15 a month to access a grindy video game, then it probably seems internally logical to buy gold. They want a digital thing, and they can have that digital thing by just swiping a credit card. GDKP organizers often fit into the crypto bro mold, seeing it as an avenue for making money doing something they love. They even call people who refuse to just buy gold to participate in their economy brokies, while critics call people who swipe their credit cards to buy in-game items swipers. It's really funny if the way you decide to flex your wealth is with the digital items from World of Warcraft. The reality is that it's just rhetoric being said to encourage people into thinking it's normal behavior to spend hundreds of real dollars on fake items. The worst part about it is that it's simply a nostalgic power fantasy. None of this would exist if it was a new game. It's entirely predicated on people wanting to rewrite their own history to have gotten the Warglaives of Azeroth back when they were playing TBC for the first time. That's why it got so much worse in Wrath of the Lich King when classic nostalgia peaked. A survey that was done indicated that 40% of a few thousand respondents that played World of Warcraft had purchased in-game gold. So clearly, not everyone is participating directly in RMT, but 40% is still a lot. However, a common argument that is made is that by participating in a GDKP, you are by proxy enabling those who do. The best part though is that this goes all the way to the top. Mike Ybarra, the previous president of Blizzard, was selling boosts in retail. And wouldn't you know it, as soon as he was out of the company, GDKPs were banned from Season of Discovery. Of course, we have to pretend that it's a coincidence that the president of Blizzard didn't have authority over WoW Classic. To give my own example, I did a GDKP of Blackwing Lair because it was honestly the best way for me to get into the higher end raiding groups without having to resort to being a leech on a guild. This raid ended up seeing the trifecta of valuable trinkets drop, one of which going up as far as 80,000 gold. For reference, playing legitimately up until that point for over a month, I had gone into the raid with only 5,000 gold. The raid pot ended up being around 150k. So despite spending 2,000 gold on items, I still walked away with 900 gold of profit. Was I participating in an exploitative system? Without having more data, it's hard to know. It's all theoretically possible that multiple people had tens of thousands of gold ready to go on spending trinkets just from running prior GDKPs, especially given the age of the server at this point. It's hard to envision someone dropping hundreds of dollars and risking a ban on such an item, but it's also not impossible. How many times does gold need to change hands before it loses the taint? It's certainly a problem on the more active servers. I started playing just after the peak of swiping an Ice Crown Citadel from Wrath Classic. I don't think it's morally consistent to be opposed to microtransactions and then actively participate in this kind of system, because if someone goes into massive debt to be a swiper, then it goes from just being a silly video game to actually having real-life consequences. The culture differences between the GDKPs versus the SR runs were interesting. Each seems to have a feeling of superiority over the other, and there is an air of truth to all of it. Yes, SR runs tend to be filled with players who aren't as good, some of whom are trying to game the system. I had multiple SR runs where the raid leader talked about not rolling off items until the end because players had a tendency of leaving once they got their items. But there is just enough demand for SR that groups get organized all the time, but they tend to not have the best players. On the flip side, everything in a GDKP becomes transactional. There's a lot of performance pressure, but the best players will show up to make money. Items aren't actually auctioned off at a fair market value, as they bear minimum bid prices higher than their disenchant value. So as a buyer, you end up having to bid more than necessary, despite the fact that if you didn't bid, the item would lose 90% of its value once disenchanted. In an SR, if nobody wants an item, it's easy to scoop up for the players in need of it. In a GDKP, those items will always be disenchanted unless you want to pay that high minimum. And carries don't have an issue with that because higher minimum prices increases pot size and makes being a carry more lucrative. Ultimately, I didn't really care for the GDKP runs, but I'm glad they existed for the purposes of being a raiding tourist. However, if I was a purist, I'd probably hate them and how they cheapen raiding. That said, even Naxxramas GDKPs have gear checks, so the highest end content has not been trivialized to the point of allowing theme park riders in casually. So yeah, that's raid loot systems in a nutshell. It's silly, but part of the game. Loot wasn't the biggest deal to me, personally. I was just trying to get into as many of the raids as I could for footage. Upgrading my gear was ostensibly just a key I needed to get into the raids. For the purposes of structure, I'll be covering the Molten Core first, but Onyxia is really the game's first raid. The Molten Core sits at the bottom of Blackrock Depths. Yes, you have to go through a dungeon to reach this raid. There's a quest for Molten Core called the Attunement, which once completed, allows you to teleport straight to it. Well, you could after patch 1.3. Blizzard liked this raid at the end of a dungeon idea until they realized how annoying it would be to get 40 people through the dungeon first. Although it's probably fair to ask how many people had even attempted to raid Molten Core in the game's first 4 months. The answer, not many, as it took 154 days for Ragnaros to be cleared. Raiders cleared every boss leading up to Ragnaros by late January, early February of 2005, but Ragnaros wouldn't be killed until late April, almost 2 months after the Attunement was added. There's no rule saying you need 40 people, but given that 40 people couldn't kill Ragnaros for 5 months, that's who was being brought. Also, apparently raiders needed better gear, which led to some itemization changes and a couple outdoor raid bosses being added, Azergos and Lord Kazak. It wasn't a coincidence that these world bosses were added to dead-end zones like Azshara and the Blasted Lands, respectively, but guilds had to compete for them, and they had long respawn timers. When a server restarted, there was a 15-hour timer started before they could spawn. Yes, Blizzard apparently put a spawn timer in because they were concerned people would just deliberately crash the servers to farm these bosses. And the worst part is, it was absolutely a reasonable fear to have. After that cooldown expired, the bosses would then spawn randomly over the course of the next 15 hours. Then, after the boss was defeated, there was a 30-hour cooldown, and the respawn after that would occur randomly over a 72-hour window. You got all that? I know it's a lot of notes. Basically, they spawn twice a week. Guilds would log out alts near their spawn points just to check if they were there or not. So guilds needed all that in 2005 to run Molten Core. Meanwhile, a guild in Classic cleared Molten Core in the first week, with players that all weren't even at level 60 and in leveling gear. Alright, that downplays the accomplishment a bit. Apes was a guild of hardcore players who practiced Molten Core quite a bit on the private servers. These servers often made raids harder by accident, or so the theory goes. Classic used the 1.12 balancing of the game, so the classes were in their post-rework state, rather than their original versions. But the story goes that spell resistances and armor were too beefy on private server raids, so apes had been practicing with weighted clothing, and that led to them one-shotting the real thing. I cannot confirm or deny this, that's just way too involved to research. However, it is generally agreed that the patch 1.12 balancing being made available from the start of Classic led to a profoundly different experience. Also, in this part of Vanilla, raid lockouts were determined by when the raid was started, not on a consistent timer. A raid lockout means that bosses don't respawn until the lockout ends, and you're locked to that instance until it expires. So from the moment you start, you had 1 week to clear Molten Core. A later patch would put everyone in the same cycle. Molten Core is located in the depths of Blackrock Mountain and is home to large amounts of fire elementals as well as Ragnaros, the master of the Dark Iron Dwarves. He's at the bottom of the volcano, kind of just holding the door open that fire elementals are using to escape their elemental plane. The reason players come here has to do with the water elementals, actually. The Hydraxian Water Lords are a faction in Classic we haven't talked about until now because they exist on an island in the middle of nowhere off the coast of Ashara. I'd actually come out here and done a couple quests on behalf of Duke Hydraxis here. The entire purpose of the faction is to get players' attention with some sub-60 quests and then send them to the Molten Core. Then, after you kill 4 of the bosses, you have to come back out here to pick up Dowses, or Aqua Quintessence. You have to do this in order to summon Major Domo Executus, who you have to defeat to summon Ragnaros. You need 8 Dowses to do this as well. It sounds annoying, but you have to remember that the intention was that Molten Core would be gradually progressed. So players killing the 4 bosses and unlocking access to the Dowses meant that they could be prepared for the future runs. We need to kill fire elementals because a group of much friendlier water elementals ask us to. It's funny since the Alliance at least has a motivation to get to the bottom of what's going on in Blackrock Mountain, literally. But I guess they wanted the Horde to have a reason to go to MC as well, canonically. But yeah, that's the basic lore. Fire elementals bad, go kill them. I watched an interesting video by Abysssoft covering the history of Molten Core's World First race, which doubled as a primer on the mechanics of the fights. It's a pretty interesting story. The raid's first boss went to a guild called Fires of Heaven, but another guild, Conquest, took the next 6. They would have had the 7th as well, except they were investigated by Blizzard and some of its members were suspended for cheating. It's funny because one of the reasons Conquest initially didn't post proof of a kill was due to them admittedly using a tactic Blizzard didn't approve of to win that fight. The basis of this tactic was actually based on the style of EverQuest raiding, which emphasized splitting bosses away from their guards. Their strat for the boss that got them banned was to have a rogue sneak to the boss, pull, then a warlock would summon him to the instance portal where he would vanish, allowing them to just pull the boss. Blizzard on the spot made a judgment about this tactic, so in turn, Conquest dumped all their videos as proof. Ah, yes, this was a different time in raiding. Guilds were super secretive about their strategies and kept videos to themselves. Unheard of in the modern day when guilds stream all this stuff publicly, but then again, classic content isn't progression anymore. Still, it's hard not to assume that someone at Blizzard wasn't happy that Molten Core was being cleared so quickly. This might have been what Jeff Kaplan was so stressed out about. It's funny that we mention EverQuest, since EverQuest refugee guilds were primarily the main progression raiders at this point, and WoW was developed with an EverQuest focus. They had a reputation. Even the WoW devs had stories of sitting for hours waiting for rare mobs to spawn. WoW was a game made for addicts by addicts. EverQuest came out right at the apex of the 3D gaming revolution and the .com bubble. Imagine a timeline where gambling was invented in 1999. I don't think, contrary to what some will say though, that MMOs were designed to be addictive. Fantasy MMOs were explicitly trying to capture the experience of leveling in Dungeons & Dragons. The difference? A DM in a D&D campaign sleeps and has a job. I mean, mine doesn't, but that's a different story. MMOs are always available. They are also a social experience, so it's easy to rationalize wasting your time because gamers, who are generally antisocial, will see it as being good for themselves that they're interacting with other humans. So you have a sense of visceral fun as you try to progress your character in a world that's always available, packed to the brim with emergent storytelling through social interaction. The process of leveling is addictive, seeing that big ding every time you take one step closer to max. Gearing is addictive, seeing yourself improve. It's funny that I read a 10-year-old comment about how games couldn't be addictive because the textbook definition requires a reactive substance to enter your system, as though there isn't one. Dopamine. I'd say the biggest problem with WoW for me was that it didn't sleep. It has slow hours, but literally any time of day, I could be doing something in the game. When you start raiding, there are times when you do raids, and there are times when you need to do dungeons or solo farm. You can literally always be doing something. Not productive per se, but contributive to your goals. Which I can say I am definitely vulnerable to. I wouldn't say it harmed my real life productivity because I wanted to play all the time, but it definitely impacted my sleep schedule, which would in turn impact my real life. It was really hard to stop playing when I did. I was mainly addicted to constantly looking for the next group, but if I stopped playing, I never felt cravings to go back. That said, I think, as someone with the qualifications of being some guy, that human beings are addicted to positive progress in life. We like when we can throw a spear farther, or collect more berries in one day. We like having better furs or a bigger shelter. I think a tabletop game can give people a healthy social outlet to explore these feelings of progression. But I think putting that into a video game can be very dangerous. WoW is addictive in a way that most other games are not, despite what its fans would say. There's a reason I'm talking about this now, and I didn't talk about this in my Elder Scrolls videos. Elder Scrolls has all the competent parts that should make it addictive. It has a gear treadmill, it has constant progression, it has something you can always be doing, and yet people talk about binging Elder Scrolls in terms of a week. People ruined their lives to play World of Warcraft. Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole of reading about games addiction, a field of study largely started because of the popularity of WoW. Anyways, the point is that EverQuest players brought with them a reputation of taking pride in no-lifing video games. World of Warcraft was going to be the next generation of that, and it all started with the Molten Core. Lucifron was the first boss, and he's marked as the first as he drops a spell tome for hunters that's needed for the second fight, Magmadar. Unlike a lot of WoW dungeons, which can be completed with basic tactics, raids were designed around the expectation that at least one of every class would be brought, so more emphasis was placed on mechanics designed around having the classes. Beyond that, bosses are cleared in order. Because of the aforementioned douses, which, by the way, you have to be revered with the Water Lords from killing things in Molten Core, so that delayed things, players have to clear the entire raid, but many of the encounters are straightforward. Once you douse all the runes, Major Domo is summoned. He was a more challenging fight as the boss is invincible, and you have to contend with all of his backup dancers, and once they were defeated, he would summon Ragnaros. Ragnaros, though, he took a while to beat. By accounts, there were a few factors that delayed his defeat. Number 1, poor itemization. The gear players had wasn't good. Number 2, fire resistance. Players needed to stack fire resistance gear, some of which came from farming Molten Core. Number 3, exploits. Ragnaros was allegedly bugged, but the reality is much more likely that with the poor internet and experimentation required, players were just not good enough to beat Ragnaros. And he was probably broken too. I'm not sure, as guilds were fairly secretive and people did not keep precise logs of changes made to him. Either way, players were having to come up with clever uses of game mechanics. One of these was to mind control a mob in Upper Blackrock Spire to acquire a fire resistance buff that they have access to. But either way, Molten Core was eventually cleared. That wasn't the end of the drama though. See, raids dropped tiers, which are 8-piece sets of items complete with class bonuses. Molten Core dropped tiers 1 and 2, but tier 2 migrated to Blackwing Lair in patch 1.6, that June. The problem? Raiding guilds wanted geared players, but people couldn't gear up without raiding. Blizzard effectively pulled up the ladder behind the first generation of raiding guilds. The increasing surplus of people hitting level cap and wanting to raid meant that guild prospects were in high supply, but the number of guilds was still too low. This was the first time players were gate-kept from content by a gear feedback loop. So in patch 1.7, they added Zul'Gurub with the purpose of giving players a new avenue to catch up with the content. Still, Molten Core did well considering it was made in a short amount of time. Without it, players would have had to wait 8 months for Blackwing Lair, with only Onyxia to keep them company. I was putting Molten Core's attunement in quotes because really it just has a short quest to unlock teleporting to the raid. That's not really an attunement. Onyxia has a proper attunement. See, to enter the raid we need an item, and to get that item we need to do a quest, chain, with more than 15 parts. So that makes Onyxia a little more involved, but on the flip side, it also means there's actual lore written before the raid, not after. And wouldn't you know it, each faction has a different questline as well. The Alliance start with a kill quest, the Horde have to do Lower Blackrock Spire. You are able to do some of these quests before hitting level 60, but they're group content, so not everyone actually gets onboarded into the chain. It's funny that after the kill quest, we go tell Magistrate Solomon in Redridge about the fact that the Black Dragons are working with the Orcs, and he gives us yet another letter to deliver, as it's all he really knows how to do. It's a bit sad he doesn't explicitly remember us from our days in Redridge. Vanilla has no system for NPCs to use different quest texts if you've done prior quests for them. No matter whether you've quested here or avoided Redridge entirely, Magistrate Solomon will say you just look vaguely familiar. It should stand out to him that the woman who came in and assassinated the leaders of both local Null factions and the Blackrock Orcs is back again, operating out of the Burning Steppes. As a basic rundown, both factions want to deal with the Blackrock clan, for different reasons. The Alliance wants them dealt with so they stop attacking Redridge. The Horde wants them dealt with so they stop claiming to be the true Horde. The Alliance is more so concerned with the notion that Black Dragons are actually involved, while the Horde already know that but are shocked that Rend Blackhand is still alive. These quest chains run concurrently, meaning that events in the Alliance chain are referenced in the Horde side. The Alliance must delve into Blackrock depths to find Marshal Windsor, who's been investigating the Black Dragons prior to us. It seems he lost the information until you find a crumpled up note in the prison. With that, we're tasked with killing a couple bosses in BRD, and breaking Windsor out via escort quest. This leads to a big event that seems to be going on every time I visit Stormwind, where Windsor's escorted through the streets all the way to Stormwind Keep. There's a lot of yelling about treason and how he's to be allowed to pass. This climaxes with Windsor reaching the castle and confronting Lady Katrana Prestor about the fact that she is Onyxia. Yeah, if you don't remember, this is picking up a plot thread I put down in part 2 around level 30, like half a day ago. It's funny because I was actually blocked from speaking with Prestor to get the quest to rescue Windsor, because Windsor was already on his way to Prestor. I had to wait over 5 minutes for him to slow walk to the keep, then pretend I didn't see him accuse Prestor of being Onyxia, her turning into a dragon, then slipping back into the keep almost instantly after her guards died, so I could speak with her for advice. And her advice is literally just to fuck off and not bother investigating Black Dragons. It's a hilariously jank encounter enabled by the fact that most fresh 60s will at least get their Onyxia attunement, so the event occurs frequently. High Lord Bolvar Foredragon deputizes us, again. I guess he also deputizes the non-human players, but we already held this rank from our days back in Elwyn. Remember how the Stormwind nobility was conspiring with the Defias, who themselves were recruiting various renegade groups to disrupt the kingdom? Well, they also have their fingers in the Blackrock clan and Black Dragons. This is even part of the plot pertaining to how the king was kidnapped, disrupting peace negotiations. Well, her dad Deathwing did the same thing in the Second War, so it's not surprising. Thrall knows this. His part of the questline picks up after Prestor's reveal as Onyxia. The Horde don't get as dramatic a scene, but they do get a world buff for defeating Rend. Both factions now want Onyxia dead. Thrall's writing in the sequence is a bit funny in context of how he was written later to love peace. Thrall wants Rend's head, and he wants Onyxia destroyed merely as a preemptive strike due to her lair being close to Orgrimmar. Vanilla wrote Thrall as still being firmly an orc, not quite Green Jesus yet. In order to access Onyxia's lair, we need an item that signifies our worthiness. Onyxia is the broodmother of the Black Dragonflight. Impressive that she was able to maintain her hobby of girl-bossing human affairs and being responsible for the continued procreation of her species. The Alliance are given no idea how to actually access the lair or who to talk to, but in exchange, they only have a single quest left in their chain. The Horde, meanwhile, have to track down Rexxar. Rexxar is a character from the bonus campaign of the Frozen Throne, a veritable orc's orc. Thrall can send him at a problem and expect results in the mail. So of course he's on vacation somewhere between Feralis and the Stone Talon Mountains. This is one of the more infamous quests, as Horde players have to run through several zones just to find where Rexxar is. Note that he doesn't patrol back and forth. When he reaches the end of his path, he will despawn and later respawn at the start again. So if you try to chase him down, it's entirely possible you won't catch him in time and be forced to ride back north through Desolus again. Rexxar actually returned to Outland in the Burning Crusade to reunite with his clan, since he was one of the only members to go through the Dark Portal. Blizzard accounted for this by removing him from the quest and replacing him with a subordinate who hangs out in Shadowprey Village. It's kind of funny to fix the annoying element players had with playing Where in the World is Rexxar San Diego in the expansion that made Onyxia irrelevant content. The Horde path then sees us meeting a hag in the Plaguelands, who gives us a disguise we need to meet Emberstrife. His purpose is to test Black Dragonkin on their worthiness to become guards to Onyxia. I guess there are vacancies, given a few of them died when Prestor was revealed to be Onyxia for the 10th time today. Emberstrife has 4 tasks, and all 4 are to kill members of opposing dragonflights. Yes, several elite dragons in Winterspring, Tanarus, the Swamp of Sorrows, and finally, in the Wetlands, all exist for this quest chain. I don't think the other dragonflights ever brought up the fact that their kin were killed for this purpose. While both sides feature a fair amount of group content, what isn't fair is needing a group who wants to globetrot with you to knock out all these guys, compared to basically just needing a group to run this part of BRD with you. But yeah, with that, the Horde have one more quest: kill the final boss of Upper Blackrock Spire. I love that the Alliance gets a lore-heavy questline that builds off their starting zone lore, and the Horde get casually tasked with beating multiple bosses and dungeons, repeatedly. In fairness though, there are plenty of reasons people want to go do Upper Blackrock Spire anyways, so it's not the worst thing. With that, we finally have our Drake Fire Amulet, which will allow us into Onyxia's lair. Molten Core and Onyxia contrast quite a bit, since Molten Core is much easier to attune for, but is a longer raid. Meanwhile, we've just gone on an entire adventure for a raid that has 1 boss. Onyxia was beaten in 69 days. Nice. Given players had the level to 60, which was not easy at launch, and gear up, which was also not easy at launch, and figure out how to attune for the raid, which, yeah, it's not surprising. Most of Molten Core was being taken down the same week that Onyxia died for the first time. Onyxia was designed to complement the dragon bosses of EverQuest, but demonstrate a clear evolution in design, so she is a lot harder than a simple tank and spank. She has 3 phases, and these are pretty simple, but they need to be figured out amidst the chaos of a 40 or 20 man raid. Yeah, the times I've run Onyxia were all done as 20 mans, which is practical as you need to split up a single boss's horde of loot amongst all the players, so the fewer raiders you can get away with, the better. It's funny to imagine players from 2005 trying to fill a 40-man roster, dealing with people not finishing their attunements or not knowing how to play, but just bringing warm bodies in hopes that they might contribute a little bit of damage, and then telling them that in 2024 Onyxia is routinely cleared by 20 people. Onyxia starts in melee mode, within which the players must position themselves correctly. Tanks stick to the edge of the room and DPS stick to her sides. The reason is that she'll knock the tank backwards, but against the wall this keeps the tank locked in position. Meanwhile, DPS can't stand directly behind her, lest they risk being knocked into a pit of dragon eggs and spawning adds. Phase 2 starts at 65% health. Onyxia takes to the air and begins breathing fire down upon the raid. You have to pay attention to where she flies, avoid clumping up to minimize the damage of fireballs, but at 40% she returns to the ground. With Phase 3, she retains her earlier melee abilities with the addition of fears and spawning adds. Oh, and parts of the floor are lava. It's a pretty simple fight that players struggled with simply because nothing in the game prepares you for this kind of complexity, or the role your class has to play in the scenario. But with Onyxia defeated, one of the players can take her head back to Stormwind to turn it in and give everyone the rallying cry of the Dragon Slayer. How epic of you, but did you check the server Discord to make sure your turn-in was scheduled? You wouldn't turn in a quest without social permission, would you? That was more of a problem back in ye olden days of 2019. I'm not sure anyone still cares at this point. However, our dragon action is not done. Patch 1.6 is going to be adding a new dragon-themed raid, finally allowing us to enter a raid we saw back in Upper Blackrock Spire. After the long haul that was Ragnaros' race to World First, it was finally time to add the raid that had been sitting near the end of Upper Blackrock Spire since the launch of the game. According to Tiggle, aka Jeff Kaplan, the raid was supposed to represent a challenge to raiders who had successfully cleared Molten Core and Onyxia. It makes sense. Its location, the level geometry simplicity, and the fact that Encourage was also already built probably indicates the Blackwing layer was intended to serve this purpose from the very beginning. However, Kaplan was probably wrong about how much difficulty players would have with Molten Core, and that may have set the raid's release schedule back. Part of the changes was moving Tier 2, or what was at the time called High Tier, up into the layer. Only 2 pieces would remain available from the existing raids. That's probably the weirdest part of the design and makes everything seem less intentional. Either way, the attunement for BWL isn't hard. Kill a guy, run Ubers. This is yet another endgame thing to do in Blackrock Mountain though, continuing to contribute to the PvP warzone. Blackwing Lair as a raid is definitely an evolution from what came before. Almost every fight was more complex mechanically, and required better gear than ever. However, Tiggle was aware that this was stratifying the community, and also promised a softer core raid, completable by fewer people and more frequently in Zul'Gurub. With Rind Blackhand and Onyxia dead, it's time to deal a final blow to the Black Dragonflight in vanilla. Blackwing Lair starts right out the gate with its most mechanically unique encounter, Razorgore. I think this was so that raids would get filtered quickly if they didn't belong in this instance. Okay, so in this fight you need to kill an orc and take over the Orb of Domination, which takes control of the boss. Razorgore has 4 abilities, but his main task is to destroy eggs within the room. You need to destroy these eggs because if any of them are still up when the boss dies, he will explode and kill the entire raid. It's kind of bad design. Do this arbitrary encounter exactly the way I want you to or I'll make the players explode. Definitely sounds like an exhausted Jeff Kaplan post-Molten Core cheesing. Blackwing Lair is full of random and arbitrary design ideas intended to slow players down by forcing them to figure out each encounter through trial and error. Each player can only control the boss for 90 seconds, and when they lose control, they acquire a 60-second buff preventing them from retaking control. Razorgore will aggro onto his controller, also he's immune to taunts. While the controllers are destroying the eggs, the raid needs to deal with waves of enemies entering the arena. Once you finally clear all the eggs, Razorgore turns into a straightforward boss. With taunt immunity though, tanks need to build their aggro and keep it above the raid, but that's not hard as the DPS need to break the line of sight to avoid fireball volleys anyways. The point of this boss is to filter players who cannot communicate and follow instructions. We enter the next room to find Lord Victor Nefarious taking over a red dragon named Valestraz. Valestraz the Corrupt has a different title from the community, Guildbreaker. For as much trial and error as was required to beat Razorgore, it's not hard. Valestraz isn't hard either. The reason these 2 encounters broke guilds is that it fundamentally changed the nature of raiding. Valestraz checks if your raid has good gear and if they have proper communication set up. Also, when he came out, he came with a 1-hour time limit. Raids had 1 hour to beat him, and if they failed, he would despawn, and that would be your lockout for the week. Remember, 4 attempts for every $15 you give Jeff Kaplan. Blizzard did not bring this idea to Classic as it was removed in patch 1.8, a few months after release. This did not even have the intended effect of stopping players from beating this boss on literally the first day of the patch though. In fact, every boss but the last in Blackwing Lair fell in just 2 days. Valestraz did not prevent the upper echelon of players from raiding, he simply helped to determine if your guild was good enough to do so. The boss is a gear check. It accomplishes this by giving players effectively infinite resources for 3 minutes. He also puts a buff on mana users every 15 seconds that doubles their damage, but will kill them after 20 seconds. Every 45 seconds, he will instead put this buff on whoever has the most threat. 180 seconds total, and every 45 seconds you need to switch your tanks. So you need 5 tanks. It's actually pretty easy, but also vulnerable to mistakes. Draw too much aggro because you zug and want to parse high, you might end up wiping the raid. From here on we have the Suppression Room. It's called that as it's full of traps that radiate an aura that reduces movement, attack, and cast speed, so rogues need to disarm the traps. The hardest part being the ads and need to keep moving, as the boss itself is more straightforward. From here, there's a gauntlet of 3 similar black dragon encounters. Players are encouraged to acquire an Onyxia scale cloak made from, unsurprisingly, an Onyxia scale by a leatherworker. It is interesting that black dragons have immunity to certain attacks from other black dragons. It paints an interesting picture of the type of culture they possess. Speaking of, what's going on here? Basically, Nefarious is running a bunch of different research projects trying to come up with a way to beat Ragnaros, which is kind of funny to say since a bunch of dudes went down there and beat him a couple months ago. Granted, said dudes needed magical douses from the water elementals, but still, in terms of physical prowess, they won. Nefarious was taken down canonically by the Horde as part of the operation to take down Blackhand. What he was doing was taking the blood of all the dragonflights and combining them into what was called the chromatic dragonflight. He actually wanted to do this on behalf of his father, Deathwing. So there's a lot of messed up experimentation on the kidnapped children of all the dragons. Warcraft has what some would consider to be an uncomfortable history of representing these kinds of topics. I don't have an issue with it because we're literally here to kill these people in the interest of stopping the evil experiments. Chromagus is the second to last boss. He is a Dracodon, which is a weird dragon creature that has the appearance of a corehound. However, he possesses abilities from all 5 dragonflights, which makes him quite imposing. However, nothing in here is terribly challenging to a competent group. It was Nefarian, the dragon form of Lord Nefarious, that would prove the most challenging. Nefarian was only beaten after 77 days, 76 after Chromagus. See, Blackwing Lair was buggy on release. It's honestly crazy reading the sheer number of exploits and issues the raid had. Many people felt there was nothing wrong with using exploits to defeat a raid that had as many issues as Blackwing Lair did. There's an article that talks about many of the exploits guilds used back in the day. With the classic re-release, Blackwing Lair was fully cleared in 40 minutes. But going in blind and being unclear of what was even supposed to be functioning correctly, it's understandable players in 2005 had difficulty with the raid. One of those exploits was that raids could have more than 40 members, and raiders would log out if their character died and switch characters. To prevent this, Blizzard started putting up obstacles to lock members into a boss arena, so to sidestep that, raids would use warlocks to summon these alts into the raiding area. Blizzard even went so far as to say that everyone who had gotten past Firemaw at one point had to have cheated to do so. Yeah, it took Blizzard a long time to figure out how to not sound salty whenever they talked about the raiders. Nefarian is an involved character. Phase 1 has him spamming Shadowbolt, Fear, and Mind Control while spawning Draconids. The raid has to kill 42 of these enemies, and each color has different abilities. Once that's done, Nefarian turns into a dragon and starts fighting personally. His most iconic ability though is the class call. Every 30 seconds he will say a line specific to a certain class, and that indicates an ability that targets the class. Fun fact, Blizzard kept adding new calls to Nefarian with each class that was added to the game. Most of these are pretty lazy compared to the original 9, but it's fun that despite Blackwing Lair not being relevant content, they still kept adding these to the raid. Most of these require attentive and responsive players and can impact the entire group. For example, hunters have their weapons broken, but since you can change weapons in battle, hunters just need to pay attention for the class call and equip their weapon once they know that they're not up. On the other hand, priests have their healing switch to damage abilities, meaning that if they aren't paying attention, they can kill raiders instead of helping them. Nefarian and Onyxia's defeat does not mark the end of the threat the Black Dragonflight poses. I mean, I've been shit-talking the Cataclysm this entire video, and that was done by the father of all Black Dragons. The duo would be reanimated, literally, for the expansion. Obviously by adherents of the old gods. It's just kind of sad how Cataclysm wanted to so thoroughly undermine the accomplishments of the vanilla raiders. In the jungles of Stranglethorn, the city of Zul'Gurub was open to players in patch 1.7. The Zandalar tribe have arrived to, with the assistance of the players, defeat Hakar the Soul Flayer. Hakar is a Loa, which is a type of entity that trolls worship. Trolls are the native inhabitants of Azeroth, and spirits are implied to be the native gods of the world. Loa are how these entities manifest for the trolls. What exactly spirits were supposed to be, I'm not sure, but it was later written that spirit was this sort of fifth elemental type, that the planet was consuming faster than the others, which caused the other four elements to be chaotic. So you would think that the Titans would have taken an interest in beings like Hakar, but apparently not. I've already made the joke that there's something wrong with willfully deciding to summon a being that calls itself a soul flayer, but Hakar is also known as the Loa of Blood. Either way, with the failure of the Green Dragon flight to contain the Atale in the Temple of Atal Hakar, and the adventurers unwittingly infusing the essence of the avatar of Hakar into an ancient egg, which they then brought to the city of Zul'Gurub and summoned the blood god there. The trolls tried to contain Hakar by sending high priests of various animalistic aspects in, but Hakar took control of them. Hakar seems very capable of corrupting everybody except one group, the adventurers. I have to wonder if his abilities only work on noble beings who work selflessly, which the players aren't. The Darkspear tribe and the broader horde were responsible for sending a 20-man team to Zul'Gurub to wipe out all the corrupted priests and Hakar himself. ZG is an interesting raid. For one thing, its mechanics are far simpler to account for its purpose as a catch-up raid. You only need 20 players and the lockout period's only 3 days, instead of a week. There's also mounts that drop here, ensuring continual interest in raiding the city. Players could also build reputation with the Zandalari tribe, which they would forget when said tribe joined the horde. You earn rep from killing mobs and turning in coins collected in the city, and reputations needed to convert tokens dropped by the bosses into actually usable set pieces. The best part is that it's an outdoor instance, so you can use your mount to get around the city. With that in mind, Zul'Gurub is definitely the most run raid of Classic. However, there is a story here I'm expected to mention. Corrupted Blood was a mechanic where players would be targeted with a damage over time effect, which would do damage in a group and then spread to other members. The idea is that players would try to get afflicted with this, and then when Hakar would drink the raid's blood, he would get poisoned. This tactic was canonically how the Horde were able to defeat him. Now, while it could be spread to other players, it didn't really last that long, only 4 seconds. Some will say 10, however that was the amended effect. Raids would usually lose the effect by the time they actually passed out all the loot. However, players discovered that pets could be afflicted, and they stay afflicted even when they're not active. Wikipedia calls this a software bug, however I think it's just an oversight. The mechanic is working as intended, it's simply that Jeff thought its short duration would ensure that it would be contained to the raid. It's unknown who breached containment first or whether they intended to do it. Did some madman experiment with dismissing his pet to try to save the debuff and then unleash it upon the world? Or did some hunter coincidentally die as his pet was infected, and he only resummoned it once he was in the city? Either way, someone summoned their pet and it, upon taking damage, spread the disease to everyone around it. And then they spread the disease to everyone around them. Zul'Gurub was new content, so many players didn't even know where the corrupted blood mechanic came from. Some thought it was intentional, an event Blizzard planned as part of the raid. As the disease spread, it started to pick up buzz on the internet. The virality of the corrupted blood story of a digital pandemic led to copycats on other realms recreating the conditions. One of the popular talking points on this is actual researchers taking an interest in studying the event. However, the actual story is that the CDC asked for data from Blizzard because they had believed the story that Blizzard had intentionally orchestrated the event. It sounds like a fun meme, but the reality is that the data is not usable. Dying in WoW is almost consequenceless. Players would deliberately infect themselves in order to spread the disease, and not because they were emulating bioterrorists, but because it's funny. And you could resurrect and keep recontracting the disease, which actual humans cannot do. So many players were confused about what was happening or what to do, that they unintentionally kept spreading the disease. You can't really dispel it, and healing it just keeps a player alive longer to keep spreading it. It would spread through patrolling NPCs as well. I would argue that the virality of the event is more notable to study. The way misinformation spread and how people took immense interest in the story. How many people started playing WoW because of how interesting the story of a digital plague sounds? Unfortunately, deliberate attempts to emulate the corrupted blood event were not taken well by the community. One of my fondest memories of playing WoW was the Wrath pre-patch event, the zombie infestation. Yeah, as the prelude to the Lich King expansion, he tried to take over Azeroth in an actual zombie apocalypse. Thematically, this was much more in line with how players would behave. People who deliberately spread the disease were now accounted for, but boy, did people fucking hate the zombie event, especially the second time around. When Wrath Classic came around, the toxic Classic community was in full effect. For whatever reason, players were simply too concerned with grinding PvP at the end of an expansion to participate in the second chance at what many had thought was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At this point, Blizzard had automated the support staff and you could literally get banned if you were mass reported. So players who were super salty that they wouldn't get to grind the same content for the 18th year in a row would mass report people spreading the disease on the basis of griefing. Blizzard had to pull the plug early. I'm so glad I did not resub to experience it, but I kind of figured with the way things were going, players would literally be incapable of handling it again. And of course, that leads into the next raid. We've talked about the Encourage event as being a tragic failure. Encourage was another raid that had been built early into development and was simply waiting for its post-launch patch to be revealed. The Encourage War was arguably the main storyline of Kalimdor, if you happen to notice the 3 times before Tannerus the Silithid even showed up. Still, it's here in this hostile land of insects that we explore ruins unlike any other. The Night Elves and the Dragonflight together pushed the Karaji back into the city, but they could not conquer it. Instead, they imprisoned them magically. Their recent escapes meant that now the Night Elves needed to actually finish what they had started a millennia prior. But if the combined forces of the Kaldorai and the 4 Dragonflights couldn't beat them, you know who will. The funny thing is that despite its age, Blizzard has never fully committed to retconning the player's actions in Encourage. Yep, this is the one major accomplishment players were allowed to have from vanilla. That renders the absurdity of it even funnier. Not only are we going to clown on the Dragonflights and Kaldorai, but we're going to kill an old god and it's going to stick. Still, the ambition of what Blizzard attempted with the war effort and opening event certainly merited the Cataclysm not undo it. Encourage is divided into 2 raids, the Ruins and the Temple. The Ruins are a 20-man raid, while the Temple is a full 40-man raid. AQ20 was continuing the trend of ZG, making raiding more accessible by making a less complex and easier raid format, while still providing the exclusive experience in AQ40. Encourage released on the 3rd of January, 2006. Cthulhu, the final boss of AQ40, wouldn't fall for 113 days. The first big obstacle was the world event itself. Realms had to complete the war effort to get into the raid. This did its job a little too well. Raiders at this point were taking the competition aspect of the world first race seriously. The war effort was a curveball. It kept the raiders out of the race doing side objectives, but it also meant the race took 20 extra days. So really, it took 3 months for Cthulhu to go down. Most of AQ40 would go down in the following week, but the final 3 bosses took longer. It bought Blizzard time to work on their final raid, and the Burning Crusade expansion. Encourage was no slouch either. The ruins were elaborate, a mix of orderly obelisks and chaotic insectoid tunnels. The lore is that AQ was a Titan facility designed to imprison Cthulhu. The Titan Forge responsible for the city eventually abandoned it, leaving it open for the Aekir to move in. They were an insectoid race that had their empire shattered by the trolls and would rename themselves the Karaji. Cthulhu, manipulating the Karaji, got to work trying to take things back over with his bug army. This is where I like the old gods, being stuck in gay baby jail, but manipulating bugs from the sidelines. The bugs enslaved the giant golems the Titans had created, and now you've got yourself a raid. Why do the old gods exist? Well, it's stupid, so don't worry about it. The old gods worked best when we didn't know why they existed. Do they even need a reason? They probably should have just stayed in the mystery box. Really, we were not that curious where they came from or who created them. I don't need or want to know what a Void Lord is. You just see the corpse of something big in Darkshore and go, ah, there's some ancient history here. Things are bigger than me. And that was it. Because anything more and it becomes really implausible that 40 dudes could go kill one. Yes, kill an old god. But I want to jump ahead. Far into the future. Yes, other than the Cataclysm modernization, this was the major event to happen here. You gotta admit, that's one hell of a zone update. Shame, I liked Silithus too. If you haven't noticed, I've eased up on talking about the raids themselves. I did everything except AQ40 and Naxxramas, so we are in foreign territory here. Naxxramas was the final raid of vanilla, patch 1.11, June of 2006. Blizzard wasn't going to leave vanilla without doing at least one raid to acknowledge the Scourge, Lordaeron, and their popular Warcraft 3 expansion. Naxxramas was built different. Okay, it's not just that modern players went in knowing all the mechanics. Vanilla players, because it had taken so long to make progress in the raids up until now, were far behind where their classic counterparts were in terms of just having gear. Molten Core was being cleared on the first lockout of Classic, whereas vanilla players took 2 months to reach it. And then you have to figure out what's going on, and also, by the way, Naxxramas is a winged raid. But this isn't ZG. There's no going clockwise and then center. You start center, and you have to figure out what you even do first. That did not stop half the bosses from perishing in the first week. But joke's on you, because we're going to have even more bosses than the other raids as well. Nax was Blizzard sending vanilla off in style. There was so much work packed into it that they brought it back in Wrath just because they wanted more people to be able to see it. Like the other raids, it took players 3 months to defeat the final boss, Kel'Thuzad. Wait, a raid boss who is an actual character from the Warcraft games? Yep, took long enough. Nax was also aiming to set the tone for what raiders could expect from the Burning Crusade. You have to attune, and that means either paying a steep fee or grinding Argent Dawn rep. But once you were inside... The raid has 4 wings. Each one is themed around a different aspect of the Scourge with abominations, plagues, death knights, and giant spiders. I guess in a toss-up between the living and the dead, spiders would side with the zombies against us. I do believe that. You have to clear all 4 wings to unlock access to the final 2 bosses, an undead dragon named Sapphiron and Kel'Thuzad, a lich and leader of the Cult of the Damned. The spiders were the first to fall in just 5 days, and the abominations followed 6 days later. The next 2 weeks saw raiders battling the Plague Wing, mainly a boss that limits healers to casting healing spells only once a minute. And then 5 weeks of players trying to beat the Death Knights. It started so promising, until players ran into the 4 Horsemen. 4 bosses, each requiring a main and off tank. 8 tanks. Sure, when you know that this is going to be one of the biggest obstacles your guild will face, and you know the potential that Fury Warriors had from the very start, it's not hard to plan to have 8 geared warriors ready in 2 years. But players back in the day simply were not prepared for this. Remember, players have to lock into raids, not only figuring out what you need to re-roster, but on demand slot into more tanks. Well, they have to come from somewhere, aka other guilds' raiding parties. The 4 Horsemen actually represented the largest obstacle to completing Naxxramas. Sapphiron would follow a week later, and Kel'Thuzad after 2. It seemed that Blizzard had finally found a balance of designing raids to challenge players more gradually, rather than just having a merciless final boss. Which was good, because their ability to design was going to be put to the test after, and they needed players to stay busy until 2007. World of Warcraft. I feel like that's really all I have to say. It's hard to conclude a video like this given that the subject material itself never really concluded either. Vanilla didn't have an ending. It just stopped as soon as the Burning Crusade pre-patch released. That wasn't really the end though. Some people didn't buy the expansion and kept playing in the same world. Even if the new expansions were the primary focus, they did keep updating Azeroth after 2007. And the game itself is still going, much to the chagrin of probably millions of people at this point. World of Warcraft is still chugging along. Blizzard made so much money and stayed just successful enough to slowly replace or reprogram their core audience to stay loyal. They could probably afford to keep WoW running for another 20 years. And if WoW were to be shut down, it would most likely be unceremoniously. It'll probably be designed and maintained entirely by artificial intelligence at that point, and it'll close because the last of the dads gets shuttled to the processing facility for reaching retirement age. The final expansion will be about Thrall and Vanessa Van Cleef working together to unravel a mystery related to the force behind the creators of the entities who are controlling the jailer. That's probably part of how it maintained a broad cultural appeal though. WoW never concludes, so it feels like there's always more it has to show you. Despite the dopamine gear treadmills, they always give a little bit more people can explore. There's always something new you could be learning about this game. And I don't fault them for not writing an ending. It would be weird to make a game about a world and then have it definitively conclude, just to try to get people reinvested when you make the expansions. I think Vanilla did its job. It set the foundations for what the expansions could be and where the stories could go. It was up to the devs to try to execute on those ideas to keep the world going. But as we've seen, there was a definite shift in perspectives on how ideas should be executed on. Yet old guard gradually accepting casualization, But there was also an entire generation of new devs who started as players in just the first 2 years of the game's release, but would end up having prominent roles in the expansions. And you had literal millions of players arguing about what Blizzard should or shouldn't be doing. I doubt anybody ever argued that mounts should be moved up to level 50, but there were definitely people saying mounts should be moved down to 30, even 20. World of Warcraft was experiencing something unprecedented in the games industry, and that's the kind of erosive effect that having a huge player base in an online multiplayer game can cause. As much as some people would want to blame Jeff Kaplan or Chris Metzen or J. Allen Brack or Mike Ybarra, or whomever else was the villain of the month for ruining the game, the player base undeniably shares a bit of the responsibility as well. But it's not like I'm accusing you, dear viewer, of actively sabotaging the game. Players can't even agree on what vanilla truly was, let alone come to any consensus about what the modern game should be. There is active sabotage, but that's way up in the domain of the purse holders tightening budgets and chasing quarterly profits, which is Blizzard's fault. They were simply too successful that they arguably brought that upon everyone by signaling that gaming was ripe for corporate exploitation. But I think all of this really highlights the romantic part of WoW to me. A bunch of people got together and started grinding away at making something that was truly special, and that could never be recreated by anyone else. And the specialness of this moment in time was so tantalizing that people spent years fantasizing and working towards trying to recapture the past. We suffered through the worst of it, we experienced the best of it, and we laughed at the absurdity of what came later. One day I want to do a Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King as a combined video on their own. But this deep into the project, I have to say, as hard as it was, I don't regret picking the topic. It was genuinely nice to see that at the core of it, Blizzard was authentic at one time. John Statz described Blizzard's PR direction at the time of his joining as being a black box. There was one guy whose job it was to tank the entirety of their public perception. Otherwise, when it came to the games themselves, everyone got to share the credit on what they made, which is ironic because World of Warcraft changed that mentality. Blizzard became a brand that engaged with its fan base so thoroughly that it created new ways to do so, BlizzCon and Blue Tracker both being examples. The reason you are even able to have a clip like "Do you guys not own phones?" is because Blizzard created the convention format to allow it. Few other companies allow their employees to engage with fans in this way. And the reason people are so spiteful towards modern Blizzard is because someone killed something special that used to exist. And WoW was just one piece of that puzzle, albeit a pretty big one. I think WoW's strengths lay in the world and the broader progression. Individual storytelling isn't great, even individual gameplay isn't great, but both of those things are essential for the game to have the broader impact that it has. By having the gameplay be largely monotonous with the occasional flare-up of excitement, you get a greater sense of reward as you look back and see how far you've come. And by having the story be largely mundane with the occasional hint at a greater narrative, you have something that can be rewarding for those who pay attention. It's not that Blizzard wanted to make monotonous gameplay or mundane storytelling. Those were products of constraints. The gameplay simply couldn't be fully engaging and work as an MMO on all machines, and Blizzard couldn't deliver the amount of content they needed to have impactful storytelling across the board. So conveniently, they ended up making a good role-playing game. What they could do is deliver upon the artistry needed to fill the world with diverse areas, factions, and monsters. And I mean, for late 2004, it was really impressive to have a game like World of Warcraft that was at least trying to do it all. So, is vanilla flawed? The developers knew that, and had full plans to fix all the issues. Were there stories from Warcraft 3 that weren't being paid off? Well, the next 2 expansions tried to have that covered. Does the world need to be revamped? Don't worry, we're saving one classic antagonist for that. That's why some of the vanilla devs were bewildered why players really wanted to go back. You have to remember, some of these guys had seen the game since the beginning. To them, the patch 1.1 version of vanilla was just one more iteration they'd made. L1 had gone through pre-alpha, alpha, beta, and release, so why was there a problem with one more version being added? But I said it long ago. I think there are people in denial about this because they believe in that whole games are made by people, so we can't criticize them meme. The reason people wanted Classic wasn't really about the time capsule. It was about either getting back that old Blizzard or getting back that old game design. I've expressed that it was effectively an impossibility, and more of the Classic community seems to have started agreeing with that sentiment just in the time that I've been making this video. And so I'm left with hundreds of hours of game time in something that I can't seem to fully review because it's arguably incomplete. And I'm of two minds about this game. On the one hand, I wish it hadn't taken as long as it had to accomplish what I did. I've spent as much time in WoW making this video as I did in all 3 Elder Scrolls games. However, I did acknowledge that the long-winded nature of the game lent itself to a feeling of accomplishment, but I don't know if I feel accomplished, mainly because Blizzard isn't going to let me transfer my level 60 rogue to go do the Burning Crusade. It's not a surprise, but it is annoying. I hope you walk away from this video at least understanding part of my enthusiasm for the vanilla era. The main thing I noticed in editing this video was that I seem to positively speak on these small faction conflicts and good area aesthetics, and speak negatively on various changes later expansions made to try to tie the small-scale storytelling into a broader narrative. It's not just that I love the potential Classic had, like with the Emerald Dream, promise this is the last time in this video I'll mention it, but I like vanilla for what it is. 8-ish races with multiple antagonists, each all engaging in Warcraft. Thanks for watching this video. This was a bit of a complicated production, and I doubt that it is a secret if you've noticed the lack of uploads in 2024, or the fact that I suspended my patronage services for a few months. I went into this video with a lot of enthusiasm, but it took months just to get through the game, and then it took more months to write about the game, and then it took even more months to find the energy to edit the video. Sure, it usually takes me a long time to make these kinds of videos, but something's different. I can definitely see why people haven't done this kind of video. Makes me wonder how many prospective people started to, but just quit. How many dead WoW videos exist in the swamp surrounding the game? WoW is a different kind of beast than I'm used to, and there's definitely things I would do differently if I got to start it all over. But I try not to stay stuck in the past. I'll just have to make better decisions on the next project I'm working on, which if all goes to plan, you'll hear about soon. I've got big ideas. In the interim, thank you for watching. Thank you for donating if you were able to. Your name's going by now. And thank you if you decided to patronize me for access to this full video early.